Welcome, everyone. It is about 9:30 in the morning on Tuesday, December 6th. Christmas is right around the corner, catching up with us all very rapidly. And you have tuned into the work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. We are going to begin our day taking a look at the BOCC Library Board Financial Report. Welcome.
Thank you.
And just be sure to introduce yourselves for the records as you speak.
Okay. My name is Kristen Becker. I'm the Executive Director of the BOCC Regional Library District. I do have several board members here with me today. Bud Eiler, Karen Hillebrand, Taylor Lehman, and Judy Royer. I did send a report that's very lengthy out in your packet, or asked Susan to do that for me. At the end of this PowerPoint, if you do have any questions about that report, which is a little different than the presentation, feel free to ask me. So I'm going to give you a summary of accounts. When Susan asked me to do this presentation, she mentioned kind of a financial update for 2011, so that's what you will be seeing today. So at the beginning of 2011, the BOCC Regional Library District had the following general operating accounts. We had an Alpine checking account for check writing and payroll, a Kahlo Trust savings account for the collection and preservation of operating cash, and an Alpine CD which acted as a line of credit during the construction phase of the building. As of January 1st, 2011, we had $511,140,000 in our checking account, $195,000 in our Kahlo Trust savings, and $212,000 in our Alpine CD. Year-to-date property tax income for Pickens County is $716,247. The BOCC Library is based solely on property tax. Unlike some other library districts, we do not get any money from sales tax. It's completely based on property values. Contributions received through grants and donations in 2011 are $29,000, and they're broken down by these various categories. So year-to-date, our total income for 2011 from all sources is a little over $1.5 million. So our expenses, we have overhead expenses, which include our supplies, our contract services, such as legal, janitorial, our integrated library system, which we purchased through Marmot Library Network out of Grand Junction, library programs, our treasurer fees, furniture, postage, etc., equal almost $329,000 so far in 2011. Our collection expenses out of our operating accounts currently sits at $31,286, and this is for books, DVDs, music CDs, electronic resources, and our audio books. Now, the majority of our collection purchases for 2011 were made out of our construction account. So we had bond money left over from the new building, which our bonds keeper said that we could use for materials. So when we look at the construction accounts, you'll see the money that we've actually spent for collections this year. Payroll expenses year-to-date are $661,000, and that includes our payroll, the retirement plan we offer employees, health insurance, payroll taxes, and other benefits such as housing. So when you look at 2010 versus 2011, we have saved quite a bit of money. In staffing, we saved $128,000 year-to-date. Computer maintenance, which is for the maintenance on our computer, the actual computers, we've saved almost $48,000, and we brought our web design and maintenance in-house also, so we've saved about $5,000 there. So by bringing more responsibilities in-house and distributing them among staff, we've saved over $181,000 compared to this time last year. So our construction accounts. At the beginning of 2011, we had one construction account, which was our Alpine checking account for check writing for furniture, materials, and other expenses associated with the building. And we had a little over $69,000 in that account as of January 1st. So our expenses are broken down: $21,000 for books, nearly $5,000 for DVDs, nearly $1,000 for music CDs, close to $15,000 for furniture, $6,000 for audiobooks, and almost $22,000 for electronic resources. So at the end of August, all the money that was left in our construction account has been expensed. We also have a repayment account, and this is for the collection of property taxes to pay the debt on the new building. At the beginning of 2011, we had a little over $500,000 in this savings account at Kahlo Trust. Property tax income from our mill levy on the bond repayment for this year, year-to-date, is a little over $1 million. We have made several payments this year. We are now in the principal payment stage. November 1st was the first payment that we made where we actually paid principal and not just interest. So this year we have paid in $822,000. And then when you add in the treasurer fees that we do pay for the treasurers collecting that money, we have had expenses of $858,000. Reserve accounts. Reserve accounts, if you read your report that I sent you, were established in 2010. And at the beginning of 2011, we had 5 different reserve accounts all at Kahlo Trust. We have a general operating savings, a technology savings, an emergency savings, a capital outlay savings, and a Tabor savings. Money from the reserve accounts may not be moved from these accounts without a 2/3 vote of the Board of Trustees. The board, when they established these reserve accounts, decided they wanted to really safeguard that money, and so a director or an administrative assistant couldn't go in and say, oh, I think we have an emergency, I'm going to take money out of that account and put it over into the general operating account. So it does require a 2/3 vote of the board. So the general operating savings, which is a reserve account, is earmarked for shortfalls between operating revenues and operating expenses. Money from this reserve can be used for any operating expense, such as materials, payroll, contract services, but it should not be used for the purchase of technology or capital items because we do have a separate reserve account for those items. The technology savings account is earmarked for purchases associated with the building's technology, which does include our computers, our copiers, projectors, our Nomad machine that's in our community room, smart boards, barcode scanners for our computers, RFID tagging stations, RFID readers for our self-checks, those kinds of things. The associate director, not association, but the associate director and I are working on a technology plan which does outline a 4-year replacement plan for all of our computers. So what we'll do is we'll start to rotate computers into the library so that we don't have all of our computers break down at one time, but put them on a 4-year rotation. We have an emergency reserve account, and these are funds earmarked for emergencies not specified in the Tabor reserve, which may include deductibles for insurance claims or other unforeseen expenses that the Board of Trustees may deem to be an emergency. Our capital outlay reserve account is earmarked for capital outlay expenses associated with the building. As part of the construction process, the library had Wimber Inc., who was our owner's rep, complete a 25-year maintenance report. The report outlines expenses the library will encounter over the next 25 years with projected costs. By the end of this year, the library will have funded the first 10 years of anticipated replacement costs. And then we have our Tabor reserves, which is required by law for special districts which have debruced. So as of January 1st, our reserve accounts had a little over $400,000 combined in all 5 accounts.
Can you go back to that one for just a second?
Yes. At the end of this year, the Salt Library will transfer money from the general operating account into the various reserve accounts, as outlined in our 2011 budget. And so this is what we will do. We'll take money out of the general operating savings account, which is with Kahlo Trust, where we currently have almost $1 million, and move it into these 4 reserve accounts. We will not add any additional money to the Tabor reserve account because we have plenty of money in that account to cover what's required. So as of December 31st, we're estimating that we will have $1.2 million in reserves. This is a snapshot of our finances as of January 1st and then estimated as of December 31st. And you can see on the bottom that our funds are going to increase by nearly $500,000. So looking ahead, in 2012, we will realize a 34% reduction in our revenues due to the property valuations in our district. For the first time in the library's history, we'll be operating with a deficit budget. So we will move money from our reserves, our general operating reserves, to make up the roughly $70,000 shortfall in 2012. I believe right now we currently have enough operating reserves to last through the end of 2015, as long as property valuations do not continue to decrease further. I have heard from local realtors, though, that they're anticipating at the next valuation that property valuations will decline an additional 10 to 20%. If that does happen, the library may be forced to seek a mill levy increase. So in summary, I do believe that the library is financially stable. We've built adequate reserves over the last 2.5 years, and I believe the board and I have worked very, very hard to sustain the current levels of service without the need for a mill levy override. And I'm extremely hopeful that property valuations will stay where they're at or go up, and that we'll be able to weather this storm, use our reserves for the next 4 years, and then hopefully the valuations will increase so that we'll be able to operate on a balanced budget, not a deficit budget. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Sure. Let me start with a couple of basic background ones. How long is the bond term?
20 years.
It's a 20-year bond. And then is that fixed or relatively fixed in terms of the payments? I know sometimes they go up radically towards the end, things like that.
The payments are outlined in our annual audit. I don't have that information in front of me at this point, but I do know that we do begin to pay more principal as the years go on. We cannot prepay the bond until after 10 years.
Okay. And so, but those payments are relatively in the same range. They're not really accelerating. Okay. Yes. Sometimes you see those older ones. And then the last is I wanted to ask John, are we on a 4-year complete replacement on computer schedule now, or 5-year?
We've changed to 5 years.
Changed to 5 years. That's what I was thinking. Okay. Did anyone else have a question or comment or two they'd like to begin with? Jack?
I guess I was having a hard time following, so I might have missed an introductory comment that was a little different than what we received.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I guess the bottom line for me, the most important question is, why do you choose, and meaning director and board, why do you choose to make up for your deficits in order to balance the budget by taking out of reserves? Why don't you cut back service to a degree on, to attempt to match? I mean, I think we have reserves for a number of reasons over and above Tabor, because Tabor is insignificant, almost irrelevant as far as really operating. And I understand that there's a need to bridge a gap, but it looks like you're going 4 years out and you're saying, well, we have enough. Well, why don't you start scaling back at least for the first couple of years because the next valuation period is in 2 years.
I'm happy to answer that question. Actually, in 2010, October 2010, the library reduced our service hours from 64 hours per week that the library is open down to 56 hours a week as a way to save money and build some of these reserves. And we laid off 3 people as a result of that. Then in in June, the board voted to reduce our hours further as of August 1st to 51 hours a week because we realized we were going to have a 34% drop in revenues when we anticipated maybe a 20 to 25% drop. At that time, a group of citizens, mostly from BOCC, began attending board meetings and asking that the board add hours back, so we changed our hours, we put Sundays, we did some different things. I am very uncomfortable personally working in a deficit budget. I'd rather have a zero budget. But because we have put back some money in reserves, I believe the board and I felt that since there was a need in the community to have the library open more and to have a larger collections budget, that we were willing to operate in a deficit budget.
Yeah, I can see some of that, but to have a group of citizens come in and actually just so dramatically influence your budget, apparently, now I can't say that I'm aware, maybe certainly like your citizens or even George, George, you part of the district?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, given that disclaimer, as it were, I just don't know if it's fiscally responsible because any number of factors like hopefully sales tax revenues, etc., we see maybe a slow incline. Housing values are in the Mid-Valley are pretty tough and supposedly going to decline. So there's kind of a black hole that you're nudging toward. Certainly your reserves are good. Sounds like you're fiscally very much responsible, doing the right thing, providing a wonderful library. We all know that. But that black hole is a problem. So, Rachel, one more question?
Sure. Can I
One second, let's hear kind of board questions and comments, and we might be able to get them all in one.
Yeah, I'm wondering now, it's history, but it's a matter of operating the library as a result of board decisions, etc. Why was there such a significant jump in payroll in 2010, I think it was, from 2009? Almost to the tune of $234,000. So what that did, you had one level of service. I'm assuming that means another level of service.
We opened our new library in 2010, January 9th. So we went from 3,000
So
square
that's
feet
the old library.
versus the new library.
Perfect. I didn't notice that comment here when, and I kind of know when it opened, but certain facts can elude me, I have to say. Well, good. Thanks for those explanations. And we're all challenged with the same thing about budgets.
Rob?
Yeah, and just trying to understand the numbers here because you went through that kind of quickly. It looks like you're funding your reserve balances of almost $1 million this year, but you're going to be running a deficit of $70,000 over the next 4 years. Is that what you're projecting?
No, we're projecting next year to be a deficit of $70,000, then it increasing each year.
Based on an increase of property values, which may or may not happen?
No, we're not basing on that. We're basing that our expenses will go up, an average of 3% a year, because materials, books cost more on average. Property insurance has gone up. So we're maintaining that our property tax income will stay level for 4 years, but our expenses will increase. So, and when you look at the reserves, the only thing for operating is that general operating reserve account, which by the end of the year we hope to have around $550,000 in. So that should fund 4 years.
Do you have a follow-up? George?
I just want to thank Kristen and the board for coming up here today. I don't know, at least since I've been here, it's the first time we've had a presentation from the BOCC Library District on their budget. And I specifically had asked for that because I thought it was important for us to have a better understanding of the budget for the BOCC Library, some of the concerns, some of the pressing issues, since, of course, many Pickens County residents are taxpayers to the library, and Pickens County actually has 3 board seats that we fill. So I want to thank you for coming up here. I think that some of the concerns that I've heard in the past regarding the library, most recently, has been asking for more transparency, certainly on financial aspects of the budget, more hours. The public wants more hours of the library to be open, as well as an ongoing collection of the library's books and et cetera. But I think, back to Jack's point, I think it is incumbent of the Board of Trustees to really weigh their fiduciary responsibilities as a board, looking at the budget and seeing what is really viable to continue to be able to provide the services that the library does on an ongoing basis. And so we always get pressure as well for many of our programs and services, but ultimately we have to respond to the budget. And I would just encourage the board to really look carefully at what really needs to be done, and to be able to communicate that to the public as well. I don't think a lot of the public really has had the opportunity to look at the budget and understand some of the challenges. And there are times where services have to be cut. I know that the Denver library system, not only have they cut hours and staff, but they've actually closed some of their outlying programs and libraries, and it's just a reality at this point. So I think that's an important part of it. I know that the library has adjusted their hours, and they've changed them, narrowed them down, and they've opened them up again, expanded them, and now you're looking at changing them again. And as a resident of BOCC in the library district, it's confusing for me when the hours change from month to month, and I'm sure it's stressful for the staff and for you in terms of scheduling and hiring and retaining your employees. So again, I would encourage the board to look more carefully at looking at some hours that could be sustainable in the long run, and consistency, not only for the public but for the staff. I think that's important. The other thing that I had asked the board to consider, and I think we've got agreement on, is to have the process that we use to fill our 3 seats, to follow the similar program that we do with all of our committees and boards. And in the past, that really hasn't been the case. So what we're going to do is advertise when positions are available for our Pickens County seats. We now have an application form for prospective candidates to fill out, and then we'll interview those candidates, and then from there we'll select those candidates to fill those seats. And I think that will help with the transparency and with the for the citizens to understand that there is a sense of an obligation from the Pickens County BOCC in terms of what happens at the BOCC Library Board level. So I think that's all very positive, and I think I think those changes will help. I think better understanding of this budget and the needs and concerns will certainly help the public understand the needs and the challenges that you have. So those are my comments.
I'll add some brief comments, and then we'll have time for a few of your comments. And apologize, we really only have a half-hour scheduled for this, but we'll go a little after our 10 o'clock, because I know we started late too. But I'd like to say I know what a challenge it is, kind of start a new facility of any sort, and this is, for all practical purposes, a new facility, even though there was a library before. And getting that pendulum to slow down in the middle, of the right balance, I think is all that everyone's talking about. I would have to say I share the same concerns about the long-term budget, just because if you get into that situation where in 2014 property values have continued to decline, burned through the reserves, declining property values is going to be a very hard time to have a successful vote. The property values continuing to go down will be a sign that there's more foreclosures, there's more people struggling, there's less demand, and so you might be setting yourself up to have a vote at a time when you just can't win one, and not have the reserves to continue to carry you through, and then have to face much more radical cuts at that time. And so, I know Picken County, before John got here, when we first went into the hard times, we depended on our reserves to pull over to make the operating budget happen. But I think it was only for pretty much a 2-year period. And we agreed, we knew how much we were going to dip in and when we were going to stop dipping in and what we were going to change if that picture was looking worse. And so it was really just a 2-year plan for that, and you kind of presented a 4-year plan for using reserves and hoping for when property values would come back up. And I just don't think that that's prudent planning, as difficult as finding further cuts may be, because that is it. You're going to have unlimited demand for service, unlimited demand for opportunities, but we have limited resources going forward. So that's all I was kind of thinking of, and that you need to make sure you're not just pushing the day of reckoning out, and then having so much reckoning to deal with that it's too much or it's overwhelming. And you should do a scenario, and if you have not already, of what that would look like. That if there is another 20% decline at the revaluation of 2014, and how big would that deficit be? Because that's your longer term. I mean, all of us approve a 1-year budget within the framework of a 10-year budget. It's a 10-year outlook. And again, you may be doing that, and that's just not part of our presentation today, I understand that. So that would be my caution, is I would find a way to pull that back around and say, what would our balanced budget look like if we had 20% less revenues and did not have a successful election? Please, now, if you'd like to make any comments for us, and then just identify yourself again for the record, as I said. Judy?
This is Judy Royer. I'm on the Board of Trustees. A couple things. There's one component looking forward that wasn't mentioned for 2012, is that we are planning to do aggressive fundraising in light of all of this. And Kristen has been wonderful in pursuing grants for the library, but we'd like to expand that and get the board involved, Kristen involved. So that will be, I think, an ongoing component to add to our budget. And as far as the hours go, George, I know it's been frustrating for everyone. I think we found a nice balance here. We will probably be adding about 4 hours back to our schedule. It won't be the high mark that we had when we first opened and everything was so optimistic. What was it, Kristen, 63 or 68 hours?
64.
64. I think we're going to, then it went down to about 51. I think we're going to settle somewhere around 55 hours of open time, which we think is doable.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Taylor Liebman, and I am one of the Picken County trustees on the board, and I thank you for that. I want to thank Kristen for her presentation. You can see how professional she is and how she has an adequate knowledge of all the finances in the library. She's done a wonderful job. I would like to mention that there is a small vocal group of people, a very small local group of people in Basalt who have made the board, pressured the board into making some changes that were not 100% felt by the board in a fiscal venue. I'm the treasurer of the board, and originally our budget process started as soon as we got a feel for the fact that values on properties had gone down. Kristen was on top of it, prepared a lot of documentation. Our budgeting process has been taking place for months. The budgeting process is open to the public. They've been at the meetings. As far as transparency, the budget is posted on our website. Every time there's a change, it's been posted, and the changes have been explained. As far as hours of operation, we found, based on our future anticipated lack of revenues that we cut back on the hours, and this small vocal group went to great lengths to get that changed, including sending letters to the editor, which were false allegations and innuendo, and continue to do that. And that's part of the reason that you people are changing the method that you use to select us. In her last letter, Ann says, that she was pressuring you to do that because she expects that additional citizen input would make it, the board's input would make it possible for a variety of diverse candidates, kind of making the innuendo that we're not diverse. I'm a CPA, that's my background. I've been involved in many nonprofits in the Valley. One of the reasons I came to the board was I was president of the board of Thunder River Theater when Thunder River Theater was building their new building, so that was a good opportunity for me to share what I had learned. Helen was with the town of Assault. She was assistant financial director. I'm sorry, I keep saying that. Karen, Judy's been in the Valley. Bud, you know his background. Steve is not here today. He's a businessman in the Valley. He's involved in nonprofits. Actually, personally has funded a number of projects for nonprofits. He's given $2,000 to the library to supplement the reading program for children. And Christine Tinner, and she's a professor at CMC, or a teacher at CMC, I don't know if she's a professor, and works with people, second language people. So we have a wide, diverse group, and they're also stating that we're not listening to the public, and in the last few months, we've added citizens to our financial committee. We've made a policy committee that has 2 citizens on it. When she says there was 1 or 2 vocal members of the board that control the board, so we don't listen to the public, I am one of those vocal members. At the meeting, the last budget meeting, I voted against expanding the hours, but we're expanding the hours. I voted against increasing the collection just to round it up to $100,000, which the rounding days are over. I've explained all of these things to the board, and the board is still seeing fit to make changes which the public wants. So I just want to say that these things that you're hearing are not true. And in addition to that, as far as the hours go, we had hours that were satisfactory. Actually, our hours at 51 are still more than the library in Carbondale. But because when the library board looked at changing our hours to open on Sunday, which we all agreed was a good idea, we wanted to make it budget neutral, we actually lost some hours. And this group was infuriated that they would lose the hours, and it became a personal issue that not the fact we opened the library to everybody, but that there were some hours lost, and that was the reason they continued to pump us and try to get additional hours. As far as the collection is concerned, the expenditures for the collection in the budget, the original budget was approximately a $31,000 deficit, and now it's $70,000 because of these changes. The collection, as I say, we had about $74,000 we were going to spend on new collection, and they came up, no, we wanted $100,000 rounded up. And as I said, we try to express to the public, to our constituency, that we're trying to be fiscally responsible, and we're looking towards the future. I'm in bed with Jack on this. I'm a CPA, and I understand what we're talking about here. But it's not become an issue of what the community needs. It's become an issue of a very few people and a personal issue. And I'm sorry, and I apologize to this Board of Commissioners for the fact that the board has been so influenced by this group because of the way they're approaching their issues and going to the newspaper and writing letters and things that just aren't factual.
Thank you. We're really only going to have a few more minutes, but George, if you want to respond after, please.
Well, thank you. Karen Hillebrand, I'm also on the Board of Trustees, and I'm a new member, and Picken County, next to you guys and everybody else. But I wanted to say something to George about the fact of how they were elected, not elected, but appointed to the board. I know for myself that I did go through the process of filling out an application. And it was advertised, and that's how I found out about the position being open. So I'm a little confused when that we should do all this. It was advertised. I did fill out an application and sent in a letter of interest, and was very interested in being on the board. That's all I want to say about about how they're appointed. You know, that anyone else could have done the same thing if they're interested in being on the board, fill out an application.
I think that maybe there's a misunderstanding here a little bit. We're talking about cleaning up our processes. It's not that the existing board members have done anything, or the library, or anything like that, but we have cleaned up our processes for all of our boards over the past year. We realized that we were letting reappointment deadlines slip, and people were continuing to serve. We hadn't been able to fill up all of our positions because we were not advertising enough, and we came up with a policy for re-interviewing reapplicants when people's terms were up. And so there's just been a larger framework of how do we clean up and deal with all of our boards equally. And the sense has been that we should advertise as opposed to only having Eagle County advertise, or it was Town of Basalt advertised, that it should be included in our advertisements for all of our other board appointments in that interview process, and just not wait till it has been winnowed down and then someone has been referred to us for kind of a pro forma interview because they've already been winnowed down and recommended by other members. So that's the clearest I could try to explain it. But I want to make sure that people realize it was really part of a larger framework on all of our board appointment processes.
I just wanted to respond to, again, the diversity that they're saying that is not on the board and how they go through the appointment process. I don't think that anything's changed over the years. I think it has been followed, you know. So.
Yeah, again, just from our side. John, did you have a...
I was just going to say that, yeah, we're looking to match up, and it's not, you know, as Rachel was saying, you know, the application process was, it was one where right now the candidates are recommended and there's ratification. Now, for the board's knowledge, I know there is some question about how state statute lays out the library appointment process that we're looking at, and so we're looking into that some more to make sure that our appointment process lines up to that, so we'll have to come back to you on that. I think that question's to our county attorney now, and so if there's, you know, any discrepancies there, obviously we'll have to bring that back and talk to you about it. But, you know, at this point, I think it was the board being able to maybe have more opportunity to vet the different candidates that may be seeking a seat.
Okay. Thank you. Did anyone else care to make a quick comment?
A couple quick things. You said something, George, about us changing the hours and somewhat often. Yeah, the hours now are in place for a year. You know, irrespective of what may happen or the complaints, what you see is what you're going to get for a year, short of the building burning down. I think the other thing is, you know, the application process and so on and so forth.
Hi, Bud, sorry.
No problem. Is such that, you know, you didn't have to worry about an application process. When I started on the board, you got drug in off the street, and, you know, it's like the impressing of sailors. You know, that's how you got on the board. They made you to serve. So it's a different situation now, and I agree. The advertising and so on and so forth, and the vetting of candidates is something that we need. I think we've gotten a much better board, you know, by the processes that we've been going through. So I clearly think that's a great idea.
Thank you. Would you care for a closing comment?
I also agree with Jack. I think that, and with you, Rachel, I think that the library should focus more on balancing our budget. As the executive director, I've always said that sometimes I have to make unpopular decisions, but they might be the right decisions. And then it is up to the Board of Trustees to take my recommendations and take the comments from the citizens and the constituents that they represent, and then make final decisions on everything, on the budget, on policy, and all of those things. So I agree with you as far as the budget goes, and as Taylor said, it was about $30,000 deficit, but because of these things that the public really was pushing for, it's ballooned to $70,000. And the board will vote on the budget next Monday. I'm at the budget hearing, so they do have an opportunity to change that if they would elect to do that. So, but thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you, Jack.
Real quick, John, clarification as to our role in their budget. This is just a courtesy review, right? Because we do not have to, like some boards where we're part of the board of directors, we do not play a role in the final.
That is correct. They are a separate political subdivision. The board approves their budget. Our involvement is in appointing the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will move on and allow the setup for our next item, which is the Recycle Business Plan. And we'll just take a quick 3 to 5 minute break to get settled in while that's happening.
Maybe I'll send it out with the PowerPoint.
Thank you.
Much. Welcome to everyone who is watching us on Grassroots today. It's Tuesday, December 6th, and we are now going to discuss the Recycle Business Plan. Welcome. Just be sure to identify yourselves for the record.
Hi, my name is J.R. Fielding. I'm the Pekin County engineer. I'm the staff lead on this project. I'm joined today by Mirta and Philip from WeCycle. This meeting is a follow-up from our October 4th work session when the board requested a little bit of follow-up into the financials of WeCycle. but also requested that staff start moving forward with some of the behind-the-scenes work. I'd like to give a little bit of an update as to what we've done from the staff side. We've met with CDOT, the City of Aspen, FHWA to discuss the project. And what we've learned is that CDOT would really like for Pitkin County and Aspen to end up joining these two projects together, moving forward to bring about some efficiencies that can be found, and also avoid some possible future conflicts that we could have if we bid these projects out in the future separately. What we were told by CDOT is that it could take up to 6 to 8 months to get a contract going with them for this project, and that's just starting the process. Whereas if we amended the existing City of Aspen contract, we could get that going in 6 to 8 weeks. And also, the separate processes could lead to 2 separate low bidders, which would make the logistics of running a bike share program that much more difficult. And at this point, the more that we've talked to CDOT and FHW, what we're learning is that the possible launch date for this program is really at the hands of federal procurement processes, and sometimes they can be a little bit lengthy. Also, we were asked to start working on a MOU or a contract with WeCycle, which staff has done. We're working out just a couple of the details in that contract, and once we start understanding a little bit more about the process that we'll be going through with CDOT and the feds, we can start executing that contract. But in that contract, what we say is that WeCycle will have to come to the board annually with a report. In that report, they'll discuss their usage, the business performance, looking at the revenues and expenses that they've had, an updated pro forma, and also what we included in that contract is if WeCycle were to not succeed for whatever reason, that they would have a year to go ahead, excuse me, and sell the infrastructure, and that those proceeds would be given to Pitkin County to go back into that CMAQ pool of money. And so we've got Philip and Mirta here from WeCycle to answer any questions with the more in-depth numbers that they've given you in your packet as far as their business plan.
Okay. Thank you. George?
Rachel, before we get into the actual numbers, I have a question on the procurement process. And now that we're looking at combining city and county in terms of going forward on this project, are there any restrictions in regards to the purchasing of the bikes or the kiosks that have to go through a Buy America process, and how will that impact the timing and the budget?
Well, it's interesting because the Buy America stipulation was not included in the City of Aspen's first contract, and they ended up having to pull that RFP. And so that actually gave us this opportunity to join these two projects, and it's anticipated at this time that in the future request for proposals that Buy America stipulation will be inside that contract.
So that's not going to impair the timing or your budget numbers in terms of depending on how the RFPs come through?
I think the timing of this is going to be driven largely by this federal procurement process. It can be fairly lengthy, especially when you get the okay from the feds and it gets filtered through the state, and then we have to go through our process. We can set up such that we enter an IGA with the city and we do the one procurement process. That will gain us some efficiencies. As far as what type of time that Buy America stipulation in and of itself adds, I'm not sure what that extra time would be.
Because, Mirta, the bikes that you showed us last year, are those made in America, or are those?
Good question. Mirta Mallory with WeCycle. What we've found from the different providers throughout the country, the stations are meet the Buy America requirements. Bicycles, largely not. So we have decided that the CMAQ funding request RFP will be for stations only, which are fully made in America.
Okay. because in this memo, it sounded like that the county will purchase stations and bicycles.
Oh, and since then we've learned more since, we had a meeting with them on Friday.
All right, great, thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. I'm sure it's been all of our minds. Jack?
On that process, do the feds require a number of bidders in order to have competition?
I know that through the process that I've been with CDOT, normally they have a number of different rules, and it's 3 bidders. If you don't have 3 bidders, if the 2 bidders, say, are within a certain number, then it's allowable. As far as this type of contract, I haven't been involved with one like that, so I'd have to look into more of the procurement rules associated with it.
I know we certainly won't like competition when we go out for bid here. So taking that, and we have the various assumptions here. So can people only bid within the context of these assumptions? Because that's a critical issue for funding.
I'll ask one.
I'm not going to, Rachel is our chair, so.
Go ahead and answer one quick question, and then about the bid, and pass it on to Lynn and John. Our request is for stations, 10 stations only, and at this point, we don't know what the bids will look like in terms of what they might come in from in terms of scope. Our preliminary numbers are based on other programs and general numbers that we've been provided in terms of what the system would cost.
From other programs, state and
That are
nationally?
existing, that are actually functional.
Okay, good. Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, thank you. Did you need further clarification on that? Michael?
I need some clarification. So the process is that Recycle receives the grant. But then Recycle must conform to procurement standards, federal procurement standards. Is that what we're talking about?
For the purchase of the kiosks,
For the
yes.
purchase of the
Absolutely.
whatever equipment. So
And that would be run by one of either us or the city of Aspen, if we were to join these projects together.
And so when you say run by, do you mean exactly what do you mean? Then it starts to like, whose program is it then? Is it Recycle's program or the city of Aspen? And what's the?
Okay, and I can understand why this could be confusing. Basically, the grant process has to be run by a governmental agency, and so the governmental agency will be the lead agency in the procurement of those kiosks. And once these kiosks are procured, they'll be handed over to Recycle for operations.
Okay, but Recycle is going to collaborate in the list of specifications and whatever necessities they feel they need for their program. So the city of Aspen and Pickens County won't say, well, we don't like that part of your stations, we don't want it, whatever. And you won't have that kind of purview over that.
Recycle put the specifications together for the kiosk. That would be included in the procurement, the RFP that goes out, so that when the bidders come in, they would meet those specifications as determined by Recycle, so it will work for their operation.
So in essence, you're just administering that RFP?
Correct.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
And that was John Kruger, the City of Aspen's Transportation Director.
And may I add that through the city's procurement process and with this, we send the RFP to CIOT and the FHWA for them to look at the language, make sure it's standard and consistent with everything they want before that ever goes out and meets all their requirements and specifications. So it's a joint effort, if you will, so that everybody's on board, it's all the same way, and we meet all their requirements.
But by joining in on the existing city process, you shorten that whole procedure to 6 to 8 weeks? Is that what we're doing?
That's correct. We already have a contract with CDOT. If the process was reversed and it went to the county, county's starting square one, and it'd be a much longer process to get there. So the concept was to work within what the city already had in place, shorten up the lead time, get through this process, contract process, procurement process, and we get there quicker so that WeCycle could get toward their operation quicker.
Okay, and so then it'd be GR and you, John, doing the administration of this? Is that?
Well, Lynn can help me if I get this wrong, but the procurement process would be through the city. The award would come to the city, correct?
Yes, Lynn Rumbaugh, City of Aspen. The City of Aspen already has a contract with CDOT, and that's why CDOT would like the county to join in. It saves that administrative time. If you choose to go that route, the CDOT will amend the city's contract to show your funds coming into the city. We would manage the procurement process with GR on the RFP committee. However, you would retain ownership of everything you're purchasing. So it's just administrative, handing that process over to the city. It's just saving you time, keeping you from having to start that whole process from scratch. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I just want to make sure that we have a clear relationships here.
Yes, so
and that we all understand it and the process, and we know who to talk to, and we don't get lost in the procurement department somehow.
Yeah, myself and GR would be basically handling the procurement, but on paper it would say City of Aspen because our contract with CDOT is for the City of Aspen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Okay, thank you. Other questions at this point? Rob?
The first thing is I'm glad to see the recommendation follow up on an exit strategy and the money going back towards CMAQ-type projects, because I think that's what the initial taxpayer dollars purpose is for. I would like to hear, and this is just the first question, I would like to hear what that strategy is, because obviously the equipment's going to be worth 10 cents on the dollar, and as the taxpayers are an investor in this program, potential investor in this program, what's their potential exit strategy and money that's going to come out? I mean, is it a percentage of the liquidated assets? Is it first in, first out? So our money has higher priority or lower priority than somebody else's money getting out? So that's the first question. The second one is, in doing a lot of work in the restaurant business and consulting and startup projects, the two things that I tell people, one is have an exit strategy, and we just talked about that. The other is 90% of the time your estimations on revenues and expenses, revenues are too high and expenses are too low. That's just nature of startups. And as a government agency putting money into this, we're putting money into the startup of this, and hopefully we won't be putting money into the sustainability of this. So my question regarding that is, what are the trigger points of success for you guys from now until launch period, and how assured are you that you're going to meet those trigger points?
I have a few things for that, Ron. The first is in the contract we have with WeCycle, they would have to give an annual...
The draft contract.
Yeah, the draft contract that we... Sorry, excuse me. The draft contract that we have with WeCycle right now states that as part of that exit strategy, they have to give a presentation to the board, and it can be part of the board's decision to say, we think it's time to squash this and to start liquidating. This WeCycle will then have a year to liquidate. What they would have as far as infrastructure to liquidate would be those kiosks that we had purchased, and there's only a couple types of systems throughout the country. And so there are other users that would be interested in purchasing these, as they have a pretty long lifespan. Yes, it would probably be pennies on the dollar, but I don't think it would be 10 cents. I hope that it would be higher. As far as anything...
Do you want to go with any others?
I think that's clarifying, and as we go through and vote on this through a regular meeting, I'm assuming that would be the process. I'd like to see that clause and really understand that.
Okay.
The other part of the question is probably the more important one. What are the key trigger points for this launch to be successful, and how assured are you that you're going to meet these trigger points? If we buy this equipment, pass this equipment off to you, and you don't meet these other trigger points, then we're immediately getting 10 cents on the dollar or whatever, our resale value is of this equipment, because you weren't able to, find the other sponsorship money. You weren't able to, find someone that would be the manager for $36,000 or whatever it is a year for this project. What are the key trigger points between now and the launch date? We already heard the first trigger point, which is the government process of securing the funds. But what are the other key trigger points, and how assured are you that you're going to reach those?
I can do it quick. Rob, that's a great question. And since the first time we met with you, we heard that, and we've heard that from different folks on our board. So right now, if we look at the pro forma, which is that first page, first big page, the 9-year, you can see that the revenue side, we're projecting $261,000. The biggest number there is the 132. That is actually only projecting 50% of our, we'll call it our assets, our sponsorship assets being used or being sold. So I think we're being pretty conservative. We actually think these numbers are very conservative. And that when we talk about those assets, we're talking about all the space that we have on the bike to recognize our underwriters. So that's one. On the pass revenue side, I think we're also being pretty conservative. We're looking at, to make these numbers work, 400 of Aspen's 600 or 6,000 residents signing up on an annual basis for $75. We're looking at 150 workers, and we've already talked to a lot of businesses that want to include this as part of their wellness programs. Only 150 of the workers that come into town, 3,000 of those, signing up for $75. And then we're looking at capturing 2.5% of Aspen's 200,000 visitors a year. And that number is coming from, we hired a third-party consultant that has done a number of these systems all over the country and the world. They think this is a good number. It actually is probably going to be more like 1%, but a lot of those people are here and they'll get 2 days worth. So you come to Aspen for 5 days and you sign up for 2 days of that pass, 2 one-day passes. So we think overall our revenue numbers are very conservative. 50% of our surface is covered. Very pass revenue in line with what has been seen all over. So we think those numbers are good. And then on the operating side, we also have had those verified against other systems. We met with the folks in Minneapolis a couple weeks ago who kind of are well known throughout the industry as kind of having the leanest operation. Walk through these numbers with him. He's been on the ground for 2 years. Very similar structure than we are, nonprofit, using some federal money. And he looked through them and said, I'd feel comfortable with that. So I think, Rob, to your question, I think if we get help on the startup funding, I think we're really well aligned. We've got a business plan that allows us to do the education and the outreach that will get the community excited about this. And I think we can really get this 261 in the door or more. And then spend, as you mentioned, how do those work? 240 gives us a little bit of a reserve in that first year. That kind of builds a little bit, as we've seen in other systems. The systems, the hardest year is that first year because a lot of people don't understand what you're trying to. But as the years go on, the pass revenue goes up, and your expenses don't follow that kind of. So that reserve builds, and that reserve is used to make sure the bikes are in great shape, make sure we have the parts to replace things, and so we think it's a business plan that's been modeled off of others that have worked and has been reviewed by others. So we're confident.
So, wait, take one more question.
Just 2 quick clarifications there. One, which I think you just answered, you're confident.
Yes.
You're confident that from all of your research that you're being conservative enough. And second question is to GR. You're confident that the clause that we're putting in this potential contract allows us to look at these numbers to make sure that we are somewhat of a judge of when we can potentially get some of our money back out because we don't think it's working.
Yes.
I'd like to follow up on one of your questions, Rob, and that is, what are the trigger points in terms of pre-launch? Thanks to the federal procurement process, as GR has mentioned, as we've talked about, will be rather lengthy. That allows us to continue to have time to make sure that before the system is even purchased, using those funds, that we are funded and ready to go. And that could be, we can put that in writing as you so choose. We're 2/3 of the way there, and it sounds like we will continue to have more time before the actual order is placed, which allows us to have our operating funds in place and be fully purchased before we proceed.
Yeah, I mean, I would just real quickly, I would suggest potentially that there be a trigger point before the stuff is purchased to make sure that certain other triggers are met.
And that's our intention. We will not purchase this if we do not have the funds to operate the system.
Other board questions? Mike?
Who are the community members that are involved in this? Is it the music associates? Is it the institute? Is it the ski company? Outline who it is who's also behind this program.
We've founded a model in which we have founding partners, and our founding partners are contributing funds to purchase the infrastructure of the system and to get the system on the ground. The Aspen Skiing Company is one of our founding partners, the Aspen Institute, the Aspen Meadows, RAFTA, the City of Aspen, and hopefully you.
So, and did the Music Associates come forward with anything?
The Music Associates is currently not a founding partner.
It's currently not a founding partner, but they could be.
It could be, and we will continue to look for partners as we move forward and are in discussions with other entities and organizations throughout our community. And hopefully, as the season wraps up or a positive one gets to the launch, people will feel in a better position to contribute and be part of the program.
Are you going to have a station out at the tent?
We hope so.
But you're planning to have one or not? Are you going to have one at the Institute and not at the tent, or?
The Institute and the Meadows, both being founding partners, will have a station in front of kind of the Plato's Door Hosier area, depending on where we see best fit. There will also be one at the Pepe Auditorium. And the music is very enthusiastic and would like a station at the music tent. We're figuring out how we can make that possible and what they can contribute to the program to make that a reality.
And then how do you deal with getting those bikes back to, because in theory they could all be at those locations for part of the day, and you wouldn't have bikes in town. How would you deal with that?
You have and you see it in your line item here, we have a maintenance equipment. Here it's written as a loan. We have a little truck that has a trailer, and you would bring them back. If for example, all 100 bikes end up at the music, and what we would do for the music, I think, is what we call a virtual kiosk, where there is a kiosk, but there's also, for the big concerts, what we're talking to them about is having a person actually be able to scan those in. Let's say it starts to rain during the show, which it normally does, and everybody goes home on RAFTA, which is one of the great synergies of this program. They're all co-situated, so you can come on a bike and leave on a bus. You're covered, leave your car at home. We would rebalance with our little truck and our trailer. And it would probably take, it's very doable. Other cities do it. Other cities have much more, and towns have much more, where all the bikes come in the morning, and they all, so they have much bigger balancing problems than we will. But we are set up to have the equipment and the personnel to rebalance.
That's what it's called, balancing?
It's called rebalancing the system. It's very important, and that's the difference between, these type of systems, the types that have been we are requesting in the procurement process. These are systems that actually tell the operator when there's an imbalance. We're watching on a computer what's going on. Is there an imbalance at the tent? They are fully managed so that people can expect and start to trust that there will be bikes where they're supposed to be. So it's a managed system.
Okay, so our responsibility here today, and this is one of a series of meetings we've had at this point, to really thoroughly go through the operating plan, your potential sponsorships, partnerships. We are now to the point of directing staff to complete the required IGA and resolutions in order to move the project forward. And I think it's not a mistake to say time is getting to be of the essence if we'd like to see a launch in the summer of 2012. It's right around the corner, as cold as it is today. So let me ask the board, is that the general direction we would like to go? I would like to see this move forward. Move forward. Jack?
I've got one clarification because, it's been articulated verbally and on paper, but our contribution to this program, in the way I would define it, is we're one of the initial sponsors. That will be an amount of $200,000. Then we look at, say, your pro forma here, whatever, however you want to define it. We have a startup and then what is called launch, which goes through a period of 4 years, and then the phase 2 is a number of other years. What are we contributing towards the launch? And we're not going to be asked down the road in specific years for more contributions, because this will be a self-sustaining program. It's anticipated as being. And Rob was absolutely right by saying or suggesting, and your response was similar, that at some point before the launch, all the pieces need to fit. So we all agree with that, I'm sure. And when is the first question to be asked about the sustainability and the success of the program? After the first season? Is that really what it's looked at as being? Good.
We found from learning from about other programs and meeting with them is that the first year is always, it's something new. People aren't familiar with it. It's a new habit. It's getting people to try something, get on a bicycle when one hasn't been on a bike in a while. The second year tends to explode, is what we've found in programs nationwide, is that first year people are kind of tasting it, next year they buy a pass. And so we would hope that with our education and outreach that we have planned before the launch, that we're doing as much as we can to build a user base and build enthusiasm for the program, as our season is rather short, so that we hit the ground rolling. And I'd like to clarify your question about what the county is exactly contributing to. The county has a $200,000 CMAQ grant, of which 82.79% of that is federally funded. There will be a county match from an air quality fund, which is of $24,66, and WeCycle will contribute $9,700 to bring it up to that $200,000 number. As you see in the cash flow, the program is self-sustaining. The CMAQ funding that the county is allocating is only being used for the purchase of stations and is not being used in any way for any kind of operations or programming. And the program doesn't anticipate requesting more funds at any point for its sustenance, as it will be coming from revenue sponsorship, pass revenues, and rides exceeding half an hour. If the program were to expand at some point, let's say the Salt, Carbondale, Glenwood, we would need to rediscuss with whichever entities at that point if the program is going to grow and more infrastructure is going to be purchased. But in order to operate the system that is being purchased with your federal funds, you will not be participating in any operational expenditures.
Yeah, thank you. And in answer to your question, I certainly am willing to give it a shot, and I'd like to do that. GRs, of course, will be part of the process to make that initial recommendation move forward. But certainly, we want to see a successful first year and have you come in here and present the results. I wouldn't say I'm confident, but my gut feeling says this is going to be successful.
So board direction seems to be to complete the required IGA and the resolutions in order to move the project forward. So everyone's there. Yeah, and I'll just make my comments really briefly. I think you guys have done great work, and I'd love to see this as a non-subsidized program in any way, shape, or form. But to the extent we do look at expansions in the future, I don't think we're shutting the door to say never talk to us again. We're partners in this. And, I look backwards to some other things that the CMAQ grants have been used for. And when we purchase 3 vans for county employees to commute, we subsidize that van every day with the insurance and the gasoline. And how much reduction of air quality, particulate matter do we get for that subsidy? I'm not sure. We subsidize through RAFTA in the tune of millions of dollars for people to take an alternate transit mode, and certainly in conjunction with the city's subsidy of millions of dollars of in-town free bus service. So, yes, I'd love to see it totally subsidy-free forever, and I think you have to get something up and going sometimes before you can evaluate the true potentials. But if we're getting, just 5% less rides than you want and still getting that many tens of thousands of people out of cars, I'm going to look at that as a success. And so we'll just need to see what happens, and I do have faith, and maybe that's different than confidence or feelings, but I have faith in the team that's in front of us, and I think it's going to be a good fit for the community. So.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your astute, looking into what we're doing, your help in making us ask questions, and for being part of the public and private partnership to help make this program launch and get on the ground. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we will now go to the Airport Master Plan Location and Extent Review Approval Process. Apologies to everyone for us running a little bit late today. And we'll just pop you right up there. It was too cold. Everyone's moving slow. I don't. Everyone's frozen. It's just the memo. Let me see if we're using the PowerPoint again.
And they have a very successful share bike program.
Have you tried it?
I didn't try it because we were walking everywhere, but they're kind of the more advertising on any of their bikes. I should, out of curiosity, find out why.
It's because they got a $6 million
It offsets the costs. Why not do the advertising? So one of their bikes has anything on it.
I'm so glad people are seeing.
Welcome back on, grassroots. You've tuned into the Tuesday, December 6th meeting, work session of the Board of County Commissioners, and we are about to discuss the Airport Master Plan Location and Extent Review Approval Process. I see we have a representative from the town of Snowmass Village here and the city of Aspen, so we appreciate both of you guys taking the time out of your day to come and listen to this. Jim, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rest of the board, Jim Elwood, I'm the airport director at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport. It's my pleasure to come and chat today a little bit about the Airport Master Plan and specifically the outreach components that we see that we've already accomplished and how we envision those pieces fitting together as we move forward, get feedback from all of you to make sure that it really does hit the marks that you're looking for. out of the master plan process. You know, the master plan process started a couple years ago, and we've been through a lot of data, a lot of pieces of the puzzle along the way. We've got quite a long ways to go yet to finish this up. But it really is a cool opportunity to kind of set the vision and to be able to look at the airport as from a 5,000-foot level and project out 20 years and see, you know, what changes might occur at the airport. What do we want to be as an airport, and how the community views us as an airport, probably most importantly. So we've started that process, you know, through some charrettes, which I fondly call brainstorming sessions with the community back in early parts of this year. We've continued to have open houses. We've had a study advisory committee that you all formed that has 40-plus members on it that were quite carefully chosen, and you gave a lot of feedback to us about who you wanted on that committee and how the balance of that committee exists so that we get lots of different viewpoints. And it was never the intention of that study committee, or, you know, as we move toward completion, to have them all be in agreement. You know, the master plan and this kind of level, this kind of process, is going to have differing viewpoints and different thought processes that come to the table, which, you know, I think is exactly what everybody hoped for as we moved into it, about how those different viewpoints can kind of mesh together and ultimately get what will be, in my opinion, one of the finest master plans that a community can do. Because of that level of outreach and the level of conversation that it stirs, we end up with a far better product, even though it's somewhat challenging and difficult to sort through those different perspectives as they're going on. But I'm confident as this master plan matures and gets there, especially with the input from the community ongoing and feedback from all of you to make sure that it really does kind of match up what we want our airport to feel and look like over a long period of time. We've kind of used an overarching three-set of principles through this process. While there's lots of very different comments and categories that live underneath this, but the umbrella comments really are: we want it to be safe, we want to be efficient, and we want environmental sensitivity. So economics, you know, how the pieces fit together, all kind of fit underneath that umbrella, but we've heard that repeatedly from you as policymakers, we've heard it from the community, and it's been kind of our practice at the airport, at least in my tenure, that we look at every choice we make kind of against those three comments and say, okay, does it really measure up, and are we meeting the community's expectations with that? We've really worked hard to listen to the community to date, and we're going to continue to listen to the community throughout the process. But we certainly needed to kind of pause right here in this level of the process, this stage of the process, to make sure that we're really tracking and that we're going to take this project, you know, toward completion exactly the way you all want us to take it forward. So that's kind of our point here today. You know, it's been kind of interesting as we've gone through this. We regularly hear back from the community that the airport is such a key public asset, and that when you look back at a study that the state of Colorado did in 2008, we had a $1 billion impact to the community annually. So not only is it a very visible component, it sits right at the entrance to most of our visitors who come up into the valley, either through the airport or on Highway 82, but also what it means as part of being an economic component of the community as well. So, kind of with some of those points in mind, here in a moment I'm going to turn it over to Dan Raymer, who you may recall from previous visits. Dan's with Captain Kirshen Rockwell. He's going to spend just a couple of minutes kind of talking about the local and state and federal regulations that are part of master plans and how, you know, some of those components fit together, master plan subcomponents, like how we might look at minimum standards and some of those kind of pieces of Title X, our rules and regulations. et cetera. And on my far right is Tim Malloy, who I know you're familiar with from past visits with T.G. Malloy. He's helping us in the planning process and really is been integral in us developing a program and staying connected with the right outcome in the community along the way. So, with that said, I will turn it over to Dan Reamer and let him share a few thoughts with you, and then we'll come back to some questions at the end.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Dan Reamer, thank you. Good to be here. Jim made the point in his introductory comments that there are a lot of pieces that need to fit together, and so at the risk of repeating some of the things that you've heard before, we want to make sure that we walk through with you in a rather stepwise fashion all of the requirements associated with the master plan process and the approval process for the master plan. Like everything else associated with the airport, the master planning process involves federal requirements as well as state and local requirements. I think it's helpful even beyond that to divide those requirements into two pieces, the procedural requirements and the substantive requirements. The procedural requirements are things like public outreach and public participation. The substantive requirements are things like what actually goes into the master plan report, what are the criteria that are used to identify and evaluate the alternatives that are considered in the master plan, and then third, what standards would be used by the county for the approval and construction of individual projects. With respect to the procedural requirements for the master plan, I think it's important to recognize that the FAA requires only a few things with respect to public outreach. The FAA requires that you have a public involvement program. They also require that you document what public outreach you've conducted and what comments you've received in the master plan report. But beyond that, what the FAA principally does is make recommendations on how you should go about your public outreach process associated with the master plan. And that includes things like development of committees and study groups and using websites for public communications and things like that. What that does is that it provides a considerable amount of flexibility and discretion for the airport operator to then define the public outreach program, the process that works and that feels right. Again, the FAA is really looking for the airport operator to get a sense of scale to ensure that the public outreach is consistent with what's going on in terms of the complexity of the study and the local dynamic and the level of community interest. And I think that's what this group has done, is tried to create a public outreach program that reflects the community and the level of complexity of the study. With respect to the substantive requirements, again, the FAA makes certain recommendations and imposes certain requirements. What the FAA requires in the master plan is that the master plan itself includes certain elements. So the chapters of the master plan are divided in the way that the FAA prescribes. And so you must look at environmental considerations, the existing conditions, the forecast. Some of these pieces have already been presented to you and others are in the works. But the master plan report itself is a document that looks the same airport to airport. The content obviously is different, but they're structured in the same way. And the structure of the master plan is prescribed by FAA requirements. As we've mentioned before, and I think it's worth repeating here, the FAA does not approve the master plan. The FAA approves two parts of the master plan. The FAA approves the forecast, and the forecast is used to identify and evaluate alternatives. You look at what the traffic is going to be, and you use that in order to gauge what kinds of facilities are needed in order to accommodate that forecast level of traffic. And then the FAA approves the airport layout plan, the multi-sheet set that identifies future development at the airport. Again, the airport layout plan is a critically important legal document, and it's a critically important planning document because all the development that occurs at the airport has to be developed consistent with the airport layout plan. When the FAA reviews the airport layout plan, what it is looking at is a set of criteria that are of principal concern to the agency: safety, efficiency, utility. When the FAA reviews airport layout plans, that is their focus and their driving motivation. And so here again, just like the public outreach, what that does is it leaves a considerable amount of room for the airport operator and the local community to identify the standards beyond those three considerations for identifying and evaluating alternatives for the growth and development of the airport. And so here, as Jim has mentioned, the county uses 3 overarching principles for looking at everything associated with the airport as part of the airport's mission, but those 3 standards then are extended to a set of criteria that are used in order to identify and evaluate alternatives, screening criteria, if you will, for identifying and evaluating alternatives. And here, those include things like safety. Of course, all of the alternatives would be safe, but that is an overriding consideration, and so that is part of the screening criteria. Operational efficiency, sustainability, environmental awareness, economics and financial feasibility, the implementation of the alternatives, and then community values. So we've used those 7 basic criteria. We've talked about them in different ways, but those are the 7 basic screening criteria that are used in order to identify and to evaluate the alternatives, whether it's the terminal or the other developments on the airport that have been presented to you in previous work sessions. That's the way all those alternatives are evaluated. Beyond that, beyond those criteria, the process for looking at individual construction projects is largely a local phenomenon. That is subject to local review, local approvals, and Tim will talk about that review process and those approvals in a minute. And this concept of federal requirements versus local requirements also shows up when we talk about those individual projects and those individual approvals, because you've got a couple of other pieces that are in play, or other parts to the puzzle. One of them is the grant assurances. And we've talked about that, and we talked about that, in fact, just at the last session, in terms of what the grant assurances mean by way of the county's responsibilities regarding the use and development and the lease of airport property. The other piece that we've touched on before, and we need to continue to come back to, is Title 10 of the County Code, which includes the airport minimum standards. And those minimum standards prescribe the standards, the threshold standards for all commercial aeronautical activities that occur on the airport. The fueling, the charter business, all of the services and facilities that are provided to aircraft owners and operators are controlled through the county code through Title 10. And so one of the things that we need to be sure of is that as we're going forward in the master plan process, we ensure that that the plans, whether it's reflected in the master plan or the airport layout plan, match up with Title 10 and the airport minimum standards. And if any revisions to Title 10 are required in order to ensure that the standards are consistent with the plans, that can be done as one of the outgrowths of the master planning process. And the last piece, and this is where we segue over to Tim's piece, is, again, this concept of local approvals. Beyond Title 10, the airport is in many ways just like any other public asset in this community, and it is bound up in the county code and the approval process for the land use code. So again, I just wanted to provide this introduction because there are these federal pieces and there are these local pieces. It's important to keep those two separate. There are some places where there's a bit of an overlap, but we've tried to make it clear where the federal involvement leaves off and the local process begins. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Tim to talk specifically about the local process, the code, and the approval for the master plan.
Thank you. Tim?
Okay, so from the beginning of this project, we recognized that it was an extremely important project for the community, and that public involvement at every level that we could obtain was going to be a critical component of making sure that any improvements that were made at the airport were going to be improvements that were supported by the community, that were the right thing for the community. And so we are right now in the first step of that process, although we've been in that first step for 2 years. I sometimes feel like we're like the Republican presidential primary. We've had 22 debates, but we still reached the New Hampshire caucus. So but we have been working very hard doing the master planning portion of the process. That master planning portion will culminate in a hearing with the Board of County Commissioners. That will be a public hearing, and you will review the results of the master plan process. That is the master plan report as well as the ALP, the document that Dan referred to in his presentation regarding the FAA requirement, the airport layout plan. And that will be a public notice meeting. And in the process of getting to this point, we had a meeting with the Community Development Department and the County Attorney's Office to make sure that we were going to be honoring both this process and what the appropriate input from the community was for this process, as well as the processes that follow. That is the location and extents review, which will be conducted on each subsequent construction phase of the airport improvements once they are undergoing, as well as building permit, earth moving, and so forth. And that process is actually provided to you in attachment A, or exhibit A of your packet. And what that describes is sort of a two-part process. One is this part that we're in now, the master plan process and its hearing and the associated input that we'll get at this point in time, and then the subsequent location and extents reviews, which will be conducted by the Planning Commission. And to give you an example, in preparation for the hearing that you all will have on the master plan report and the ALP, we'll be seeking referral comments from a broad array of agencies, all of the input that you would typically get in a land use application process. We're going to conduct a briefing with the Planning Commission in order to get them up to speed on the information that they need to be able to make their comments. The Community Development Department will provide you comments. The Sheriff's Office, the Environmental Health Department, CDOT, RAPTA, EOTC, all of these agencies that you would ordinarily do a referral on an important project like this will be sent requests for referral comments. And we will organize those and present those to you prior to the public hearing, where you'll be referring the master plan report. And once you make a decision at that point, that's not the end of your involvement by any stretch of the imagination. Assuming you approve the airport layout plan and the master plan document, then that will allow the physical design and engineering to go forward on the first phase of construction, the first project to be constructed. I don't know that we know what that is yet, but whatever that is, there'll be a design phase and an engineering phase that you will participate in as owner and operator of the airport thoroughly. And once that is done, then an application for location and extents review will be submitted to the Community Development Department, and a hearing will be scheduled for review of that location and extents review with the Planning Commission. It is also a noticed public hearing, and there will also be referral comments requested on the specifics of that particular construction phase. So this is a much more detailed review in terms of exactly, where access is going to be, exactly how much, vegetation is disturbed, et cetera, et cetera. That location and extents review is done by the Planning Commission, and the criteria for that is review of compliance with the adopted comprehensive plans. And I say plans in this case because it is both going to be the AACP, which is being completed as we speak, as well as I believe we are overlap into the Owl Creek area, and I think there might be one other one as well. And there will be plenty of opportunity for input from the various departments and outside agencies in that review as well. And then we go away and do construction drawings based on those approvals, and you see us again in the building permit and earthworking permit process before construction ever happens. So we're at step one of about a 5-step process that allows the board and the community lots of opportunity for input. One of the things that I just wanted to go over briefly was the kind of input that we have sought to date and what we are planning yet in this first step, the planning portion of the process. And as you know, we've held a couple of charrettes with the community in January and March of this year, where we had over 110 participants. And that was a very hands-on experience for everyone, participating and looking at the various ways that the necessary elements can be laid on the ground out at the airport. We have also established the Airport Master Plan Study Committee, which Jim referenced has more than 40 participants. We've had 5 of those meetings, and each time we've had one of those meetings, we've reported back to you and done a briefing with you, providing you a result of that prior day's meeting with that group. And we've also done 2 open houses, one on May 23rd of this year and one on November 7th. And we've had about 50 participants, 47 participants in those open houses, 33 in the most recent one. And we've done some small group tours at the airport, and we've had about 50 people go through and observe the conditions under which the current airport workers are operating, which is always an interesting tour.
And I understand that you all might be doing that tour at some point yourself, or I think most of the board members have already done it.
They've accomplished it.
Yeah.
I think the City of Aspen Council has expressed interest, so we'll be anxious to coordinate that visit for them.
And we've done 2 briefings with the City of Aspen. One of them was a joint briefing with yourself back in July of this year, and another one on November 8th was a meeting where the full council was present, and we had a full-ranging discussion with them and got some good input from them as well. And the last thing that I want to say is that the website has turned out to be a great tool for us. It's been up for a couple of years. We have received some input via comments through that tool. It's been a great mechanism for providing information to the community and receiving information from the community. We've seen a 145% increase in the activity on the site this year over last year. And we've had 2,383 unique hits on the site this year, and we've seen a significant uptick, about 70%, 68%, in the last few months. So the work that we did, in the recent open house and run up to getting the alternatives prepared, has stirred up some interest, and we've been seeing more people checking out what's going on the website. So that's been a valuable tool for the process.
Let me slow you down for just a second, because you guys are covering a lot of territory, and I want to make sure I have this exactly right. The Planning and Zoning Commission will not really be looking at anything until after there's an airport layout plan approved by this board. So it's only when it moves into the next phase of actually a building or an activity occurring in some of the reserved spaces that we have approved.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the term airport layout plan and master plan, we're using those a little bit interchangeably, but they're not exactly the same thing. Is that correct?
That's correct. When I refer to them in my discussion about what you'll be reviewing at the hearing, there will be a master plan report, and that report will include all of the background information, the forecasting, the process that we participated in, the alternatives analyzed, the criteria by which the analysis, the alternatives were reviewed, as well as
financial plans in there, those kind of things.
That will be a book, a document essentially. The ALP is a set of drawings that are really the part that the FAA approves, and those drawings will be a component of that book, but they will be.
Okay. I thought so. I just wanted to, again, ask for clarity's sake, and if anyone else had any questions at this point in the presentation, so
Yeah,
go ahead, please, Jeff.
Really follows where you started. Okay, so master plan, ALP, and then specific construction projects go to the Planning Commission via the the location extent process. They make recommendations, but we apparently do not have to accept their recommendations. What happens if we don't? Does it get kicked back to them?
Well, what the location and extents process includes a provision that says, in the event the Planning Commission denies the application, an appeal can go to the Board of County Commissioners, and you can either reverse their decision or ignore or dissolve any inappropriate conditions that may have been applied by the Planning Commission as part of that decision.
Okay, but what if they don't deny it, but there are certain inconsistencies? We've all worked on this plan, and we think this is going to happen, and then they throw a curve somewhere in there. Can that be adjusted, amended, or is it only on denial where we weigh in?
Well, I'll leave this question to John Ely, but the language in the codes speaks specifically to the situation where the Planning Commission denies the application.
That's correct.
And nothing else. I mean...
So you're asking if they approved with conditions, and those
if they don't
conditions
like
were not in the original.
or, they approve it and it's inadequate, or, any number of things. I'm not saying that would happen, but in this world, you got to be aware of anything can happen.
And I just, Jack, while only the denials would necessarily come back to you, the board is really in control of the projects from inception to completion, and so there's quite a bit of oversight from the county in terms of what the project what the actual project is going to be. And that's why I think, we wanted to check in with you on the amount of public input and public process that we're going through, leading into this decision-making process to make sure that there's adequate checks and balances and adequate public process, that this board has a comfort level with the decisions that are going to come out of our master planning process. And so that's why we wanted to have this discussion today and make sure you understood not only what we've done, which is a point we've kind of gotten to now, but what we're planning to do to develop these alternatives for the board's consideration.
Yeah, Rachel, just to follow through with this line of thinking. Okay, so we have a location extent review in the code. We also have a larger body of work called the Land Use Code, specific to, considerable amount of it is specific to residential, whatever. But is there a difference between components of the code? Is the land use location extent review very much modified? No. Fast track? Is it a fast track process?
I'm not sure if I describe it as fast track, but...
Well, and I don't know if that's the right question, but it's different than what typically the private sector goes through. This is a public review process. A public entity review.
Public entity review process is correct.
If I may add on to that, but Jack, this board being this is the board's project at the end of the day. And so you have a lot of ability to define what additional public process goes around the locations and extent review. And that's why we're here today, is to make sure that you're comfortable with that level of public process in developing that plan.
Yeah, and so in a situation where another entity, and I'll use RAFTA and the stations just as an example, comes in, and our planning commission does a location extent review on that, but that's the end of our role because it's another public entity. Okay, so there is a defining line, and this is our project. So we can create the conditions and everything around it.
And that's reflective of the county's position as being not only in a regulatory reviewing capacity, but also as the proprietor of the facility. And ultimately, anything that happens out there has to be decided to go forward by the Board of County Commissioners. And the Board of County Commissioners, I think, as John says, has to determine for itself what level of comfort you guys have in going forward. In other words, what type of public review process you would like to see so that we can be assured that we've adequately drawn into the discussion of the airport improvements anybody who wants to comment, essentially.
And I think it would be accurate to sum it up by saying that part of what we're hearing here today is that we have, I would say for the most part, if not 100%, completed the procedural requirements that the FAA would have on us for public outreach for developing an airport layout plan. And the question a little bit before us, may or may not phrase this correctly, is how much additional enhanced process would we like to see to make sure the community at large, beyond the very diligent and studious work that the members of the committee have put in, how much more would we like to get feedback and make sure people feel up to speed and comfortable with the larger needs of the airport looking forward 25, 30 years.
And if I might, because this is right on that point, the last part of my presentation, which is like half a minute long, is what's yet to come before we come to you in this hearing to review the master plan document and the ALP. And so we have a series of small group events, meeting with caucuses, homeowners associations in somebody's kitchen. I mean, we're going to take this is like a road show. And that list that we've developed thus far includes a dozen, groups, including The first one, which has been scheduled, which is the North 40 Homeowners Association for December the 12th, as well as the AABC, Burlingame Homeowners Association, Buttermilk and Owl Creek Residents, and Macaucus, Woody Creek Caucus. And this is a short list. We'll probably do more than these. So we are going to be doing these sort of small group meetings to try and get to those folks who haven't, for one reason or other, been able to attend either the charrettes or the public open houses or any of the meetings that have occurred over the last 2 years. And then in addition to that, we have the sort of other more traditional events, which is we're going to have probably 2 or 3 more meetings with the study committee as we refine the alternatives, present the financial information, define a preferred alternative, etc. And 1 or more additional open houses as we get to a preferred alternative and we want to present that to the community. And additional briefings with the Aspen City Council and Snowmass Village Council if they're interested in that, as well as our regular briefings to you and any other briefings that might be requested by some local government entity that would be appropriate for us to meet with. So we have a significant palette of things yet to do before we close the door on the planning process and open the door on the design and engineering and location and expense review portion of the process.
Thank you. George?
I think this is a great process. I've got a couple of questions. On the original or the ongoing master plan study committee, those 40 people or so, how has that attendance been, and how many people have actually participated in ongoing, and how's that moved forward?
I can follow up with the exact numbers, but I can tell you it's been extremely well attended, especially as you consider prior planning projects that I'm aware of, and specifically at the airport. We've had really strong attendance. We've had some scheduling issues where somebody might have to miss a meeting or what have you, but I'd put it in the category of very pleased with the attendance. We've had a full room at the Airport Operations Center for each of those meetings.
At the airport itself, do you have an information kiosk set up that people can use and then also provide comments? It seems like that's an opportunity to capture people and comments right on site as locals are traveling in and out, and perhaps even visitors.
And we haven't, we don't have a current method that allows that interaction that's immediate. We've had we've used those large areas that have historically been used for advertising and such as a way to explain where we are in the process, where we're trying to work toward, and then it does get the website and a location where people can log in and do that interface level, George. We haven't figured out how to build a custom kiosk that would help walk people through the process and take their comments right on the site. But I think the website has proven to be an effective way for people to communicate in both directions, because there is a way to ask questions and offer feedback directly in those links.
Yeah, it just seems that if people aren't aware that there is a website up and running, again, the airport, you're sitting there, you're waiting, you're hanging out, either for the next flight or waiting for your luggage.
You're wondering why it's so crowded?
And it seems like you've got a captive audience right there to be able to provide that information, just as an idea. The other question is, I know you've used Pat Bingham in the past in terms of just providing, getting information out and doing little videos on ongoing events at the airport, but are you utilizing her in this process at all?
Quite a bit, actually, George. Thank you for that question. We've done a series of shorts about how airports operate. We've done one that gives some background on the terminal building. We've done one on the parking area and how that functions at the airport, airport financing. All have been running on grassroots. I can't tell you the exact schedule because Pat did that, but we've been creating videos to kind of help build the base and help with some of the components that all of you saw on tours and such, so that people can kind of visualize it a little better if they can't make it to the airport. We stand open to continue to do tours to any and all comers at the airport. They're welcome to call me at my office line, which is 970-426-8255. Yeah, 970-429-2851. I want to confuse it with my cell phone. So 970-429-2851. Well, my cell phone would be fine, and it's probably in the public domain, but that we'd be delighted to continue to share what's going on at the airport, what are the physical limits and options. And I can tell you the feedback we've gotten from those tours has really been powerful. I think all of you noticed the conditions and what it means to try to make that airport work, and the tremendous effort that the employees put in at the airline level and across the board to make sure the airport works well.
Any other questions? We'll go with Michael and then Rob.
Tim, early in your presentation, you mentioned airport economic study 2008, and you talked about $1 billion. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the state of Colorado's now done, I believe, 3 economic impact studies for all airports across the state. Our airport was one of those. The most recent one came back, and it showed that the annual impact, and obviously it may have moved slightly since the recession, but showed that the airport, and this was the state of Colorado Aeronautics Division that did this for all airports across the state, that the airport had an economic impact on the state of Colorado and our community with $1 billion, so with a B. So it's quite a sizable number. That includes what people spend on lodging and food and purchases that they made. There's also a multiplier effect that's normal in an economic impact study like that. So while a person may spend money in a restaurant and then turn around and that money goes into the wait staff's hands, which then turns around and is purchased in the grocery store, those kind of shifts in how money works its way through the economic system. But that, even if that number is, you can suggest that it may be above or below $1 billion, but the bottom line is the airport has a sizable influence on our community.
So that $1 billion is economic activity that we wouldn't have if we didn't have an airport.
That would be an appropriate assumption, yeah.
But it doesn't include is the direct, jobs related to construction projects at the airport, which we just completed one, as you're all aware.
It's always interesting when people do economic impact studies, because the Arts Council has done one to show that $60 million a year worth of business announcements directly attributable to the arts, and then the recreation community does X amount that's directly attributable to outdoor recreation. So it's that blend of how they get there, how they choose to travel, how easy the access is, which makes you say, well, I'd rather go to this set of events than Wolf Trap somewhere else. So it is a challenge. It's the things, but it is linked through using the airport, a deliberate choice there, as opposed to using Eagle Airport.
Yeah, I think it's just as you said, Rachel. You can wrestle with those numbers and believe them or not, but I think the end game is that you see a benchmark number against what other airports in the state and other communities benefit from their airport. So it's an interesting number.
Okay.
And it's a positive number. There's no question those numbers overlap quite a bit, but whether it's the arts, the airport, or whatnot, they're both counting the same, beans in the same jar, but they're all positive contributions to our community. First I'd like to say I really like George's comment on having something at the airport. I've been in and out of that airport 3 times, flying in and out in the last 3 months, and I can't think that there's anything in there that says we're in the process of a master plan review. Put your email address down here so that we can send you information. If it's just a notebook out on a table with a couple of easels behind it, it should be there. There are a tremendous amount of people going through there, and that's our direct customer. You put an ad in the paper, you're potentially reaching less people than doing it right in your backyard. It's like me having Rustique Bistro and not putting a menu out front. So that really needs to happen right away. There are 2 things that I think need to be thought about in this context of today's meeting. One is, have we adequately done a lot of outreach, and are we going to finish the master plan with the outreach that's necessary? And I think we are in the right direction for that. The other thing that I think is part of the discussion here is this location extent review and a commitment that if or I should say when a process goes through our location extent review, that we are going to give, as the applicants through the airport, that we are going to give the public the proper chance to weigh in on those as much as we can. I understand that, with RAFTA, it's a different public entity going through a location extent review, but this is our process putting it through, and I'll give the public the reassurance that I'm going to make sure that they have as much review in that time period as well. So,
Great. Jack?
Yeah, I'm sure our track record says exactly that.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about George's comments, and maybe the kiosk idea is too complicated, but I would support doing something now in the form of, and I don't want to pollute the place because I hate signs too, but maybe a couple well-placed or 3 posters that says we're involved in this process, give our email address, et cetera, and the kiosk, it gets really complicated to have an interactive situation. So just leave it at that. I had been corralled at the Aspen Ski Company Health Fair by one of the employees or citizens in our community, made a couple suggestions moving forward. It was basically, and I guess this is a statement in the form of a question almost, but have we involved actually the frontline employees of the airlines in this process? I know it's open to anyone, but have we attempted to network a little bit, see is there anyone that wants to participate, as well as the TSA people? And by the question, I'm assuming this individual felt maybe there hadn't been that specific outreach. I know there's been a huge amount. I mean, I've never been through a process with so much public outreach, and for the compliment of course, staff, our consultants, and the board. But those elements, that was a suggestion. I don't know where that lies. Jim, a little feedback?
You bet. We had that as one of the comments at the open house a couple weeks ago as well. So one of where we had originally planned on including more frontline airline staff and such, as the managers and those kind of folks have been part of the study advisory group. However, when we got, presuming the board gave us some direction to pursue changes to the terminal building and those kind of things, and when we moved from a conceptual to a more pragmatic, construction-minded mode, that was where we really felt that would be the normal place you'd inject folks who are trying to make the work happen and their feedback. But since we've received that comment, we'll make a greater invitation to the folks to be involved in the process and participate earlier.
My comment was, basically we're moving forward to a point where that would be very valuable, but this is really, and I said exactly, it's conceptual, and when we get down to the workings, the operations of what we're going to do, that's when this would be really very specific to it being an advantage. So.
John, do you have a comment? We have about 25 minutes left.
Yeah, and it was more just a set of questions I want to make sure we walk away with. One obviously is the board comfortable with the touch points that you're seeing in the process for the board, the decision points that you have, your comfort level with your involvement. The second question then is, given what we've laid out in terms of our vision of public outreach as we continue to move through this process and really to complete step 1, if we get this public outreach done, is that enough to give you confidence that we've done what we need to do in the community to really understand the pros and cons of the various options and move this project forward with some confidence on the board's part. I think those are kind of the key questions that we're hoping to get answered by the board today.
Well, I'll weigh in a little bit on that. I am comfortable with the touch points with our board. I think that they just are the natural process points. It may be more than one hearing. It may end up being a continued hearing as it gets to us, and we work through those things the way that others have over a long period of time, but I am comfortable with that. In terms of the outreach, I think you have identified an aggressive schedule, and I think that that's good. The 2 or 3 things I would like to suggest for your consideration as we go into that process. I think that you should really do a video tour of that back of house when you do some next small group tours, because that is something you can take into the kitchen tables. That is something you can play on grassroots, and unless you take a tour, you really don't know. And that is an eye-opener, as you've said, for people when you look at visually what is there, because from the front side, you've done such a great job making a silk purse, as it were, out of the Salzier with leather furniture and, nice little upgrades to the interior space. Again, I don't think that people understand the real working conditions and the functionality of the building as a whole. The other is also to get some shots of what that winter loading looks like. More likely than not, you look at a picture of the airport terminal waiting room, and it is nice and empty, and there's empty seats, and you don't see people sitting on their bags on the floor. So I think we just gotta, we don't like to show the downside visual. I think that's the problem. You don't want people to go, oh my God, look at this back of house. Is it really safe to fly here? Or something like that. But this is necessary, I think, because I think there's a public perception that within the community is that this is growth for growth's sake, or empire building of some type, and it's not, and it needs to have that grounding behind it. I also think that there should really be some written context given for those handout of those small kitchen meetings or larger community meetings or whatever, just the as brief as you can do and still be accurate of the different pieces that have been added on to the terminal over the years. How many times has it been renovated already, but yet doesn't have functionality? What are the new requirements of TSA? There's just a lot of things there. What do grant assurances mean, and what is that a part of our process? So I think the history, the challenges, some of these things that you need to get out there, because the main question I hear, and I think is being asked, is why not just renovate the existing terminal a little bit, one more time? You just kind of hear that, and that again, needs to be at least some context put out. And the last thing I'd say is I'd love to see some sort of screening tool that people can use as a handout. And when you talk about the 7 to 10 criteria, and then an explanation of those criteria, what does this mean? And how people give some point ratings, whether it's 1 to 5 or 1 to 7, that yes, this design gets a A+ for hitting environmental sensitivity. This design only gets a C. This design gets, so that we can get feedback in a meaningful way. I think sometimes it's easy enough to get enamored with one aspect or another of a proposal, but when you've had to break it down and go backwards through that, and bring, again, back the context that this is about what type of airport do we want in the year 2050, not what type of airport was sufficient in 2005. So those are my comments for preparing for those outreach, and again, to make sure that there's at least one very well advertised public one that's not just a selected group or just a selected area, selected kitchen cabinets, so that everyone feels that they were invited as fully as we could. Those are my comments. Michael? And then I'm going to ask you to see if you have any comments.
Although I agree with you about the public being aware of the conditions behind the curtain, I really can't agree with the idea of producing a video for it.
mainly because it then becomes a video production which can be interpreted as a propaganda item. Quite frankly, one of the problems is it's unbelievable back there. So, it's going to portray, people are just not going to buy it and it looks self-serving. I mean, I would agree with, regular scheduled tours that you can join up and go back and eyewitness it, but I'm just uncomfortable with video productions of how bad the conditions are. It's just not going to be believable, quite frankly. So I have a problem with that,
Yeah, well, I can understand that. I'm just saying, you're thinking, we have probably 8,000 active voters and maybe more, theoretically 17,000 residents plus part-timers. And how many tours can we do? How many tours, how many people really get into it or understand it? Maybe it's more of a photo montage than a video, but I think there has to be more than just people saying, you wouldn't believe how small it is back there if you ever saw it.
Maybe like an R rating or something.
Yeah, even R rating. So anyway, we'll hear how others weigh in on it. And Jack, I'm going to you in 1 second. I just wanted to make, Bill has taken his time as mayor of Snowmass to come. And if you have comments,
thank you for your time to give me the opportunity.
Introduce yourself.
Bill Brown, Mayor of Town of Smiths Village. Thank you, Jack. This is a great learning experience for a lot of people. I just happened to get onto the website to look at it, and I hope that you've had your other lodges in Snowmass and Aspen working with you. It looks like you've had Russ Forrest, Susan Hammer, and all those people on your group. So I really appreciate that they're involved. But the web's pretty neat. You guys have a good website, and I think it just needs to get out. Put a kiosk or a label there in the airport. People can get to it and see it on their own. But I think that you guys are in charge of this place, and we appreciate you guys working as hard as you do, and staff. And no, I'm just going to watch from the sidelines and kick myself once in a while, or Jim, or somebody else, But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Jack, you had your hand out.
Yeah, a couple things.
Circle around.
Tim, I'd like to clarify. You mentioned kind of inputting the results of the master plan, then the ALP, inputting it in with some master plans, localized master plan. So you're not talking about the county master plan, but caucus master plans. Because you mentioned, Owl Creek, and another one which I assume we all know is Woody Creek, for example. But is it only those localized plans where there are contiguous areas or impacted areas?
Well, it's probably a little more finite than that even. The review criteria for the location and extents review is compliance with the applicable master plan. And we happen to overlap into the property, the airport property overlaps we are clearly at least a portion within the AACP area. In fact, the current AACP boundary is the same as the urban growth boundary, which runs right through about the snow dump area and across the airfield there. And we also have some land that's within the Owl Creek Caucus area, so we'll have to look at compliance with those master plans within which the airport property exists.
So it's really property within a certain planning area, specific. Okay. The other thing is, I have great confidence that we have gone through a process and identified airport needs, all the structural things and the pieces and feedback. But for me, the biggest challenge in this whole process is going to be the financial planning of it and how it links up to the reality of getting it paid for. So I'm wondering, would any one of you all be able to give a very brief synopsis of what that planning is going to be? Because I'm thinking, okay, we've had our citizens committees and we know well the benefit of those. I think we need a financial committee. That's what I would propose. It's people not so interested in the physical pieces and how it works and serves the community and the hotels and, ABC, but in fact, how are we going to come up with the money, pay for it, and make it work, and all of that piece.
And again, we have about 15 minutes at most.
Very good.
Everyone's kind of keep their questions short.
I'll try to make the answer short, too. The Financial Committee, we hadn't gotten that far along to think about how that might interface with the rest of the master plan. The FAA wants to have a professional review of the financial considerations that are included in the master plan as part of the document. So at minimum, you've got to show where the projects might fit in a given year, looking out 20 years. What are those estimated costs? What are the funding sources that might go towards supporting those? On the consulting team, you have not had exposure to yet, or very limited, is a firm that was hired by Bernard Dunkelberg to be a sub. Their name is Leibowitz and Horton. They do this to 4 airports across the country. They just finished about a $9 billion project at the Atlanta airport for their funding and financing program. And along with Tom Oken from finance here, along with other members, including John Redmond and others, that will go through this and look at what resources exist and how we might turn those into improvements that come from this master plan. It's always a difficult issue in a master plan. Do you consider what you would like to see before you try to match the financing plan, or do you try to build a financing plan and then match it to the outcome? What you end up doing in the end is a blending of the process, because you have to kind of figure out where you want to generally be headed, and then you start to define what those projects might be, what estimated costs, and then you do what in the airport business we call value engineering, which is starting to bring the project into a more refined focus that you can actually pay for. So it ends up being an evolution rather than a revelation, probably, and we're just now starting to refine those options down to a number that allows those financial considerations to be put on top of them and to start to wrestle that alligator and bring it back to you and show you what we're learning.
Had that included a committee of citizens?
We didn't have a citizens.
Adjunct?
Yeah, we had not included in the original scope a citizens community.
John?
If I can make a suggestion there, we already have a financial advisory board that you all have vetted for their expertise and also citizen input. And developing these financing plans is going to be a pretty technical exercise initially, but it, I think, would be a reasonable step if you wanted some additional public oversight to engage our financial advisory board in looking over those financial plans and giving it a thumbs up on feasibility or not. The other thing that I think I'd encourage the board to keep in mind, if you think about the amount of investment, the total dollar amount that has gone into developing the airport to this point, if we were to just plop that number down in front of you, if we just had a blank field and say, we're going to spend this much money for an airport, I think it'd be an eye-popping number, and initially it would look like it's not possible. And obviously it was, because we've made those investments over time, and we've planned for them, and we've made them happen. And similarly, I think as we go forward in this process, a lot of those numbers may initially look eye-popping, but they're not all at once. They can be phased in, and there's lots of financing options. So I think we've got a lot of capabilities and tools in the toolbox and a history of being able to make our visions reality there. So we'll match reality to the vision, but don't let that reality or perceived reality get in the way of telling us what you want the airport to look like.
Not at all. That's why the process is the process. Right. But at the end of the day, the reality is going to be the dollars equal product.
Absolutely.
Well, point well made there. Well taken. Rob?
Just a quick question. Is there an estimate or an idea of what this airport master plan process has cost? And We've been doing it for 2 years. How much more is it going to cost?
I don't have the spend to date versus at the top of my head. The original contract was about $1.3 million. That's an extremely comprehensive master plan in the eyes of the FAA. Rachel, you made a comment a few minutes ago, if we accomplished the FAA's view of public outreach, we've done that and cleared it by a bunch. So, but the answer is we expect it to come in pretty close to that number, Rob. When we do stretch it out, there are some costs that go with that, and we have to, be mindful of those.
Does that include the ALP, though?
Yes, it will include the LP. To kind of make the transition clear for the board, we take all of the narrative. Once we get down to concepts and there's a feeling we're where we need to be, those will turn graphically into a drawing, a series of drawings, but not unlike what you've seen in some of the concepts. It'll say reserved for aviation development, or here's where the terminal goes, and it'll be boxes and pieces. For example, in the 04, we showed the runway extension. Wasn't final design, didn't show what it was going to be in final, but it was represented on a graphic drawing created by a CAD system that's signed by the Board of County Commissioners and the FAA.
Okay. So that answers your question. Did you have additional items that you wanted to bring to our attention that I've kind of skipped over as we started our dialogue?
No, mostly we wanted to see if we had nods around the table to the questions we put in front of you so that we're spending that energy in the right direction and are focused to something that you'll be comfortable with.
Well, let me, Jim has put the question to us. Are there nods around the table that yes, we're going in the right direction? Can you hear me nodding now? So yes. It seems to be a lot of satisfaction, and certainly appreciate the hard work, and I think it's a little bit of one of those go slow to go fast type of processes, but a lot of people out there still, don't even know that we've been doing this for 2 years, and I'd like to make sure we're well answering their questions when they say, but why?
One quick question, because, and it's even mentioned here, we know we face the challenge of affordable housing mitigation. So at the end of the day, somewhere in the process, obviously that's going to come to us. Is that more specific to a master plan? It's not the ALP, that's on the ground stuff, right? So is that part of the master plan?
It'll be discussed in the narrative of the master plan how those development pieces fit together and local criteria that are outlined. And we'll probably have to have a more detailed conversation about affordable housing as we get a little deeper.
I think you need to adjust your way of thinking about it, because technically speaking, won't be mitigation, because you're technically not required to mitigate through just the location extension review. The mitigation is a section of the land use code that has been determined not to apply. You will probably want to do some level of affordable housing equivalent to employees generated, for example, but it's not going to be a code requirement.
We'll go into more detail.
Who determined it doesn't apply? Have we already?
We've had a couple of discussions with the community development partner and the attorney's office, and that was the decision.
Well, I think you better bring that to us so we understand what that means.
And Jack, I think what we're saying is that the code provision, you're not obligated, but it's certainly within the discretion of the board. We need to talk about the mechanics of that. It's a more complicated issue that we've been working through, and it's one of the issues with locations and extensions.
I see us as discussing it, making a policy decision along with the designs, as it were, but we can't change what is defined as an extent and location review through the state. We can, if we may want to, and we may add it on, but that's a defined process.
I understand there's a difference. The code section in our code separate of location and review, but we have always talked about that challenge, and so that will come to us. And it sounds like a decision is made. No, a recommendation or an opinion has been arrived at, but not a decision.
You still can make the policy decision to mitigate, but as far as being required by the code, it's correct. That doesn't apply.
Bob, did you have a further?
Well, I was going to ask who the "we" is. I mean, is it going to be the enterprise fund that would be mitigating those things, or is it Picken County that's choosing to spend its money towards offsetting the housing mitigation? You know, and is the FAA funding in terms of its grants going to allow that money to go towards employee housing? So who is it that's mitigating the employee housing is the big question.
And that would be the issue. I think, right now, it does not look like we'd be able to use those FAA funds, and so it becomes a housing fund or general fund question, and that's part of the policy decision, or policy question I guess we'll have to wrestle with there.
So not even our local airport improvement fees or passenger facility charges cannot be used for housing?
Well, we're still exploring. I think there's still some discussion around what cannot. Yeah.
We should just be clear the different pots of money. It is a complicated question. We'll have to work through it.
Yeah.
The federal grants, one pot of money, very narrow. You can only use it for the prescribed purpose. Passenger facility charges, same set of rules, very limited purposes couldn't be used there. What we're talking about here is the degree to which you can use airport revenue that's generated in the enterprise fund from activities that occur on the airport. Also, a different set of requirements, but a narrow set of requirements. There are opportunities to pay impact fees and other associated fees, but again, this distinction between a mandated mitigation in the local code that's generally applicable versus another policy decision that's being imposed by the board, that may be a distinction as far as what you can use airport revenue to fund.
And part of working through that, as Dan mentioned, is figuring out what would the mitigation be if the code were applicable. We have significant exemption for existing square footage, et cetera. That's going to be a complicated process. So we'll have that discussion at a later date.
It really does deserve more time because it has a few moving parts, and we want to make sure those are clear to you.
Okay, well, that sounds great.
And the reason why I brought that up is, out of fairness, we require mitigation throughout the code for development. This is development, this is the public, so are we exempt? I look forward to that serious discussion.
Okay, and then I think we all do. We've had good conversation, good direction. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, grassroots. We will take an hour break for lunch and reconvene here at 1 o'clock.
Thanks for being here. Grateful for that, John.
Moved.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. I am mostly going to turn this presentation over to John Redmond and John Peacock, and I apologize in advance for eating while we're in the work session because I had a few errands I have to run during our break. I just got back to town after a week of meetings out of town. So thank you very much, and John.
Yeah. Thanks, Rachel. This is really the last budget issue that we had to workshop with you before we go to first reading tomorrow. You may recall we brought the ambulance district budget in front of you, and at that time we requested more time to look at how we could, if we could make some operating adjustments or changes to our operations to better match what we're seeing as a new revenue pattern, and specifically that revenue pattern, the new revenue pattern was changes in the number of calls that we're getting from the Ski Mountains, Buttermilk, Highlands, and Aspen Mountain. And we've seen a large drop in calls from those mountains. And we have gone back. In particular, I want to thank Dave Ressler and Jim Richardson for coming forward and really proposing some changes in the operations and to the operating budget that, as you can see from the new 5-year plan, brings the ambulance district in balance over the next 5 years. And I'm going to turn it over to them here in a second to talk about those changes and some additional information. Some additional context, though, that I think is important to note. While we have gotten the ambulance district budget in balance for the next 5 years, you can see that we still have a fairly steady use of fund balance to fund operations. But what we have been able to do is make the operating changes and budgetary changes necessary to give us the breathing room to spend a little bit more time looking at the revenue side of the picture, really starting with our fee schedule and comparing that with other similarly situated districts and seeing if there's any changes that need to be made to the fees for service, for ambulance service, and then if necessary to come back and discuss with the board looking at a change to the ambulance district's mill levy, which has not seen an adjustment since 1982, I believe, when it was first implemented. But we really wanted to spend time first looking at the expenditures, next looking at our fee revenues, and then the mill levy. So we created some room now for us to spend some time doing that this year. And with that, I will maybe ask either Dave or Jim to jump in with a discussion of what we've done operationally and how we've been able to make these changes, we believe, without lessening the service level to our community.
Thank you. Dave?
Thank you. First one to Commissioner Rittner had asked I thought, a very good question at the last meeting that we wanted to circle back on. And your question, if I may paraphrase and correct me if I didn't capture it, was to what extent is the hospital allocating indirect expenses to the ambulance department that are then in effect covered through the mill levy proceeds or through the contract? And actually, the answer to that, and Jim can elaborate on the details, but is essentially none. We really are only, in the budget that we utilize for the department, it is only direct expenses. There are a couple areas, such as employee benefits, where we make we provide an estimate of what that amount is, because it's not split out by individual what their incurrence of costs are. Same thing with collections that I think we talked about the last time. There are times when we have to use an overall hospital number to have that amount budgeted. But, so really we are not taking overhead costs, for lack of a better term, and allocating them to this. So we look at it like we know there are costs that we're incurring, but you really get into some step functions of defining how much of my time and Catherine's time and our human resources director's time is spent, much less all the other indirect and overhead items. So we don't really go through that exercise. Instead, we just look at it like it's a mutually beneficial relationship, and we enjoy the availability of the staff to help us in other parts of the hospital.
Okay. You want to follow up, Mike?
Yeah, I guess part of the reason I brought that up was, with the contract fee is clearly the largest expense line in this budget, and it was also in relationship to that component where the ambulance team is helping the hospital when they're not being utilized, and there's a very fabulous relationship with the two of sharing expenses in both directions and quantifying that when you've come up with a final bottom line for what that contract fee is. It goes back to the hospital. And it sounds to me like you're looking a little of this, looking at a little of this, and saying it's a wash. And I guess my question is, for everybody involved, and a question for our board, is it good enough to look at it that way and just say, well, those partnerships are kind of a wash, and then the contract is the contract? It's kind of an odd way of working with finances as opposed to trying to quantify everything. And I'm not sure who would come out ahead. You know, who's getting a better deal out of that thing that we're just kind of saying, well, it's too much trouble to quantify all that. But, I mean, I guess that satisfies, as long as it satisfies with all parties and as long as it satisfies with the board, that we're handling the finances with those, you know, you're helping a little bit with our budget, we're helping a little bit with your budget, and that washes out and the contract ends up being where it is.
Yep, John, did you
And I think that's a really good point, Rob, and I just offer, I think the way that I was looking at that is there's no additional cost to the ambulance district, that those folks would be on board somewhere waiting for that call. And both entities are publicly supported, and so that we felt that from the taxpayer's perspective, we were probably getting the best bang for the buck, that while our staff was, the ambulance district staff, was otherwise waiting for a call specific to the ambulance district, that they were adding some value. On the flip side, we don't incur any of the overhead expenses for financial services, information technology services, some of the facility services. That's probably the one place where we do contribute some. But we felt from the taxpayer's perspective, we're getting the highest value out of that resource.
And Gabe Muthing, who's behind us, who's the operations manager, really went to task. And with the direction they received from you and John, really put some pencil to paper, and I think you'll be pleased with what they've come up with. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jim and let him walk through it.
Before we walk through it, I just wanted to mention a point on Rob's discussion regarding the value of having the crew members participate in the emergency department and other areas of the hospital. Because of the limited volume that they see, the clinical expertise is really almost, they're unable to maintain good clinical expertise and skills, and being able to have the volume of the emergency department and the other areas of the hospital really helps to maintain what we call low volume but high clinical needs at times. So there's a lot of, and it's hard to quantify. It's hard to quantify that exact value, but we definitely in the end have better trained and better qualified people because of the exposure we get throughout the hospital. Just to review, and certainly I'm happy to address any questions, but sort of the glaring number that initially stuck out at us and we took back as a message to try to see where it was coming from was about $100,000 loss in overall patient service revenue from our budgeted revenue. And when we began to see that, we really didn't know what was happening. We were wondering where that was coming from and why it was occurring. And of course, patient service revenue is almost completely from the patients that are transported by ambulance. So we were able to directly relate it back to the patients that are moved. But we have basically two different call volumes. We have a 911 call volume, which is all calls that occur in the district that are not ski area related. And then we have a ski area related call volume. And the 911 call volume from previous years was right on. The budgeted number was exactly right on, literally within 5 calls from what we were predicting. So the volume drop had not occurred there, but we began to analyze what was occurring off the mountain, and we found a 50% reduction in ski area requests and ski area transports in this budget season versus the last, and what we had anticipated. We don't know. It's pure speculation to determine why that has occurred. We've tried to get numbers from SKICO. We have gotten numbers. We've gotten numbers to try to compare. Was it less skier days?
Was it less injuries? We can't figure it out. The volume at the hospital remained the same or even a little bit up in the services that they provide. So emergency department visits, surgery visits were even a little bit up, like 1% in the same time frame. So for some reason, the district and specifically the mountain transports had taken the 50% hit. And interestingly enough, you can attribute and relate that $100,000 loss almost directly with the revenue that we would have gained by those 100 transports. So we began to look at that and try to really analyze what was happening and when this was occurring. And so what we did looking into the budget season for 2012 is anticipate another down year for ski area transports. Of course, we're hoping that will not occur, and we're hoping the conditions will improve, and we will.
No, we're hoping there'll be no transports at all.
That would be okay too. But what we're doing is we're budgeting based on last year's ski area volume, and because of that, guess what? We've saved $100,000 or very close to $100,000 in the bottom line of the budget in 2012 based on a reduction in ski area transports. But what we have not done is sacrifice any of the coverage that we provide the ambulance district. So the 911 response, even the double call response or even triple call response, which I will explain in just a minute, has not been sacrificed at all. The services we're providing to the citizens and the visitors has not been sacrificed at all. And where we started looking at this and trying to determine where we could cut or where we could look at it was when the actual ski area transports were occurring. And we were able to look exactly day of the week, time of the day, and date of the year last year when we actually moved ski area patients. And we determined that when the mountains first opened and right before they closed, we did not have a significant number of transports. So we have not at this point put on a second seasonal ambulance to cover the mountain needs, and will not until all the mountains fully open on December 17th. December 10th, we'll begin to ramp up a little bit because we've got 2 more mountains open, but we're going to ramp up on weekends and have less coverage during the week. So far, it's been working perfect. We've been covering it with our 911 ambulance, the calls off the mountain or the calls in the city or in the county. And then what we do is Gabe, my operations manager, and I work a 7-day-a-week schedule. So one of us is always here during the day when the mountains are open, and we can staff a second ambulance or even a third ambulance if necessary. The other thing that has really helped us with this relationship is our improved relationship with Snowmass Fire Department. We have a really good both-way, two-way mutual aid agreement with them. So we go and help them when they're in the weeds and they need help, and they come and help us when we need help. And so that's sort of, we've done a lot with staffing model. And what do we really need to be ready for and on deck for and ready to go? So that was the first fairly significant change and cost savings. The second one is the volume over the 2 weeks at Christmas and New Year's is significant and does warrant us to be fully staffed. And that's based on the projections from last year, what we actually did. So during those 2 weeks, Christmas and New Year's weeks, we'll have 2 seasonal ambulances on duty and our regular 911 ambulance, so we'll have 3 ambulances during that period of time. Then right at the beginning of January, our volume does not dictate it any longer, so we'll drop back to just the 1 seasonal ambulance, 1 911 ambulance. And we'll do that type of thing throughout the winter. But what's interesting is there's no other period in our numbers that support 2 seasonal ambulances other than the Christmas and New Year weeks. President's Weekend does not support it in the past, at least. Any of the March, spring break times, those types of things. Realizing that X Games is a little bit separate because we cover that not only extensively with dedicated ambulances on site, but then we put on additional staff for town as well. So that's where the savings were found. basically, by eliminating those seasonal ambulances at the beginning of the season and then in April, and reducing them from 2 to 1 during the main part of the season. What will probably arise is the question, what happens if it gets busy? We would love that to happen. That's okay. We did not cut any staff. We did not eliminate any positions to do this restructuring, because the majority of our seasonal folks are as-needed employees, PRN employees. So they're able to increase a day that they work for Ski Patrol and a less day for us, or increase a day for us and a less day for Ski Patrol, for example. So they do not rely on us for their primary employment. So we're able to sort of keep them on a we need you, we don't need you approach. And if we see a trend, an increasing trend, and we need to ramp up, we have the plans in place to be able to do that. But what we want to have is we want to have the revenue coming in to be able to support that increased staffing, rather than the other way around, do the increased staffing before there's no revenue coming in.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
When you said in terms of staffing, having the versatility, if one of your drivers or staff is on the Ski Patrol, so if you're getting busier, it makes sense that Ski Patrol are getting busier. And
very good point.
So in terms of their, and I know they have to schedule their staff on a weekly basis, so I don't understand how that flexibility can occur between you and the ski company and the patrol director.
There's actually a couple of different things that occur. Number one, not all of our people are shared with Ski Patrol, so only about half of them. The other ones are available elsewhere. The other thing that occurs is many of them are senior Ski Patrol, so they're only required to do 4 days a week on the mountains, and many of them do 5 out of, because they elect to do 5. So conceivably, if we wanted them, we'd be able to get them for that fifth day, so to speak, and then their days off. So we would have a combination of increasing staffing from our senior Ski Patrol folks and from our part-time or PRN employees that are not Ski Patrol dedicated. So.
Thank you. Let me ask, have you had some conversations with the ski company about this change?
Yes.
What's the kind of response? Or
We initially went to them, of course, to try to get numbers on what were your skier days and what were your injury numbers and why is this occurring. So we initially talked to senior administration for those discussions. And then we went and met with each of the mountain patrol directors to discuss what we were thinking about doing staffing-wise. And they were all very supportive, saying, if we don't have the volume, we can't expect you to have, the services immediately available.
okay, so they are understanding of it, and I guess what I'm wondering is, does the loop go further, or does it need to? I really don't know. In terms of the instructions about, when it's best to advise someone, no, don't take him by car, you really need to take him in an ambulance,
right,
and vice versa. Has that kind of been reaffirmed, those trigger points or those relationships?
It's a very good question. They actually have what they call a Ski Patrol medical refresher at the beginning of each year. And Dr. Glissman, the medical director for the Ski Patrols, all the Ski Patrols, had that discussion again with them this year on what should you release, what should you call in, what should you encourage to go by ambulance, those types of discussions. So that's happened and will continue to occur throughout the winter. The other thing that Gabe and I do is sort of keep a finger on the pulse of the patients that are being transported, and then give instant, or at least within a day or two, feedback to the mountains on, maybe we should have considered ambulance on this one, maybe we missed on this one, those types of discussions.
Okay.
So,
yeah, that
yes,
feedback loop is
so
very
yes,
important.
that's happening.
Thank you. Please continue with your presentation.
Yeah, certainly. So that was the main, the point as far as the revenue. We had a loss in revenue, we needed to find that revenue and figure out where it was coming from, and that was the significant revenue change that you will see reflected. Of course, it's reflected in expenses because we were able to save a significant amount in wages by not having those additional ambulances on. The other thing that we anticipate, it's a fairly minor item, but the other thing we anticipate is an increase in special event coverage. So we had budgeted $30,000 for special events reimbursement this year, and we're projected to get 42 in, and we're projecting 56, so about a 16,000 increase for 2012. There's a couple of different reasons for that. We're seeing an increase in special event requests, as I'm sure the board is as well. It's definitely increasing and happening. The other thing is we've established different forms of coverage that are available. So in the past, it's always been, no matter what your special event is, we will provide an ambulance with 2 crew members. And we determined that we really weren't meeting the market need, because the market need may be a wedding that doesn't really need an ambulance, but they need an EMT with a medical bag and an AED. So we've established other levels of coverage depending on the event, depending on the request, depending on the type of situation, where we don't always provide an ambulance with 2 people. We may provide an EMT with equipment, and that of course is a lesser cost for the special event that's occurring, but in the end it enables us to increase our coverage because we're providing a service that's more reasonable or more appropriate for the level of service. So this is the first year, we actually just started it, and that's the first year that we're going to be trying that. The other thing we're doing is working more closely with the events farther out. So I'm already working with events that have proposed for the summer of 2012 to try to talk about the ambulance coverage that they're going to need and things for their special event application. So based on our increased revenues in special events in 2011, we're budgeting an increase of about 16,000 in that for 2012.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, certainly.
What's an AED?
An AED is an automatic external defibrillator. So, yeah. We're really working on those as far as a public program to have them more available, more trained, and more usable.
Thank you.
Those were the key points, the main key points that I wanted to address. Do you have others? No, those were...
I would just add one more consideration that's not in this budget, and somewhat goes to the point we talked about earlier, and that is the hospital utilizes ambulance staff for the purposes of intra-facility transfers. And we started this program a couple of years ago because we wanted to make sure that when we have patients that need to be transported to a higher level facility quickly, particularly during bad weather and when helicopters aren't flying, that we wanted to be able to have a crew ready and available to do that. And we recognized at the time that that was not part of the charter of the taxpayers for the ambulance district. So there is an entirely separate department and budget, and all of the costs associated with that go to that department, and that's one that the hospital simply absorbs. And it even pays a
mileage charge back to the district. So based on the miles that we drive each month on interfacility transports, there's a reimbursement back to the district from the hospital directly on a monthly basis for mileage, vehicle wear and tear, fuel, those types of things. And then the personnel costs associated with it are directly paid for by the hospital.
Now, Dave, if you could, just to refresh my memory on what interagency transfers are. I know it's from hospital to hospital, but when you're at that point, is it typically someone who has insurance and can be reimbursed, or what type of form can those transfers take?
It's paid for by the patient or their insurer, so it's the same mix, if you will, as our general patient population, which is we have everything from uninsured to fully insured. So you take the same mix for that service as we do for your district relative to the 911 services.
I was just kind of wondering, because I know hospitals have an obligation to treat everyone, and certainly would support that, whether they have insurance or not. But it seemed like once someone comes to your facility and has gotten a certain level of treatment, and they do not have insurance, do the other hospitals really want to take them?
Great question. There's a law called the EMTALA, Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act law, that any hospital that accepts Medicare reimbursement is required by that law to accept patients and stabilize those patients. And in the case of referral centers or tertiary centers, they are required to accept transfers from lower level facilities such as ours, assuming they have the staffing capacity and the capability to provide that service. So they're obligated to.
Okay, great. Thank you for clearing that up for me. Any other questions, George?
Another question. John, you alluded to earlier, sort of one of the long-range planning is to look at some other revenue options, one being fees, perhaps increasing fees. And I'm just curious, what are the fees currently at for a transport, let's say, from one of the mountains?
Sure, certainly. There's 3 different levels of fee structure. There's something that we call BLS prepackaged, which means basic life support prepackaged, and that's the cheapest cost that they would have, and that's something that we've established. If they come off the mountain directly with ski patrol already immobilized, like on a backboard, for example, with straps on with a neck collar, and literally all we're doing is putting them into the ambulance and beginning treatment, we consider that to be prepackaged, and that's the lowest rate, and that's $950 plus mileage of $23 a mile. The mileage is always the same. And then there's an advanced life support, when there's a basic life support rate, which would basically be if they did not arrive at the back of the ambulance prepackaged, and we had to end up immobilizing them, backboarding them, cervical collar, things like that, but did not provide any advanced skills in terms of medications, narcotics, things like that. That's a basic life support, $1050. So it's just a little bit higher, but and then $23 a mile as well. And then there's an advanced life support, which is a majority of the patients off the hill, because they drop into an advanced life support category when they're administered pain meds. And a lot of the orthopedic injuries that we're getting off the hill, we're either starting pain medication or we're continuing pain medication that has been started on the hill. And then that becomes the $1150.
Do you have an idea of how many of these transports are actually insured, percentage-wise, and is it? I'm just kind of curious.
I don't overall, no.
Because it seems like that would play into, at some point, we're looking at an increase in fees, trying to determine what your bad debt is in relationship to that percentage of insured versus uninsured.
Correct.
And just to add one more layer of complexity, the insurance companies oftentimes have contracts that pay different fees for those transports than the fee schedule that you just laid out.
Correct.
And so, there's different networks or such of insurance companies that are paying different fees.
And their ambulance bill is being billed onto their hospital bill. So that adds sort of another level of complexity as well. So I mean, you'll get an emergency department bill, so to speak, with the ambulance bill on there.
Right.
So, and those rates, probably the question that arises is how is those rates established? And what we do is we survey on a yearly basis the other neighboring ski area counties. So we look at Route, Eagle, Summit, and try to determine where they're at, and then and that's one of the tools that we use to determine price increase, anything we need to do with those. And we always interestingly enough, on the lowest to the lower end of all of those neighboring counties in comparable pricing.
I think that goes back to John's point earlier, is we need to make sure as your contractor that we're striking that correct balance between taxpayer monies used to support the service and the patients that are utilizing the service or their payers paying an appropriate amount. So that's something we're certainly looking forward to having further discussion about to make sure that's the right balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, my one question that keeps on popping into my mind is, it seems like you're doing a great job with the labor and reducing the cost based on this 50% reduction from ski mountain stuff. Are we hedging our bets a little bit that this isn't a complete outlier year and that it's not going to bounce right back to where it was before, and that are we going to be able to adapt quickly enough if the need arises?
Yes. I feel like we have a number of sort of plan A, plan B, plan C, depending on what we see volume-wise, that literally we're looking at on a daily and certainly a weekly basis to be able to pop back up if necessary and provide the same level of service. But I'm worried that it is not an outlier. It may be a trend, and the unfortunate thing is if it's not an outlier, we really can't budget for the increased volume in previous years, or especially in 2012. But we do have a multi-layered approach ready to respond when and if necessary.
You kind of have to, I have to wonder whether the increased acceptance of wearing helmets on the mountain makes a difference, and you have maybe a few less concussions, or people feel they need to go in from their crashes.
We have a lot of different theories,
findings,
but I'm not sure.
You just don't know. Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's really theories.
Yeah, exactly.
We really don't know. What's going on as far as that's concerned. I mean, snow conditions have been discussed, bindings, technology, helmets, maybe a reluctance to take an ambulance ride when you know that the cost associated with it, more of a reluctance, especially if you're uninsured.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm sorry.
Have you seen kind of tragic circumstances of people making the wrong choice, not taking the ambulance, and then coming in worse shape than perhaps they should have by the time they get to the ER?
Yeah, we've certainly had a couple, but luckily I feel like we have a process in place to try to address those almost immediately. We've had no untoward effects as far as significantly bad outcome in terms of death or serious injury, but we've certainly identified patients that should have come by ambulance and did not. And what we have now is we have a feedback loop to get that information directly to the mountains and directly to the patrol on literally end of business day basis when we identify those patients, because either Gabe or I are in place looking at that and get feedback, get education, get ideas back to them. But the other factor that always comes up too is that you as a competent adult have the ability to refuse ambulance transport. And I think we forget that sometimes. I mean, you can be having the major heart attack, and we all know common sense should be take an ambulance, but there's nothing to force you to take an ambulance. You can still refuse, or you can refuse with a badly angulated fracture, for example. And we highly encourage, but that's as far as you can go.
No, I understand that.
So that's a factor in the discussion as well.
Well, that's why I'm glad you added that footnote.
And what I have that I feel is good is the feedback loop. So we're going to not find out about these at the end of the year. We're going to literally find out about them same day or next day and get the feedback back to hopefully improve everyone involved in the system so it doesn't occur again.
Thank you. I think I saw Jack's hand up, and then we'll come back to questions.
Yeah, I'd like to run through several points here.
Certainly.
Interest income. It looks like what was budgeted was revised, and then let's say there's a little bit of a downward, escalator involved for 2012. Same, comparable for 2013. Why is there this huge jump in interest income in the out years of 14, 15, 16, and especially when you're spending your reserve?
Jeff, the interest income is not on the ambulance side. The hospital does not deal with that. That comes through the county budgeting. So the percent increases here are based off of what the Financial Advisory Board recommended.
The same mistake,
So it's the
that's
same-
Jack's words, but anyway.
The same as the general
Yeah,
fund.
so it's the same escalator.
Right.
Okay. And how about the contract with the hospital? What was budgeted increased, and there's an adjustment for 12, and then it annually escalates between $12,000 and $14,000. Is there a percentage that contract escalates each year that's written in?
That again is the county's calculation, and we're simply basing it off of the CPI.
The same, yeah, okay. I'm wondering what kind of reserve you have. What's the current amount or end of year of this year? Because I don't think it's in my document that I have before me.
I think it's just the available fund balance.
It should be, yeah. So that, if you look at the ending available fund balance, Jack, it should...
So that's all, everything. I mean, that's the reserve
That's
and,
it, yes.
and capital or what, you just call, everything's called a reserve. Okay.
That's it.
How about vehicle replacement? You're on a schedule for vehicle, whether ambulance, whatever kind of vehicles you have. I would assume mostly ambulances, of course, but it looks like, let me find my line, nothing, almost like every other year, and then we hit 2 in a row. Now, is there a life cycle of ambulances, for example?
There is. There's a life cycle of ambulances that is 10 years is the life cycle of ambulances. And we've had an older fleet and have recently been trying to get it back on track. It's been a 12 and 14-year-old fleet. And so we're getting it back on track with the 8 to 10 year replacement schedule. The other thing that we do is the entire vehicle doesn't get replaced the first time through, just the chassis. Just the so the box basically gets taken off of it. It gets a chassis replacement first time through, and then the second time through, meaning at the 16-year range, then it gets an entire replacement. But the first time through, all it gets is a chassis replacement because the box is still in good shape. The other thing we've done to revise that is we're currently work with a fleet of six total ambulances, and that 6th ambulance was only used 4 times in last year overall. So we're looking and we're discussing at a Joint Operations Committee level, do we really need 6, or would we be able to serve the district with 5? So one of the things that's been revised on there is we were initially looking at a new ambulance in 2012 or 2013, and have decided if we go with just 5 total, then that will not be necessary, and we'll be able to expand things out. And how can we do that? One of the main reasons we can do that is our improved mutual aid relationship with Snowmats. Like, for example, they have one down for fairly extensive maintenance, a vehicle down for fairly extensive maintenance right now. It's been gone for 6 weeks. We have a vehicle over there filling in, so to speak, or on loan to them right now, because it's our low season overall. We don't need that, and they might need it. And then we would have the same opportunity in return if we needed assistance. So we're looking at an overall fleet in the future of being able to be handled with 5 instead of 6 overall vehicles.
Great.
Which will be a savings from a fleet and replacement standpoint.
These budget times, and in particular, but all the time, we need to be as efficient as possible, so we're refining. And I can remember years doing this budget, it dodged page after page. I compliment you all on everyone in synthesizing it, as it were, to about 2 pages. 2 more. Profit and loss statement, the hospital, certainly a different budget than the ambulance district. So, but the question is, as far as payroll employees, is anyone paid by the district, or is it 100% the hospital. And, okay, that's it. Last thing, there have been discussions in the past concerning a possible consolidation with the Aspen Fire District. Has that moved forward? Is there an update anywhere that can be shared?
Yeah, we actually did initiate actually a discussion around snowmass. I can't speak to any previous discussions with Aspen, and that resulted, I think, in the increased level of cooperation between the districts on really a number of levels, whether it be combining training programs, the mutual aid programs. I think the purchasing we're actually doing with the hospital now through the hospital, not necessarily through snowmass. But what it did was it led to a lot of efficiencies and better coordination of service delivery without necessarily taking that next step. That's a lot bigger step to take. Since I've been here, we have not engaged in any specific discussions with the Aspen Fire Department. They do not have an ambulance service per se, and we're covering that area right now through our ambulance.
Well, is the district somewhat overlaid, if not?
The districts are overlaid, but the structure is significantly different because they're a volunteer fire district that does not do EMS. They assist us certainly, but do not primarily do EMS, whereas the snowmass structure is very similar to what we do. It's a very much apples and apples versus the Aspen Volunteer Fire Department is not a similar structure to what we do.
And that's why we saw the potential maybe for economies of scale with snowmass, but not necessarily with Aspen. And in fact, I think we're enjoying some of those economies of scale now. Those are reflected in these numbers.
And it's certainly not to say that we don't work with and Aspen Fire on a daily basis. I mean, we respond with them and utilize them and work together on a close basis, but we just don't have overall structures that are similar for the encouragement of combining at this point at least.
No, I understand. And John, sorry to interrupt you there for that quick comment, but thanks, I appreciate that.
And I would say that those discussions are continuing. We're working on solidifying the snowmass agreements and relationships, but at the same time, keeping all doors open for discussions with Aspen as well.
Okay. And I think, Jack, that's one other question, you just nodded on it, but all the employees of the district are paid through the hospital district because you're the contractor.
That's correct.
Correct.
One way to look at it is the ambulance service is a department of the hospital. So Jim is effectively our department director in the same construct as every other department. It's just that we have then a contract with you, the district, to reimburse us for the operating losses.
Super. Other board member, Charlie?
Yeah, back to your original presentation in terms of adjusting this budget based on the $100,000 that you feel that we won't need to see based on last year's transports of skiers. And I guess my question or my comment is there's probably an art and a science to that in terms of determining why you saw a reduction in skier transports. And I'm wondering are you getting reports from the ski patrol that you sort of input each year that look at the types of injuries, the type of snowpack those injuries occurred on, the time of day those injuries occurred, to give you a better sense of what's going on. So, for example, I would suspect that hard pack snow would tend to cause more injuries than soft pack snow for several reasons. One, I think skiers are going faster, maybe intentionally, maybe not intentionally. Certainly the impact on hard surface will create different injuries. And time of day as well, there's always that, gee, I should never have taken that last run syndrome. So I'm just curious if you start to gather all that information, that will help provide more of a template to maybe not, as you go forward the next couple of years, to try to determine how you're going to do your staffing needs. Because otherwise, just to take 1 year as a side, is, as you said, you have no one has any idea without any sort of background information.
It's a good point. We were not obtaining that data up until now when we realized that, there's an anomaly here that we need to figure out. And now we're working hard to try to obtain exactly and create the spreadsheets and create the data exactly what you're talking about. The other thing we're looking at is getting medical reports on overall contacts on the mountain from the patrols to say, okay, our patrollers have talked to 25 people today, and we've taken 0 transports off of the mountain, and then try to drill down onto that. What's occurring? Are they being released by patrol? Are they being brought to the bottom and then being released? Are they going private vehicle? Are they not going? Those types of things. And we're trying to begin to drill down on that to see the numbers. And what we are beginning to have now is the overall contact numbers from ski patrol. So that sort of opens the book a lot more in terms of not just the ambulance transports, but what's happening on the hill medically and where may they be going. The other thing that we have is we have the data off the emergency room too, so we can say, okay, the ski area saw them and the emergency department saw them, so how are they getting there? And they're being seen, but what's going on that way? So I agree. And 1 year is not enough by any means to decide what we need to do.
I'd just like to offer a tangent to your comment, if I may. We also have a trauma committee at the hospital. I think this is another example of the synergies that exist by having our medical community coordinated in the way that it is. And so the trauma committee looks at the kinds of injuries you were talking about. They look at the terrain parks and they look at the snow conditions and they try to understand where the traumas, which are the more serious injuries, but it may still just be broken bones, are emanating from and where the trends are and what we can do to prevent those. And I'd just like to make a brief plug. This year, SkiCo now requires all of their employees to wear helmets. Hooray for them. That was, I'm sure that wasn't easy to do, and that's a courageous and admirable decision that they made, and we really support it.
Yeah, my wife's been trying to get me to do that for years. Not successfully yet, but getting closer.
Very good. Other board questions or comments?
So, just to follow up, okay, so 1 year is not enough. We have a budget inherent in the decision if the numbers go the wrong way, and unfortunately more people are transported as far as health concerns. We'll have to use the surplus.
In some ways, but we also should have an increase in revenue if it goes that direction as well.
I thought you projected that through special events and a few things like that.
No, it's not on here for any increase in patient transport revenue.
Well, what's this line under hospital is special events revenue, but is there another line item for the district that has you do special events yourselves and you're contracted separately, and that's where the additional revenue comes? I'm lost here.
So, Jeff, maybe I can help, because I think there's 2 revenue sources that we're talking about here. You have the patient services revenue, which is the fees that are paid when the transport is made. That's where we've seen the reduction, and most of the reductions come off the mountains. I think our assumption is, right now we're projecting that's going to be 6% down from the previous year's budget. However, if for some reason that volume goes up, those revenues should also go up. The revenues dropped $100,000. We're able to reduce our costs by $100,000. If we're going to have to bring on an increased number of ambulances, staff to come on, then we'd anticipate that patient services revenue will go up. The special events revenue is disconnected from the transports, and the ambulance charter, we don't necessarily have the ability to use any tax dollars or to subsidize in any way special events, and so we charge full freight what it costs us to provide coverage, whether we're transporting or not, for special events. And what we're seeing is an increased number of those requests coming in, increased number of special event days that we're covering, and that's where that increase came from. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but there's something that's fuzzy that's bothering me. Okay, so we didn't have the amount of mountain transports. That doesn't increase whatever, but you're saying the possibility of other transports for other health-related issues?
No, I think they're saying that if this anomaly of last year of the lower number of ski area transport continues, this budget is in line with that continued lower number.
That's what the budget is.
Yes, and if the ski area transports start to go up, they will staff to go up, but the revenues from those transports should go up as well.
So it's a profit center of some
It's not a profit
minor
center, it's a
degree?
break even.
Well, there's revenues with it, Jack, and so the more patients we're transporting, the more revenues we'll see. Right now, we've adjusted our staffing down because we're seeing the number of those transports go down, so we've lowered our costs and we've lowered our estimated revenues.
Yeah, okay, it's not a profit center. Transports go up, revenue goes up, but staffing and vehicle use goes up.
Correct. Our costs will go up.
So, yeah, so that washes there. Okay, I can see how it.
What would happen?
Theoretical, anyway.
So, Jack, mechanically, what would happen? Our fund balance would likely net out right where it is now, but we would be back in front of you for an increased appropriation for additional folks and also increasing our patient service revenue estimates.
Yeah, and I had to follow that both ways. Yeah, thank you.
I have one other question here. And I'm making an assumption, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, but on the issue of when there's a fire and the ambulance goes out as well, and then the ambulance is unneeded and goes back, that is, say, what we really are subsidizing through the tax, or part of what we're really subsidizing through the tax, because there's no one to charge.
That's exactly what we're subsidizing. And another large component, I shouldn't say large component, another component is the responses that we make and don't transport.
Right.
So you go to somebody's home or you go to a public location and they've had a fainting spell, and by the time you get there, they're awake and they don't want to be transported. That is a cost to the district that is not reimbursed. That's where the tax revenue is going. Interestingly enough, many districts are looking at charging for those types of responses. We have always, and I personally have always taken a perspective that that is a community service that you provide the citizens and the taxpayers. And our overall expense to do that is fairly small.
Right.
And it's a community service that you provide them. And you potentially impact their medical care if they worry about calling because they're going to be charged.
That's right.
So we're under the idea and the thought of not charging for those types of responses.
Okay.
But those are the two places really where the tax revenue directly goes, because they're unreimbursed responses.
Yeah. So obviously it's preparedness. You know, even if there's no call for someone normally in 30 days, we're ready every day.
And certainly
And then the other is when they're not needed.
Certainly the preparedness is the largest part of our budget by far, because we always have to have crews there ready to go 24/7, whether they're being called or not called. That's part of the response model. So that by far, from an expense standpoint, is the largest part.
Well, let me ask, are there any other board questions or final comments you'd like to make? We're going to be seeing this tomorrow, Wednesday, or how's the process?
Yeah, so this is currently the budget that we will have in front of you for first reading tomorrow and final adoption on the 13th. I guess if there are any changes you'd like to see now would be a good time to hear about them.
Okay.
Otherwise, this is what you'll see in the budget. And I'd just like to note, in our original 5-year plan, we were in a deficit position by year 5, I believe by year 4.
By year 4.
Right on the edge. And so this is a significant improvement over that financial picture. With our lowest year, we have fund balance that's equal 58% of what we're projected to spend, which is very healthy. So this has been a good exercise to go through.
And you say that, John, but I mean, we're not in a deficit with the fund balance, but we are seeing about $100,000 reduction in the fund balance over a 5-year period of time. So my question is, what's the sustainability of a budget like this going out 10 or 15 years?
Well, and that's why I said this year is really about us looking at that revenue piece and really looking at that fee structure to make sure that, because I really do think we've done a lot of work on the expenditure side, and to do too much more work there probably starts to affect our service levels and potentially our response capacity. So now we need to work on the revenue side, and I think that starts with the fees. And then, like I said, if necessary, we may have to look at that mill levy in future years. But we've got a lot more breathing room to do that now than we did.
With these assumptions, there needs to be something that changes going forward 10 years.
No question.
That's basically what we're saying.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even though we have fund balance after 5 years, it's a deficit budget over the 5-year period of time.
That's correct. And in no way have we fixed everything, but I think we've done a lot of work, and now this next year I think you'll see us coming back and spending some time. We need some time to really study that revenue side of the picture, because the fee question is a complicated one. It's not an easy one to nail down.
Okay. So, Board, we are comfortable seeing this budget go forward for the 2012 season. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it very much. And we will take a really short 5-minute break and then go into our MOIs.
Could you adjourn?
Oh, excuse me, we did. I always forget when we're in special meeting.
Motion to adjourn the special meeting.
Motion to adjourn the meeting as the ambulance board. First. And seconded
You
by
can
Jack.
adjourn the special meeting as the...
And the same time. And adjourn the special meeting as all. All in favor? Aye. Good.
originally to 1997 when approval was granted to move Powder Pandas from over on the Crown's property temporarily into the Buttermilk parking lot, and temporarily has extended for a while now. But at this point, the last extension was granted in 2008. Yeah, there's the resolution. And that granted a 3-year extension for them at that time, anticipating that the master plan would have been submitted and that we would be then moving into the next phase at Buttermilk. And we're still getting there. I think Dan can update you, but I think we're very close to actually having the master plan submitted for review. And I think within this month is the plan at this point. So that's actually happening, but obviously the time frame's a little different than was anticipated 3 years ago, and even before that. So the conditions are pretty much exactly the same as you've seen on the prior extension. When you discussed this a little bit at public comment that day, everybody had, I think, said they were comfortable with a 1-year extension. I think we kind of know the reality is that the master plan will work its way through the process. There's no chance there would be a new Powder Pandas in the parking in that area, right? Construction a year from now. So I left it with a 1-year extension, and then basically the same language we had used before, which was that community development could administratively grant another 1 more year extension beyond that for actual, if the master plan has been approved at that time. So I guess the way I've done this is I'm recommending that you direct us to do this administratively, do an administrative decision with these conditions, but I put the conditions in front of you for you to, so you can look at them and see if you're comfortable with just the 1-year extension and a 1-year potential extension beyond that, or if you'd want to go ahead and grant 2 years now, because I think that's sort of the reality of the time frame we'd be looking at least at this point. So I think that's really the only question. That the condition number 2 about employee housing mitigation is kind of a carryover, again, from those original approvals when Powder Pandas moved. We just always wanted to make sure that if new employees are generated, they will be captured. That's an issue that will be addressed through the master plan fully, so we'll have a complete discussion of that. But for now, I'm basically just carrying that condition forward that has been in the previous approvals. So our request is that if you're comfortable with this, if you want to have any discussion about the timing of the length of the extension, that you would give us direction to approve administratively an extension of the deadline.
discretionary fund, or is it a policy on refunding?
It's on refunding.
On refunding nonprofits for special event fees.
We're missing terms here. We do not refund out of the community development department. They can ask us to make a contribution from our discretionary fund towards projects. But we haven't zeroed down the revenues of the community development department
Well, so
as
you,
a refund.
yeah, so you have a policy that's a community development nonprofit fee fund. So the fees into the community development department are kept whole by a contribution from the board's discretionary fund to cover all or a portion of the fees, and then whatever is covered by the board out of their discretionary fund is refunded then to the entity that made the fees in the first place.
Okay.
So it's a refund that's paid for by someone else.
Correct.
It's kind of refunded by us.
In essence, it's a
discretionary, but
donation at the amount of the fees that were assessed to them through a different department or a different budget.
All or part.
And it's kind of like calling an apple an apple. You know, is this a donation to simply to support a special event? In a brief discussion with John, you know, I just said, well, what is our policy regarding supporting special events for nonprofits? The bike race was a 501c3, and how does this different from the bike race? I mean, obviously this is a charitable organization that does charitable work. The bike race is a 501c3 to break even to create a community event. But I think, you know, it's worth the discussion to figure out, you know, what this policy is really trying to accomplish and who really meets the criteria of this policy. Is it just the fact that they're a non-profit, or is it a non-profit that does charitable work and those sorts of things? The other thing that I'd just be curious to have, which is a list of how the discretionary fund has been used over the last couple of years, because I'm just not all that familiar with it. And it looks like Susan's got a little...
I didn't make copies of this, but
I didn't see Susan.
you're right, Rachel. Most of the special event fees have been small amounts. And a lot of the other uses are donations to employees of other definitely family or help the family after death in the family. Special event fees and any one that comes in that's a nonprofit that asks you that doesn't really fit in the grant cycle.
You know, we've occasionally sponsored students to go to special trips to Washington, D.C. or educational opportunities when they come in. I don't know that we've really done extra funding for unfunded projects within departments, but you know, sometimes that is a potential use if we need something at the end of the year pretty vigorously. But again, it's just, I don't know why we've had so limited requests this year. It's not that we've preserved that balance by turning a lot of things down.
We had one special event. The applicant pays, they pay this
Up front, yeah.
and they may or may not get some of it or all of it back after they make the request.
I thought we did sponsor some students going to DC this year.
I think they gave their presentation this year, but we sponsored them last year.
Aspen High School Model UN Club, $250 on December 14th of last year.
Yeah. So, Michael?
I agree with you. I think about $500 would be.
I can support that amount. Others?
May I see that list?
Yeah.
I'm only looking for a range because I absolutely agree with you, Rachel. My first comment was, gee, it seems like a rather large amount.
And I know that, you know, maybe that's time for us to, in a work session in the next year, revisit that policy and make sure we've clarified it, or if we'd like to amplify on it a little more. Because this is something I think we've discussed at the table, but not really, you know, etched in stone yet. Because there's been a little bit of a concept to say, well, you know, we don't want to necessarily get into a place where there are 6 county events for special event permits and all discretionary fund is just there to refund and backfill comp debt. It's one thing to help an agency out or, an organization periodically. It's others, if it starts to become a line item, then it really is a line item and should be considered discretionary. But we haven't put those sort of guidelines in writing for ourselves, and they really, that's just my understanding, so it requires further discretion. I thought, but I could be wrong, were we asked to help sponsor the town race a little extra one?
We did last year.
We did last year, and they have not come in for a request this year for coming out.
Not yet, but I suspect that at some point they will. I'm not sure if they're even in the permit process. They just submitted last week.
And so our policy has been it cannot be done until after the fees are set and it's over.
Because one of the conditions of the policy is that they have to meet the requirements of the permit, so we don't know that until after the permits.
Yeah, so we will make sure they were in compliance.
So I see here, a couple of years ago, $499 for Coleman race. So I assume that's the line.
Yeah. And we've pretty much not done anyone's liquor license fee as well. If they needed a permit, that included a liquor license, temporary liquor license. We may have done community development planning things, but not so much refund the liquor license or pay for it.
The liquor license is a state requirement.
Well, I know, but people have asked us for that to help kick in that the event. Kind of shy away from that.
And just,
Yeah.
As a point of interest with the city of Aspen, I used to run the Taste of Aspen, and their initiative was to create special events. It wasn't giving a donation to a charitable organization. It was waiving fees and able to allow an event to happen. So the question is, are we doing that, or are we simply doing a donation to the Coleman because they did an event in our community, or let's say because we had parking fees waived as Taste of Aspen, we had liquor license fees waived at Taste of Aspen, and those sorts of things. So I think the policy needs to have a little bit more direction, so we know what we're putting this discretionary money towards.
Well, that is only one use of the discretionary fund.
Yeah, clearly.
Okay,
But this is the policy that we're talking about, the policy of
related
to reimbursing or making a donation in the amount of a assessed fee.
Exactly. And, it also kind of raises lots of questions, and I'm not opposed, I think it's a great event, but do you waive fees for an organization that is doing a fundraiser for other purposes, to be able to make grants? It's always a challenge. Do you donate to a granting organization when they're there to make grants to other people? And you can say, well, why don't you do a little less granting and pay your own fees? And so there's that dynamic that they kind of fall into that category of, again, being a granting organization that's raising money to then do grants themselves, as opposed to corporate services. But you're right, we should have that discussion, and then, everyone's understanding changes. Again, having been on the city side of things, sometimes it was to make a special event happen, and other times it was a donation to an air quality study we didn't have enough money for left, or an employee bonus system, or a community tragedy or community issue. So, yeah.
Yeah, looking through that list, I noticed maybe 11, 12 that were considerably larger. So I tried to find a little bit of balance here. I would support even $600
550.
I'll go with 550 too. There we go, and Michael does get to lowball all of us and show his fiscal responsibility. Thank you very much for your time on that and the research histories. And we will queue that up for a greater discussion later on in the 2012 season. And we'll queue up something on the 21st as well for discussion. So if anyone has various things they want to bring in for that during one of our future open discussions before the 21st, to talk about our final dispositions. This doesn't catch us unaware. Thank you. What would the next item be here, John?
This would be the snow dump update with Mike Kramer, and I'll turn it over to Mike.
Welcome.
Thank you. I haven't seen anyone for a while, I feel like. But if you remember, I think we have, except for Rob last year.
I was here for it.
You were here for that? Yeah. Okay, if you remember our three stone
It lingered on for a couple of months too, so.
Yeah, after that one, yeah. If you remember, our three snowed up sites in the county are T-Lazy 7, Elam Gravel Pit, and Slumber Ground. And last year, they applied for a 5-year permit and were granted approval for a 5-year permit, contingent upon a few things that were later adopted. And what that later adoption was an ordinance that set testing parameters for soil. And we tested for a bunch of different things. There was a BTEX test, oil and grease, TPH test. And we set standards for that, and every year the snow dumps have to come back to us and show us their soil test results. And the purpose of this memo is to alert the board that all 3 snow dump sites are in compliance with soil testing. And in that ordinance, in addition to the soil testing parameters, we also require that they show us a log of the trucking activity for the snow. Things like load size, where the snow is coming from, dates they dumped the snow. And all 3 have provided that information to us. And I just quickly outlined where the snow was coming from, and who had the most, who had the least, to update the board. Lastly, there were no complaints. So staff is just prepared to allow these to occur this year unless there's any concerns from the board.
Michael?
We had some discussion about the Aspen snow dump and what we would do with that, and that's not on the list, but it's essentially the major snow dump in the county, and it's the snow dump closest to the What are we doing with it?
Well, the Aspen snow dump operates on a continual permit. We granted, I think, in 2000. And they have certain conditions in their resolution that they had to meet. We haven't applied these standards to them or made them go through the special review with that yet. I guess I'm unclear if we need to do that. And if that's even possible, that's probably a question for you too.
I mean, I would like, I don't know if we need to impose it on them, but I would like to communicate with them that we have this policy about snow dumps, and we're going to give them the opportunity to follow those standards, because those standards are there for community health and safety, and really be interested in that. So, I mean, that's the way I'd like to go. I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
Jack?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and I'd like to see also that we do a separate test to see if there's any plastic bags in that snow. But, yeah, I think that's reasonable, because we're an environmentally conscious community, etc. I think it's a reasonable request.
I think it's a reasonable request too, but I think you have to ask the question, if they agree to try to uphold these standards and the standards aren't upheld, then what? I think if we're going to go down that road, I think you prepare yourself for that happen, or at least what you would do if that happened. Let's say we test the soil next summer and they're double our threshold. What do we do as a county? They've got a permit in place. They're not meeting our threshold, then the action's somehow back on us. Or so I mean, I think you have to ask that question before you go to them and say, we'd really like you to live to the standard that we're asking other people to live with. But we're not going to mandate you comply, but we're still going to have you test the soil for the sake of the community.
snow for the current year.
Yeah, exactly. The requirement was that when we adopted the ordinance, they had to provide us soil testing results after the snow had melted, so that we had, just soil we were testing actual snow. And they actually went over and then retested again, and they were under. And I contacted the engineering firm, and then with Ecos did the sampling. And that can actually happen, I guess. And there's different contaminants that evaporate in the air. For example, gasoline will evaporate, but if you dump it, it sits there for a week, that's high, but a week it evaporates, and it doesn't get as high. So we were comfortable that they were in compliance with the requirement. And actually, we didn't require, just to clarify too, we didn't require remediation if someone is over the threshold. We only said you can't dump stuff.
I thought we were going to go back and test, but you would remember the exact range.
Any other questions?
Just a comment, just an observation, and it's probably just the way the contracts and the bids come out, but I just noticed, for example, the T-Lazy 7, they didn't have the contract for the Highlands parking lot in Thunderbolt, which would be, to me, would make the most sense for them, since it's the closest to them, but it's probably just the way.
I noticed that exact same thing, and I asked them about it, and they were having problems with the snow dump operator paying the bills from the year before. So they didn't contact me again. Excuse me.
As I remind, that may soon be academic anyway, if most of their snow was coming from the parking lot adjacent to Little Annie's, which we know in a year or two or so will be under construction, so it may go down to 2 major sites.
We've had other sites before. If you remember, we had one at Cozy Point. They had previously gotten permits with us in the last 6 years since I've been here. And then we've also had snow dump sites at the Brush Creek Intercept lot too. They've had permits off and on with us. They have not had permits in the last 2 years. So both options.
In the bay is the city.
Just for someone to stop it, where does Snowmass use for their snow dumps?
They plow alongside the
snow dumping permitted there? Is it more other things? Just snow dumping, so you couldn't say, take it to street sweeper and that was the contents. Just snow dumping, so we should say.
Okay, any further? Thank you very much for that, we appreciate it. Okay, John, we have our working agreement, that's just kind of a review.
This is it's a review. I will open with an apology. We were supposed to bring these back to you quarterly, and they did drop off a few of our busy agendas. This isn't the first time we've reviewed them, but we certainly haven't hit that quarter that I think we've hit progress to mark on these. Just to open with a few comments. This is really the board's opportunity to kind of govern yourselves, if you will, and evaluate how you're doing on the working agreements that you established. It's never, it would be a small miracle if we were 100% on these things all the time. But, to look for patterns of, where we're meeting them or where maybe we're falling short that maybe you want to address as a group with yourselves. From my perspective, I think the board has done a good job overall living up to these working agreements. But that's really evaluation for yourselves. So with that, I'll throw it back to you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments, observations, anything that they'd like to make?
Good job, everybody.
Thank you.
Just thought I'd everyone's doing a really good job.
Thank you. And I think it's a pretty hard-working board, one I'm certainly proud of. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And we will move on to any future agenda items.
Just call your attention to a couple of things. Obviously, as we're getting into the new year, closing out this year, our agendas going into next year a little light right now. We will be filling those in. But do look at this Friday, of course, December 9th. We do have our holiday party. You want to make sure you all have that on your radar screen.
Okay.
On January 11th, right now we have the address standards scheduled to come back. I think that may get timed a little bit later. I'm not sure those are going to be ready to come back at that point. So I'll be speaking with Cindy and Mark about that. But just wanted to give you a heads up. Those may be moving.
Okay.
The other item, and I'll keep this short, is we had discussed last time about maybe trying to schedule some time for a retreat, and I know we ran into the CCI timeframes. I was going to throw out a new set of dates, maybe that I don't think we threw out last time, which was February 2nd and 3rd, which is that first Thursday and Friday in February. I don't think it's too late in the year for us, but should give us good time to plan. It's not a, we don't have a Wednesday meeting. It's an off week. It's an off week. So let me throw that out to the group. See if we might.
Okay, yeah, that seems to work real well for me. I don't know if others.
Yeah,
I need to look at a calendar. It's the second and third, Thursday, Friday. Is that the same, Jack?
I'm about 80% on that.
That's the best we got so far.
I don't know if I'm doing the weekend before or the weekend after to be in New York or something.
Oh, okay.
So, it'll extend one day.
One way
the
or the
other,
other.
so it might hit that date. So.
Okay, and Jack, what is your answer on that? We'll give John feedback and we'll try to pick the right dates. You know when you...
Is it the second is what you're...
The second and third.
And third, so
we may only need one day, but I think right now, realistically, they may have a few days.
Let me ask, would Wednesday and Thursday make a difference for you, Rob, as opposed to doing Thursday, Friday?
That is, Wednesday, Thursday is what
some information tonight, kind
So
of
you'll
nail
know
that
soon.
down, so I'll know.
Well, maybe we can talk about that again at the end of tomorrow's meeting. If we all try to have 2012 calendars, which I just finally got mine. Got it filled in.
We'll pencil that in. It doesn't have to be a hard and fast date. We're just trying to
At least hold on to that one for now. Okay.
And that's all I had on
I had one I wanted to ask the board about. On Monday, December 12th, there's been the rescheduled BARTA parcel site visit. Would the board consider it would be available if we tried to move that from 2 to 4 instead of 1:30 to 3:30? I just have a kind of
I spent about 45 minutes down there.
So you've already
Because
looked
I
at it?
thought it was going to be before and I was going to be out of town.
Okay.
So I walked the property basically end to end, addressing some of the things that I wanted to see. So
You've already
I've
attended?
already.
On the upper bench you went?
I went on the upper bench and all the way down to the river, that whole parcel down on the river, which, to be honest, I won't discuss it that much, I guess.
That's
There
right,
isn't-
that's right. You've seen it.
I've seen it.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I'd certainly like to be able to do the site.
Yeah, would that work for others? Okay, so we'll see if we can move that by half hour to be 2 to 4. And that is next week on Monday, and so we can have Charlotte reconfirm who needs to carpool or not. But again, considering that I know I have another obligation, I'll just be on site. I know that already. Okay, so maybe we need a little map in our boxes of where we need to show up. Okay. The other kind of broader comment is that I just think we need to continue to build in more small breaks in the agendas. Looking at the 20th, I know we don't meet till 11. It's going to be a working lunch. You know, our next scheduled break is 3:15, and it's something that we either end up behind because we take 5 minutes out of each agenda item, which doesn't hurt so much when it's an hour item, but when it's a half-hour item, sometimes it gets pinched. And if those breaks are in there and we don't need them, then we end up having a better chance to catch up a little bit. So that's just a small detail. We continue to refine these. Did anyone else have any future agenda items that they wanted to? Okay. Yeah, come on, George, come on. I know. Thought I queued you up there too much.
It's okay. You don't have to.
Okay, he didn't come up with one. Well, I can give you guys a date at least, though. I will know I will be gone the week of Monday, March 5th through that weekend, Sunday, the 11th. That's the NACO Washington, D.C. trip in March. That's further out there, but March 5th through the 11th. Okay.
For the record, I passed it on to Susan and John, or I haven't passed it on anyone, but the last week of March and the first week of April I'll be gone because I'll be getting married.
Wait a second. Do we have a policy on that? I thought it was only a 4-day honeymoon. It was like all that was allowed by county policy.
It is only a 4-day honeymoon. We get married on Sunday, we go on our honeymoon on Monday, we're back by Saturday. So 5 days.
Okay. Well, congratulations.
But we're going a couple of days early for the wedding because
it takes a few days
it takes
to set
a
up.
few days to settle and it's not here, so.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad we got that straight. And we can make sure we have forums in your absence and things like that. Okay, so then we would go back to open discussion, and you have membership reports actually this time. And we have just a few minutes to do that. So I think it's really been a little while since we've gotten to these. Why don't you go first, Rob, with Northwest Council of
Northwest
Governments?
COG.
I want everyone to be able to take their time,
Yep.
and if we need to get through any of these tomorrow, we will.
I'm pretty quick because Northwest COG is meeting on Thursday in Grand Junction. I'm sorry, Glenwood Springs.
Nice.
No, I said Grand Junction. Grand Junction isn't part of the district. Glenwood Springs. And then the other thing, so I'll have more to report on our next board report thing. The other thing is the rural resort region kind of went forward. We're going to do a little bit of cleanup when we meet as Northwest COG. We'll meet as rural resort region. We're planning on putting our initiative towards the mobility management program. It's a very small budget. They do some granting for it too, but it's basically putting a regional mobility manager who will coordinate getting elderly people to where they need to go in resort areas. So I'll have more information on that when I get back, but that's kind of going to be the initiative for 2012.
Okay, so I don't know that if I might have missed it. I've already apologized. I'm tired from coming in late last night after the hearings, but there was an action with the executive director of COG, if you could give us a little detail.
Yeah, a little. I was kind of waiting for a executive session for some of that stuff.
Yeah,
but the broad detail of the public information is that Pam, the executive director, is no longer with Northwest COG. Liz Mullen is taking over as interim executive director for the meantime, and we will be going into executive session in our meeting on Thursday to come up with some planning and direction as to where we move forward.
Okay, with the replacement.
With the replacement type or permanent replacement.
Okay, thank you. And think I did, but I don't have it with me right now.
Yeah.
I love the conference, yeah.
Put it in my box, loan it to me for a short cycle. I'll share that. Sure. So,
Our district meeting, we talked about what economic development people were trying to pursue within their counties, and even some dialogue about how much of a role is it for counties to pursue economic development. Do they really have the tools or resources the way the municipalities do? And of course, everyone being a little bit different. But I can bring it to you. Okay, now we would go to open discussion. John, do you have any items for us?
Yeah, I wanted to update the board. Meeting I had with the Snowmass Town Council yesterday, and the issue had to do with our IGA regarding the $2 million payment for the our property. And when Snowmass Village passed that ballot issue, they had put in a specific amount of money that was to be collected for reimbursement to the county. At that time, the town had not anticipated that treasurer's fees, which are set by statute, they're not discretionary for the county, would be removed from the property tax before it was distributed to the town. And so they were concerned about that, and there was a proposal in front of the council last night to reimburse the county what was collected on the sales tax, property tax net of the treasurer's fees. So out of the $2 million, that would be 2% of the $2 million, so that'd be $40,000 over the time frame that they were going to pay. We went up and visited with the council last night, and I apologize, thank you, Tom Oken, Dale Will, and myself. And we had a good discussion with the council. Another thing that they had not anticipated is that along with the property tax, whenever you collect a property tax, you also collect a portion of specific ownership tax, the fees that are paid against your motor vehicle, and that's distributed as a percentage of the overall taxes collected. Well, it turns out that our estimates are right now that that specific ownership tax will come to about $46,000 over the life of the collection. Now, the town's concern then was that that's not guaranteed because that proportion of specific ownership tax fluctuates. It's not like a property tax. It's based on what's going into the pool for automobiles. People are letting their automobiles get older. Are there going to be other property taxes approved? What have you? And so the compromise that we put on the table for the IGA, instead of what was on the table from staff was to, again, pay the county net of the treasurer's fees, which would have been $40,000. We put on the table if the collections of the property tax and the specific ownership tax do not net of treasurer's fees, net enough revenue for the town to make their full contribution in any given year, we'll find a way to either forgive that or push it into future years. Frankly, the odds of that happening are, in our opinion, almost nil, and the risk to us is in the hundreds of dollars, not even the thousands of dollars by Tom Oken's estimates. We thought that that was a reasonable compromise. 4 out of the 5 town council members also felt that that was a reasonable compromise. And so we're going to be working with John Ely to see what needs to happen in terms of revisions to that IGA and what process we need to go through to bring that back in front of you, if we even need to bring it back in front of you as a board, or if materially it's so negligible that it doesn't require an amendment on our part. But I did want to let you know we did have that discussion. I know it's a difficult discussion for the town council and museum, to their credit, I think they found a compromise that works for all receive property tax also receives specific ownership tax, and it's not uncommon that those two get rolled together in financial reports, Jack, so it may have just shown up in the property tax line.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the line item. Okay.
Michael?
Yeah, well, thanks for the explanation. I think I'd like a memo on this.
Okay.
And I'm also, I don't. So you had preliminary discussions and you might have reached a compromise that's different from the IGA. So I don't know how you.
Materially, from our perspective, it's not different. I think from the town's perspective it is, and we will do a memo, Michael, and bring this back to you. I just wanted you to be aware that we had that discussion last night so that you weren't surprised if you had visited with the town council member. But that's what we're visiting with John about now. What is the process we need to go through? The town has not adopted the IGA yet, and so it was going to be amended one way or another. We think this is an amendment that keeps us whole overall, and gives the town confidence that they'll also be kept whole in the long run. And so we'll talk to John about what we need to do to bring that back.
I think that it's a good resolution. See as a kind of a bit of a misunderstanding to hold Roasty together and get it on the ballot in Snowmass Village and determine the amount. And you had some citizens groups obviously saying don't put anything in, don't put anything on the ballot. And I think that in the accounting of what they needed to ask for, again, this treasurer fee was not, and we didn't bring it up either. We didn't say, well, to get 2 million even, you need to ask for 2,100,000 or whatever it is to be minus the treasurer fees and still come up with 2 million to go to the open space fund. And so it seems to be a little bit of a happy circumstance that they had also not thought of the fact that the personal ownership tax would help them clear that threshold. And so we were trying to look at, how do you keep everyone on the same page as a great partnership and out of a $17 million acquisition not have disagreements or anyone feel like they were left holding the bag over an incredibly small fraction of that.
Rob? I just thought that treasurer's fees were 5% by state statute. They're 5% for special districts, 2% for municipalities.
Okay, well, I was just going to say we can come back to this if we all want to have a few-minute break before the actual next interview item.
Why don't we just finish
Okay,
this
please,
particular...
if you'd like to.
John, I really appreciate, both as a resident and as a commissioner, you and staff working through that. So we always anticipated 2 million from the clear, and there was apparently some education that was needed here, and so ongoing, I think we've come to a good resolution, and also all of us, I'm always real positive about learning something more.
Yeah.
A lot I don't know.
Yeah, and Rob?
That 2% treasurer's fee goes to our general fund, correct?
That's correct.
And really, there's no significantly added extra cost to that administering of that tax. So technically, we could make it all out of our general fund.
That would be another option.
Because our
I
general
think you
fund
would very
is, I'm
quickly
just
have,
putting it out
I know,
there.
but I think you'd probably pretty quickly have every property tax
Sure.
saying, oh, this doesn't really do that much more to your workload over there.
No, absolutely.
Treasurer's office. So the precedent is
No, I
very
understand.
concerning.
No.
Okay, so we will have about 8 minutes for a break and reconvene here in time for our interview with Jason. Thank you. We're running just a couple minutes late, so we'll start just a few minutes after 3:30. Okay.
necessary. I think a lot of what residents in Pickens County consider ag is honestly a joke. So I'm here to see if I can help in any way the community.
A little bit what passes as agriculture in Pickens County. You mean the kind of the second home?
In general, not an agricultural county. There aren't a lot of producers in the county. There aren't, and agriculture, I guess, is sort of a different term in Pickens County than it is in other counties. Agriculture, from my standpoint, or how I see it interpreted through Pickens County, is horse ranches and ranchettes where people can have their animals, their livestock, whatever they consider, and most of that is pet oriented in one way or another.
Well, thank you for that. I think that there's probably some meat to that. Rob?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask a clarifying question on that. I mean, because are you somewhat talking about the difference between potentially commercial agricultural and residential agricultural? I mean, if a family of 4 has, grows all their food, has 3 cows, they butcher 1 a year, put it in the freezer. Is that agriculture, or are you saying that's not agriculture?
I absolutely consider that agriculture.
So what are you saying isn't agriculture that Pickens County considers, but it's really a joke that we consider it?
Well, and don't get me wrong, I don't think that it's a joke that Pickens County considers any livestock operation a joke. I think that livestock in and of itself is very important to any community, whether it's pet-oriented or whatnot. I think a lot of what exists in Pickens County is equestrian-based, so there's a lot of horses more than, and when I say production, I mean, like you were saying, the people who have the 3 cows and the 10 chickens and whatnot, that is, I consider that production agriculture. They're using the livestock and or the vegetables or whatnot grown to feed whoever.
Okay. But how do you feel that then translates into the review of the ag guidelines for ag structures?
Well, I think what's happened in the past in Pickens County is that people have said they were building ag structures, and they have built glorious structures that they stamp ag. They put a barn up, and they put a hot tub and marble floors in it, and a really nice bathroom and steam showers and whatnot, and that is not agriculture at all.
Okay. Cold showers only.
Well,
I
think there's avenues that can be.
I think you're right, and I think that's exactly why we're putting this committee together, to be able to review the true functionality and needs of some of those buildings that are going to be available by right now, as opposed to extra employer exemptions or things like that.
Right.
Yeah, 2 questions. I was going to follow up on that, Rachel, because I still not exactly clear of how familiar you are with why this committee was actually set up and the goal of it.
Well, I was on the beginning end of when the Snowmass Caucus started the review process of the agricultural building code, and they asked me to come to planning and zoning, and there was a committee that started, and I never really continued with that. I was in the beginnings of it. I didn't end with that, I would say, but that's what I understand about the whole process, and why this review committee exists is because of the Snowmass Caucus sort of bringing some of those issues to light.
Yeah, we went through a fairly extensive community outreach process to look at needs for people who have ag property, and to try to address their needs with a revised code to allow for some larger exempt floor area space ratios for the barns and different size of barns and outbuildings. And from that outcome, we also determined that it would be nice to have an advisory committee to work with our staff as sort of a second set of eyes to help them determine what would be appropriate and what would not be appropriate for exempt building space. Can you, you probably did this sort of tongue-in-cheek, but I'd like to know a little bit more about you besides just that you know, your family has ranched in the county for a long time. I mean, can you tell me a little bit about where you went to school, if you went to school, have you done any other work in the county, have you been involved in any other voluntary work in the county? I mean, you really don't tell me anything.
Right. I went to school at Fort Lewis for a business management major. I graduated from CRMS in Carbondale. I currently operate our ranch. We have 60 head of certified Black Angus, and we are on the genetic side, so we're actually raising bulls to sell on the market. As far as voluntary work, I'm the vice president of Thompson Divide Coalition, which I know you guys are familiar with. Other than that, I'm just very busy on the ranch.
Okay, thank you.
Jack?
Yeah, thanks for applying for this. We appreciate it. John, a question for you as far as process. When we created this committee, had we created that new form yet? Do not applicants for volunteer boards have a form to fill out?
I think the
Or
form
is it
you may
only
be thinking
some?
of is for re-applicants of re-interview. The larger form.
I thought it was for new
Yeah,
ads.
you're right, Jack. We do have a form for a new application.
Because I'm like George, I'm certainly when the Crystal River Valley did their master plan, I'm familiar with the family, etc. So right on there, but I was hoping for a little more background and just, articulation of a couple comments, questions. So maybe that's a lacking piece, but let's make sure, staff, if that was our intent, it would be.
I think that is the form.
This is, right now, this is from the electronic version.
Those are the questions.
Well, do I not have? You should
It's
have.
the email from Charlotte. Those are the questions: name, address, city, phone number. Why do you desire this appointment?
Oh, okay.
That was what we stuck it to.
So I got it. Okay, so there's your resume. You gonna have time to do this?
Yes, I will. I will make time to do this. It's very important to me in the future of our ranch as well as the future of agriculture in Pickens County. I think it's very important.
Well, for your ranch, you'd have to recuse yourself.
Right, absolutely.
And it just, I don't know, there's just something lacking. There's no way I doubt your qualifications as far as knowledge, and do you understand the purpose of the committee?
I do.
What it is currently? What is it then?
It is basically citizens who will review applications for agricultural building permits, and maybe designs and/or plots and how they lay out on the property and whatnot. I don't know exactly how involved it is, but I understand that it's an advisory review committee that advises the planning staff, and then it goes to
Inherent what we've heard here in various pieces, the purpose of this is to try to understand an applicant's desire for exemption for ag buildings and see if it's really an ag building need.
Right.
That's the bottom line. So certainly, if you do get appointed to this committee, I would hope that you get review the legislation and go through the various functions, etc., of what this board will do and what it's up to. And that would be appreciated. Do you have the ability to weigh in and make tough decisions?
Absolutely.
Because it might be your neighbors over here, and, that's not a special, a conflict in a way, because it's not your property, but,
Right.
and a lot, the real ag people in this valley, so we need to have an independent view about what's going on here.
And I believe that I do have that independent view, and I think that I would bring a lot to the table because I do understand animals and I do understand agriculture in the basis in and of itself. So I think I could bring a lot to this committee with my background. So.
Let me ask, do you also have equestrian experience? I know they often
We
go
don't.
together.
We
but
don't.
Not at all.
I mean, we've had horses here and there, but we don't currently own any horses.
Rob?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I can, completely disagree with you in the sense that there's a lot of question activity of which these ag buildings code was kind of created for. We did a lot of study on, tack rooms and I grew up having a 80-acre farm in Vermont with lots of horses, but knowing tack rooms and spaces and that sort of stuff, there's no question that we wanted to protect against the party barn or the various other terms that were thrown out there for ag use, because now it'll be a right of these properties to build a certain amount of square footage as opposed to going through review process for this square footage. But I also want maybe a reflection from you that one of the other, I'll speak for myself, one of the other things that we wanted to protect, or I wanted to protect in this county, was the small ag users, the person who's got 40 acres and they want a sufficient barn so that they can ride on BLM land or forest land or wherever somewhere nearby them, and they're not raising heads of cattle, but they're still ag users, and as long as they adhere to the code that we kind of put forward, we wanted to promote the fact that there's a culture of that type of ag user in this valley. So I feel a little bit of a chip on your shoulder saying, well, these are the real ag users and these aren't, and I just want to make sure that you understand that, in my opinion, those are real ag users too.
No, and I would agree, I guess, and part of me does have a chip on my shoulder because I think that the party barn has hurt commercial agriculture as far as the way the code has developed over the years. It's more difficult to do a commercial agriculture barn because of those scenarios, and so yes, I do have some sort of some time behind that and some reflection in myself, but I do understand that there is the small ag user who just rides horses, and I think that's great, and I think they should be able to continue to do those and have the infrastructure needed to continue that activity for themselves, and I think that's great. So again, I think my chip is the party barn that has hurt commercial operation.
Well, I think you've made a good observation. Michael?
Yeah, Jason, I think the difficulty here, at least I get a sense of it, is, in your application you have why the appointment is desired, and then you say, because I don't think Pickens County government or many of its residents truly understand agriculture. And the difficulty, at least for me, is that this really isn't an opportunity to make government or Pickens County residents understand agriculture. This is a way of sort of administering administering the code and making sure the code is held to as it currently exists. It's not about making us understand agriculture, right? Because there's all parts of this elephant, and so you'll get different descriptions depending on who you talk to. So do you think you can fall within that role then of facilitating the code as it exists?
Absolutely, and I think I have a lot to learn in this process. I mean, I'm not coming in here saying I know everything there is to know about agriculture, but I do understand agriculture, and I'm open-minded enough to learn whatever needs to be learned as far as, like you say, administering the existing code to the applications that come through, and learning how to do that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Jack, you have a last question? And then
Yeah,
we'll-
so, Jason, let's do a hypothetical. The Ag Committee meets, and it approves an application, and it goes to staff, and, it's run through the process, everything's great. And so, an ag property owner has the right to build this exempt square footage for a barn or a loafing shed or whatever. How's that going to help the ag operation? What's it going to do?
I guess some of the specifics would need to be, I wouldn't understand, I guess I don't understand the entire question, because if someone needs a loafing shed, there would be some sort of need for it, I guess. Is there other infrastructure that exists to need a loafing shed? Is there a barn that exists already? Is there any machine shed that exists already? Is there hay ground? Those sort of questions would need to be answered before you could say, do I just need a loafing shed on 40 acres?
You need to understand the whole program, as it were.
Right.
Well, the overriding fact for me and why I voted for this is because it's an attempt by the Pickens County government and involves citizens who brought this forward to preserve and maybe even ultimately enhance the rural character of our community. So it's not only about you guys in ag, it's about us as a county.
Right.
And you're right. I mean, we don't have a lot of operators, certainly, but from big to small, anywhere in between, they're all important. For me, the only joke about ag in this county is the tax exemption by state law for those who don't deserve it.
Right.
That's a whole different world we're not going to get involved in, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're just about wrapping that up. Again, thank you for applying. And, we are moving right into another agenda item, so we're not going to have a chance to discuss among ourselves the appointment, but we'll try to get to that during our open discussion comments tomorrow. And so if you don't hear back right away, it's not because of anything one way or the other, it's just that it takes a little time for us to have the schedule to follow up on it. So thank you again very much.
Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, good afternoon up here.
Okay, we are now going to go into the larger item on our agenda, but I think before we do that,
Staff, you're welcome to have some of my birthday cake. I think it's in the back there. Help yourself.
there you go.
Get through this next,
You're going to need it.
agenda item.
So there is cake available. It is now about 5 to 4. We're running just a hair late, but not bad overall. And we're going to go into the item, which is our comments regarding the Bureau of Land Management Draft Resource Management Plan and Draft Environmental Impact Statement. This is a very large item. I think our staff has done an excellent job in the great many aspects of review. I think our memo here is 86 pages or so of our, just reading that online with the attachments and everything. But I wanted to make sure to emphasize that we will be having a public discussion and take public comment on our comments on this on Thursday evening of this week, which is December 8th at 6:30 p.m. at the El Jebel Eagle County Building. And our purpose in doing that is, if you take a look at the map of Pickens County, this is a pretty dramatic management plan that will affect the BLM's use of those lands and permitting and leasing to all sorts of others for the next 20 years or until there's a new updated resource management plan. So it affects everything from, Williams Hill and Triangle Peak and Thompson Creek and the Crown. So we wanted to make sure we have ample opportunity to hear from the public and look to refine this on our comments from the public. So with that, I hear our staff rustling maps behind me to set up, and we'll get those set up, and we're going to, I think, proceed here with our staff really walking us through this.
That screen can go up more.
Yeah, the screen can go up more. It did start to come through.
And there are magnets.
Those
perfect.
work.
They are strong.
Nice.
There's a whole bunch. Scientists coming in and explain some of these It's online.
This is
O2
all about policy.
These are just some exhibits for reference, yes.
This and that. I was like, oh my God.
In addition to.
Oh, more maps. Thank you very much.
Yes, we're not there yet, but we'll get there.
Maybe Rachel, if they can outline the timeline for this too for us regarding comment on Thursday. I don't know if those are part of the revisions to our comments. And I know they extended to January now, so.
I don't know if they'd extended, but that's great news.
So maybe John can give an update on exactly what we're trying to accomplish today, and what other phases we may see this in.
Okay.
So we don't try to tackle everything today.
Right.
Sorry, just a suggestion.
Yeah, no. It's really good, because I had not heard that they extended the...
Yeah, I think we begun at first, and now I think it's January or middle end of January.
John, have you heard that they've extended the comment period?
Yeah, Cindy's going to talk about that.
Oh, that's great. I had not heard that.
I think they announced it an hour after Cindy registered.
Right after we scheduled the meetings and everything.
That's the way to procrastination.
Wasn't in the right order. Here's the report.
Hey, Ron, could you check calendar? Thank you. We got them in the box. If you can shoot Susan an email to put 2012 up here too. Oh, yeah. Whatever gives copies in our boxes.
Coming up quick.
No, that's okay. Should have caught a break and I just didn't know that.
That little cook on it. Yes. And I'm pretty familiar with that.
Okay. Thanks. Welcome, Cindy, and thanks for all the maps and all the hard work that has gone into this research and review. Now, we have just heard that the deadline has been extended for comments. What has that been extended to?
Till January 17th of 2012. So we're all happy to hear about that because I think as
I've brought the document for you to see. There's a lot more I think that we could understand and maybe make more substantive comments on several of the areas. And I think it gives us a little bit of a breathing room on our December 13th meeting if we choose to use that to discuss the issue further after our public meeting on the 8th, which Rachel's already discussed, which comes up this Thursday in Elgibel. If we find we want to keep the meeting on the 13th, which was really intended at that point to get our final comments together to turn in for the initial deadline, which was December 15th. So we're pleased that we don't have quite as much a scramble on that. And also, if you have had a chance to read through all of our memo, one of the things that we felt was lacking was the time for us to get together with other jurisdictions, because there are elements of this plan that I think are significant for our Pickens County, but also in relationship to how do we coordinate with Garfield County on the Crown, Eagle County, BOCC. I think all of those jurisdictions have been trying to make their comments independently, and we haven't had a chance to really talk with them about some of these properties that really need to be managed as a whole. Versus, as you can see on the maps, the Crown it's got a little sliver of Eagle County, Garfield County, and Pickens County. So that's just one example. Another example of that we'll get into a little bit more detail on is Red Mountain here in Aspen. There's a small piece of land there that is owned by the BLM that we've all used for decades as the parking area for the Hunter Creek Trail. And that parcel also contains some communications equipment for the city of Aspen, and until recently it had a water tank on it, and I found out some history which was pretty interesting about it was the original Hunter Creek flume area, and so it's got a management agreement with the BLM for us to manage that property, and but it might be an appropriate piece of property for us to look at with a purchase through the Recreation and Public Purpose Act. So those are the kinds of things I think we'd like to coordinate a little bit more closely, talk a little bit more with our joint jurisdictions on those kinds of things. So we're pleased that the timeline has been extended until January 17th. So,
and then let me ask, you and John and their staff are going to get together a little bit to put together more of an agenda for the Thursday meeting as to how we're going to break that into segments or work with that. I just saw the public notice in our packet. Maybe I missed that because of staying late for the fracking fluid hearings yesterday.
Okay, we can tell you a little bit about what we're thinking. Some of the maps that we've handed out today, thank you to Barbara from Open Space. We have some wonderful maps on each of the parcels, and we plan on asking the public who may be familiar with each of these parcels to help us understand their knowledge of the parcels and things that may need to be added into our comments. So what we'd hope to do on the 8th is give a little bit of an overview, because most people probably have not had a chance to read through the material, most public. And then take a look, kind of do a charrette really, walk around, look at each one of the maps, take comments. We have a number of staff members in the room that I'll acknowledge here in a second, but everybody's really been helpful on getting our comments together for this packet. And we hope that some of these staff members will be able to help us take comments on each one of the parcels. And then, Rachel, hopefully you'll open it back up for comment so that we can have a broader discussion amongst the public, and then we'll incorporate those comments at your direction into our final comments. So
it's really an introduction, almost an open house charrette, where we have the public walking around able to either give comments or ask questions, and then bring it back for a period that you would manage as chair where folks can come up and speak directly to the board. And so you have opportunities, if you don't want to speak in front of a large group of people, to give comments in the back, or if you want to take 3 minutes and talk directly to the board, the public will have that opportunity.
And then you're going to have multiple copies of this larger packet, so the public can take those with them and see what our prepared comments are already. This works especially well now that they've extended the deadline, so that the public would have additional opportunity to get us comments in a way that we could turn them around.
And people will have an opportunity to comment parcel by parcel if they choose to do that, and we'll have maps for. There are a total of 13 parcels in the county, and some of the ones that people will be more familiar with are the Crown parcel, Williams Hill, Light Hill, all of those in the mid-valley area and Crystal River area. So if a person has a specific issue about a particular BLM parcel, they'll be able to comment specifically to that parcel or to a particular topic area that's not related to just one parcel.
Questions, Jack?
So, since we have this extension, are we going to put draft on this, on our comments? Because that's what they would
This is
need.
definitely just a draft.
Well, I understand, but the public needs to know that. No, the draft in here is for the report on air quality, I thought. Specific to.
Okay, so that's a good catch, Jack, that there should be the words draft on the copies that we
pass out.
are able to distribute.
And may I follow that up?
Yes, please.
Because you defined the difference. This does already have draft. Now, is this not a final product by the gal?
Megan Williams.
Miss Williams? Miss Williams?
If the board desires any changes in terms of the readability or anything like that, we're able to make those changes.
Okay. That's why it's draft.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Other board questions before we let them launch? Okay. Then, Cindy, why don't you go ahead and start with your presentation?
All right. Well, our intent today is to be as concise as possible with an overview so that, in fact, we can take more of your questions, because I'm sure everybody's had a chance to get through all this material, at least to a certain extent. And one of the things that we wanted to do was let you know that this has been a county-wide group effort, and I really appreciate Barb's help with open space and all the work she's done to incorporate into the memo. Tom Grady from Public Safety. We've got G.R. Fielding, our county engineer. We've got Gary Tannenbaum from Open Space and Trails, who also helped. Carla Osberg, who's helped us with environmental health and the public health comments in the in there. And I think that's everyone. Oh, and also Jody Smith with the translator division. She's helped us with some of the questions we had about location of translators on BLM land and adjacent lands and the need for potential access easements in regard to those. So we've organized the memo, as you can see, in a way that we've made some generalized comments, some specific comments related to topic areas, some parcel-specific comments, and then a whole topic area on oil and gas in the western part of the county. But first I'd like to say that because this is a resource management plan and it's accompanied with a draft environmental impact statement, they've come up with alternatives for us to look at. And those alternatives, because we have been a cooperating agency for several years trying to help put this plan together, the alternative C is the one that is the most conservation-oriented alternative. And I don't know if you'll remember, but George, before you came on the board, Dorothea was our representative, and then George became our representative, along with staff members who attended BLM meetings for the last several years on the details that went into the document to a certain extent. Obviously, we're not the resource experts, but we gave our thought about some of the stipulations that are in the plan that we wanted them to take a hard look at. So alternative C kind of turned out to be that conservation alternative. Alternative A is a no-action alternative. Alternative B is the preferred alternative by the BLM, which is a blend of some conservation and some existing conditions. Kind of the best way I could put it. And then alternative D is more of a development alternative. Use of the land to the greatest extent possible for energy resource production and recreation management types of alternatives. So
They get those letters and those titles to match up so well. Blended conservation and development.
So, yeah. So anyway, we just wanted to set the stage with that and let you know that we had been involved, to a certain extent as a cooperating agency. And as part of that, we are able to continue to have input beyond the formal comments that we turn in as a county. We will be able to work with the BLM on the final draft and the final analysis after our comments have been submitted. So just to let you know that. We also want to acknowledge that this is an incredible body of work. While we may have concerns about certain issues, what a feat, to get all this data into a report that we have in front of us. So we want to acknowledge that and thank the BLM for all the incredible understanding we now have of each of the 13 parcels in Pickens County. So that is a lot of work.
The one comment I want to make, just so that you can comment about it throughout your comments, is that, I've worked on a number of EISs over the years, NEPA processes. We can propose a new alternative. And so as often as alternative C is going to line up more with our values for the most part, at least myself in a generalized sense, I would say I did not think it went nearly far enough, and that there should be a C plus or a C plus plus type of alternative, at least for the lands within Pickens County. And we should feel free to not just say we support C as much as we would support C and C going further, or an enhanced C, because that's going to be an important component to me.
And thanks for bringing that up. I think all of us who have been involved have understood that there's probably going to be a blended type of approach to the final alternative, and taking a little bit from each of the alternatives in various categories and pulling them together for a final alternative. And the BLM has been supportive of that type of approach. So just to let you know how we focused on this amount of information was to really think about what it is we would like to see as Pickens County on each of these parcels, and then relative to the mineral rights. So we have taken that approach, and then not in every case have we identified a specific alternative, but we said this is really what we'd prefer to see, in hopes that the BLM can then analyze that and blend that into perhaps even a new alternative. So that's the approach we took. I think whoever gave us that advice in the beginning, it was good advice, because you can really get twisted in this review if you don't kind of have that clear focus. So that's the way we've focused on the review. If I could hop in real quickly so we don't take up too much time, we feel that the document is awkward in its formatting, in that we weren't able to look at each parcel in total. from each one of the alternative analyses. So that was a little bit of a hindrance for us, but we're glad that the public comment period has been extended, and we feel that to a certain extent the timing is premature for the finalized review because there are a couple elements missing that will help us understand air quality and some of the other impacts of the mining industry, if you will. And those are the U.S. Forest Service's supplemental draft EIS on oil and gas development, which applies to that whole Thompson Divide area. And we feel it's very important for us to understand those surface stipulations, because this is a split estate situation where the BLM owns and manages the minerals, leases the mineral leases, and the Forest Service administers the surface stipulations on how that development can take place. So we feel it's of critical importance to understand the Forest Service's draft supplemental EIS, which was hopefully going to be out earlier this year in October, but is still not available. And I think we talked to Scott Snelson about that the last time he was here. The second part is more of a regional resource programmatic environmental impact statement for oil, shale, and tar sands. And the reason that's important to us is because of air quality impacts that could be cumulative to the area. And that has to be taken into consideration when we look at the amount of development allowable to still maintain federal air quality standards. So we feel that those two elements are missing at this time and hopefully will be coming soon. The next comment from a larger perspective, general comment, is that of the county road system. And we have a county road management plan in place. And we also have roads that are designated within that plan as rural and remote roads. It just so happens that in the western part of our county that lead into some of these oil and gas well leasing areas, we have rural and remote roads and rural and remote zoning. So there's a conflict with how we have zoned the property and how we manage our road system with the development of that area of the county. So just to put that out there into perspective. The next larger topic area is that the BLM lands in general in Pitkin County, I haven't gone over those with you. Rachel, it's behind your head. I've put a map that really pretty much shows all of the parcels in Pitkin County, and those are specifically outlined.
We have a smaller copy.
Oh, okay, good. Those are specifically outlined one by one in the memo, but they're throughout the county, and we'll get into those. But in general, the federal lands in Pitkin County are critical. 83% of the county is federal lands, and they help to piece together our landscape that's really vital to our tourism approach and to our economy and to our values as far as open space. And we'll get into this a little bit more. I've asked Barb to talk a little bit about the approach that we've taken with our open space monies and how in many ways we've complemented the federal lands by purchasing open space lands adjacent to those federal lands, and how critical and how important the management of those lands and in many cases the retention of those lands are to us in Pitkin County. And kind of parallel to that, it's interesting looking through all these maps and thinking about the BLM lands, because these are often considered mid-elevation properties in our ecosystem. And those mid-elevation types of habitat with the vegetation and the habitat that it provides for the wildlife are critical. And if you take a look at that map, it's pretty interesting how critical those lands are for the wildlife scenario that we've worked so hard in Pitkin County, at least over the last 3 decades that I know of, that we've really tried to preserve habitat and and enforce wildlife regulations in a way that we can then allow a reprieve from development oftentimes onto those federal lands.
Just while we're on that topic, it seems like it would be great if on this map or a similar map that we can also include our open space parcels, so that would really tie in, well, on the larger map too, it would tie in with your narrative as well in terms of these particular properties and why, just as you just stated, why they're so valuable for all these resources.
We were afraid some of the maps might get a little bit messy, but I think we can figure that out and do that we'll see if we can get that for our meeting on Thursday even. The next, I think we've touched briefly on the air quality issues, and we feel that Megan Williams' report that the board helped sponsor along with several other groups such as the Wilderness Workshop was a well-written report and did quite a thorough analysis on the various types of air quality concerns that we may have. And the bottom line of her review is that there are federal standards that she fears would be violated if, in fact, the BLM were to develop to the extent that they've proposed. Public access and population centers. I mean, this is one that both Barb and I really felt strongly about. If you think about the access to these public lands and beyond, I thought about just the Colorado River corridor and where we access all the federal lands to the north of the the Roaring Fork River, where we access lands to the north of the Roaring Fork River, all the way from the city limits of Aspen to, BOCC. We have really, out of the valley floor, about 5 accesses that can take you into thousands and thousands of acres of Forest Service lands. 3 of those are critical because BLM lands give us that access. So without those lands, 3 of those 5 routes into those thousands of acres of public lands would be cut off. So when you think about it, we're very fortunate in starting the BOCC area. We've got the Albany-Kittle trail that so many people use, and that the Open Space and Trails Department has purchased 11 acres at the bottom, which is used as a trailhead to that property in conjunction with the BLM land to give people, almost direct access out of BOCC onto all of those lands. And if you work your way up the valley, each one of those access points are pretty critical. We've got the access into Red Rim Road as well as Red Canyon Road, which is Triangle Peak, and then the road that goes up through Chaparral. We've got an easement, a pedestrian easement through that property that then leads you through BLM land and then on to Forest Service lands. So I just wanted to point out the critical importance to our lifestyle, to our tourism, to our economy of having these BLM lands as major access points for us. And how important it is to, I think, the scheme of the master plans and that you think of with the communities such as BOCC, and then again the Woody Creek community that really benefits from those access points north of the Roaring Fork River. So there are also critical access points that are in the old Snowmass, Emma, Prince Creek area that are just as critical, and we can talk a little bit about those. But a lot of the properties to the south that are BLM properties actually are properties that are maybe not as extensively used or well known, but are critical to that mid-valley elevation. But we'll get into some of the specifics, like the areas that are heavily used for recreation, the Crown, Light Hill, to a certain extent, Williams Hill, that are used for different types of recreation. The next thing that we wanted to point out, and these are above Michael's head, are the mineral estates that are not necessarily oil and gas mineral estates, but other types of minerals that the BLM is in charge of. And again, a split estate situation, but in this case with private properties. There are 19,000 acres in Pitkin County that are privately owned surface but have BLM mineral rights underneath that surface. And those maps, well, they are a little confusing because we tried to get it all on a couple of sheets that we could show you. The center of the map farthest to the left is sort of an inset map that shows you the areas that we specifically looked at, but you can take a look in each one of the areas of the county and see that there are substantial areas of BLM mineral ownership under private surface. We aren't prepared today to get into all the specifics of those, and nor do we think we really need to. We just at this point wanted the board to be aware that that is there, and that if those were to be developed, it could significantly have impacts on our roads. Our infrastructure is not set up for mineral exploration in the rural parts of the county. And the neighborhood, if you take a look at all of our rural master plans in the county, the neighborhoods definitely never contemplated that type of activity. So, and the values of those comprehensive plans are such that they want to keep rural areas rural. So that's kind of a little aside on that.
Cynthia, I'll go ahead and make a little aside now as well, and maybe please anyone raise their hand as we go through this, because it could be easy to lose thoughts before we get to the end.
Right.
You know, I think there's going to be a lot made of the, quote, economic value of the potential lease revenue to the federal government and then to the state of Colorado. And I don't know how advanced of an economic argument we can make or want to make in terms of countering that, but our economy is tourism based. We know that, and second home, again, because of the tourist and community amenities, recreational amenities. So you kind of wonder whether, and maybe some other experts would help you decide how to best do this, but do we want to say, well, look how much income tax is generated from a county like Pitkin County to the federal government because of the employment that's related to the resort economy. More of a direct connection than just that we have an economic benefit. And then I know it's also been done in terms of sales tax and property tax to the state of Colorado, because the state of Colorado receives a certain amount of that federal mineral lease revenue back, impact funds, and so on and so forth. And that's just a little bit of the flavor I've been getting, probably because of the economic downturn of everyone saying, but we need the income for the state of Colorado. The state of Colorado needs the income because that's how they then pay for your social services or whatever. And that perhaps there's as much to lose as there is to gain, because you're just shifting your industries from one industry that's relatively clean in our mind and is a tourism economy industry that creates property tax, income tax, sales tax, to one that's depressed in those areas at some level, and it's more about state government revenues, more directly from the federal register. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong in this, but I just keep kind of hearing that sentiment out there that, boy, we need the income so badly, we better lease everything, whether it's for the federal deficits or whether it's for the state deficits.
General, just quickly to follow up on that, there was a really good editorial, I think in this past Sunday's Post. I may still have it at home, but it talks specifically about what the writer said was really a misnomer in terms of the economic opportunities for oil and gas, and they cited Weld County as an example. Weld County has the most oil and gas leases in the country, and yet it has, in the state, one of the highest unemployment rates, gets the lowest property taxes.
Highest foreclosure, I did read that.
Highest foreclosures. Most of those monies that are generated in terms of royalties are going out of county, out of state. So it would be a good way to say, well, here's this on one hand, and here's on the other hand in terms of what we're trying to do. Just fit that in as one of your suggestions as a narrative.
Yeah, again, I just keep hearing now the other parallel is the economic value of water. So the Denver metro areas are trying to say, look how valuable the water is down here. It generates so much business for the state of Colorado versus your water use up here for ags. It doesn't generate as much money, so therefore we should get all your water. But you've got to counter those arguments at some level, or at least create a little doubt in the methodology. Rob?
And I think the message is don't mess with what we got, because it's working, and it's working well for the state and the people that we've got here. Because once you go one direction, there's no turning back, and it could really mess up what we got.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. That's a good segue into, on the memo, I'm on page 4, and just to tell you a little bit about the consolidated staff review and that we did by the topic area, which is how the plans are organized. I'm not going to go through all of those comments, but I just wanted to let you know that there are many, many, many topic areas we did not even touch. And the reason for that is because a lot of other agencies, like the Division of Wildlife or Parks and Wildlife, are definitely covering those topic areas. So we've only stuck to a few here. And as part of that, though, I'd like to point out that the areas that I think we got a lot of help from our internal staff, and things that we wanted to acknowledge to you are the Pickens County Emergency Management comments and the Public Health and Safety comments. Those are on page 7 and 8. And the bottom line is that, as Rob said, when it comes to the oil and gas part of this plan, we have no experience with that. We have no experience from either the public safety emergency management perspective or the public health perspective, and we just made comments that made it clear that with the advent of oil and gas well development in the county, we would really need additional resources and mutual aid agreements, and that sort of thing would have to come online for us to feel that we were doing our job in Pickens County. And from a public health perspective, we have probably more questions than we have answers as far as some of the public health concerns that have been raised in other communities where you have energy development. So just with that said, I'm going to now ask Barb, if she will, to talk to us a little bit about open space and trails perspective on land tenure and what's called the real estate and land tenure portion of the plan, and our comments about that. So, thanks.
So, all three of the management alternatives that the BLM puts forward in this plan really just identify which properties that the BLM holds should be managed for retention as BLM open space, or BLM public lands, I should say. And then each particular management scheme lists the criteria for selecting which lands would be retained. Then once they state that, the lands that don't make those lists are subject to disposal if a certain set of circumstances are met. If they're considered for retention, they can still be considered on a case-by-case basis for conveyance either to a private entity or a public entity if a more stringent set of circumstances are met. And so in our comments, we were basically restating the importance that we feel these lands have to our county, and clarifying to them that we took a good bit of time earlier this year looking at the methodology of determining if land should be conveyed or not, and referenced the policy that was adopted by the Open Space and Trails Board. And then we go on just to state that we feel that considering the conveyance of any property out of BLM hands, it should first be made available to other public entities because of their value as public lands. And then if it's not made available to other public entities, or if there's no public entity that chooses to take ownership of that, then there should be a blessing on behalf of the county before it goes to private hands.
One thing I saw in here, Cindy, and I can't find the other point, but under land tenure, you have a statement that Pickett County has invested more than $82 million in open space, but somewhere else I thought it was stated that Pickett County had invested over $100 million, so I saw two different numbers there.
I could clarify that. More than $82 million of open space funds were invested. With the money that we've leveraged from our partners, including the state of Colorado and different municipalities, a total of more than $100 million have been invested.
And on top of that, I'd just like to add that because of our TDR program, we've continued to make our land use choices based on continuing to conserve lands next to federal lands, such as, this doesn't deal with the BLM land as much, but on the backside of Aspen Mountain, it's kind of intermingled with a lot of the Forest Service properties. And then if you look at a map of TDRs throughout the county, you'll see that several of those, such as Middle Ranch and those areas, are adjacent to BLM lands. So it's kind of another way we've extended with our land use review and policies, not only to spend the money, but also to direct our land use planning to use transferable development rights to have development taken away from those more rural areas where the federal lands are. So we spent some time.
This is kind of a general comment, and a little bit of it is formatting, a little bit of it is content, but we seem to be very explanatory about our background of why we've reached a conclusion, and not as declarative about what we want or what we'd like to see. And I'd like to kind of sharpen the point on that. I think it's fine to be explanatory, it's very reasonable, but sometimes what we really want gets lost in the larger paragraph. So whether that's, bolding it or reaching a conclusion or restating the conclusion as a separate paragraph, I see that a little bit throughout this. And then the other is kind of referencing what we already talked about, but maybe, rather than saying, we support some of B and some of C, or we support C, or we support C, we should say we would support C plus enhancements, or we would support a new, we may want to start talking about a new alternative E should be developed that blends B and C in this circumstance. But we need to kind of push that forward so that if there are challenges later, to say you never addressed our request or our comment that there should be an alternative E developed. If that's what comes out, they just come back out and say, hey, it's B, thanks, goodbye. We will want to have some platforms placed into our comments that will allow us some leverage for a review later.
Yeah, I think those are kind of spread throughout our review as well. Barb did make very specific comments about amendments to the land tenure section of the draft. So we thank you. I think that's a valid comment and a good one about all of this. These general comments and our general review of the topic areas went in that direction. I think I'm about to move into, once we have some of Ellen's comments on the oil and gas, specific to some of the areas we've covered. I think we're about to get into some specifics on each one of the parcels, and that might help us start to
see where that is.
Did you want to add?
Oh, yeah, Cindy covered most of the topics briefly that we discussed in the oil and gas section. regarding air quality and the split mineral estate and how that impacts Picken County open space, and trails, parcels, and other private lands. But there were two other things in the section that were addressed, and these are items that we have been, some of them we have been covering over the last year or two. Let's see, two of them relate to public safety, and Cindy discussed public safety a little bit, but in addition to the comments she made, we suggested that, and this is one of the topics we've been covering over the last year, that there's a need to address the need for full disclosure of chemicals used in hydraulic fracturing. We also recommended that the EIS analyze the local government cost for emergency response associated with hazardous material transport, spill mitigation, and other potential on- and off-site emergencies related to oil and gas development. This is another piece that we've, over the year, incorporated in several letters that we've addressed to BLM and other federal agencies. On the topic of process, we maybe went out on a limb a little bit to the extent that a local plan may be able to have any impact on BLM policy at a national level. We suggested that in terms of process, both the unitization process and the master plan development process both be subject to public review and comment. Don't know whether that's something that will move forward or not, but thought it would be worthwhile to include. So those are two additional pieces in the oil and gas section that Cindy hadn't covered, and we'll wait and take questions on that section rather than go into great detail at this time.
And Rachel, if it's okay, I thought I'd ask too if there was anything else that anyone else who worked on this felt that we didn't cover thoroughly enough that you want to bring to the table?
Or anything you just want us to note and know about before we're going to that public hearing that we might have missed in the length of this very big document. GR and then Grady.
Just one simple thing, and this is a same comment that we made to the Forest Service when they had their travel management plan several years ago, is that in some places they do address the nodes, other places they do not. And Crown Mountain might be the best example of that. In some alternatives they discuss having established trailhead, but it's something that obviously that the county is going to be need to be involved with very specifically, as it's a county road. And
managing the parking.
Managing the parking, and that whole issue of nodes comes up, and Cindy discussed that, a lot of these accesses to federal lands, the BLM doesn't always manage that access because they consider a Forest Service road through their property to access the Forest Service. But in reality, it's their property that's adjacent there that would probably be used if there was ever to be any sort of actual trailhead established.
Okay, thank you. That's a good footnote. And Grady, did you have a?
There's one aspect that comes under emergency management, which is a local emergency planning committee. If everyone's somewhat familiar with it, it's the offshoot and kind of monitoring group, which now only exists of Dr. Tom Kurt and myself, which supports the Federal Emergency Planning and Community Right to Know Act. So this little group that we have, Tom and I, will eventually have to grow because essentially what it does is monitor and collect the data on hazardous material production, storage, and transportation in Pitkin County. And that's an aspect that we have actually been able to minimize as we've reduced hazardous material in Pitkin County. So it'll reverse around and it'll have to grow. And it includes, as I think there's some notes on it, there's a lot of federal regulations on the reporting of hazardous material, however it is in. So that'll be a whole other little aspect that we're going to have to grow into should oil and gas grow into any level, and that will change things quite a bit for us.
And I'd like to acknowledge with that we did get an email from Dr. Tom Kirk about some of those issues and some of the concerns that the LEPC has. So we do have that, and we'll put that in the record, because we just got that, I think, yesterday. Yesterday. So thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone else have a comment or question as we work our way through this? Michael and Jack.
Just on an introductory note, I mean, saying that we don't have experience with oil and gas exploration, we do have experience with mineral extraction, and it was essentially a disastrous history. It was very short-lived, but the effects of it have lived on for 100 years. And so and I think a conscious decision was made to change that paradigm of mineral extraction and abandonment to tourism and permanence. And I just think, people need to know that's the context that Pickens County was in, remembers, and is going forward with that remembrance.
Jack, you with him?
Yeah, I have several things. I mean, we can go on a big list, but we'll go to the short list. For example, what GR just was bringing to our attention about public access and parking, I think we should be very cautious about what we ask for, though, or how we ask for it, because we do not want to put ourselves in the position to solve every public access issue relative to BLM land and the need for parking lots and the need for, as some citizens here suggest, porta potties or restrooms, whatever, and it goes on and on and on. We could become developers of trailheads. I mean, be in that position. So, and it's very hard to, just extract, and it's hard for me to extract this. I don't know even how y'all were able to get through that, but we'll just say thank you. I think that's a very serious challenge. We have it at Richmond Ridge, the backside, etc. We certainly had a long process dealing with the ranch at the end of Woody Creek. Right now, drawing the blank, the lady that owned it for years, Michael, where we got the road, we had the road. Yeah, etc. So it goes on and on. So anyway, just that point. Comment has been made about more development, in effect, is approved in the resource management plan. Pickens County doesn't have the resources to deal with that in whatever way, if it's review, if it's field work, whatever. I think that's reasonable to put down, but my question would be, does BLM care, if we have the ability to play our role with the oil and gas regs, the various, that can go on forever. We could have multiple staff, as if we were a county seriously involved. Now, we might be down the road, but we'll all have to be concerned about that.
Well, I think where we do have some, hopefully, influence is there are regulations called stipulations in BLM approval of a lease. It talks about setbacks from streams. It talks about monitoring of water quality or air quality and those kinds of things. And I think that's the area where, when we get specific, we would really want to say we think that those things are, critically important. I think it's probably stated to a certain extent, but not to the degree that I think we need to get to in the end, but it's in the public health and safety aspect of monitoring. And
can we pass those costs on?
To a certain extent, my understanding, and this gets into the Colorado Oil and Gas Well Commission and all of that, but to a certain extent, when it comes to public safety and roads, those are the two areas where we are able to do impact fees on one hand and potentially have conditions of approval that affect the other. So we do have a little bit there.
But I think it's legitimate to ask BLM in their draft, or in their environmental impact statement, to at least analyze the cost to local government
right on.
that is associated with development, particularly as it relates to oil and gas development. There may be other aspects we want them to look at as well.
Yeah, so let me go through a few more. As far as this wonderful report by Megan Williams, I certainly have no background to be able to understand the in-depth point of it all, but the bottom line is right on the first page for me. It is likely that air quality impacts will be predicated to be even more severe than what is presented in the draft resource management plan. I think that ought to be in bold. Quite frankly, the rest of, we could go pinpoint other things, but it's such a technical document. It needs to stand on its own, and I couldn't amend it any further, period.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, if I might, we do have every indication that, in fact, in Ellen's report, we talk about the fact that in the past, the Bureau of Land Management has underestimated the amount of development that is desired by the industry in the area, and therefore their modeling on the air quality issues are probably underestimated, or at least that's the history that we've seen in western Colorado.
And so throughout this document, and Ellen and staff's great work, we make multiple assertions, ask questions, etc., but a lot of statements about what piece of an alternative we like, because we don't even like all of C, I understand. And so is it going to, at the end of the day, be our intent to try to consolidate all our comments about alternatives in a section? Because what I'm concerned about, I don't think we're going to create our own alternative, because it just might be all too encompassing of I don't know about that. But there are so many bits and pieces. It looks like some of B might be okay, C, I don't know if any of D is, but my experience in working with EIS is it's often very beneficial to create your own, or state these things need to be in the alternative in addition to C.
Right, and
delete the things out of C we don't want.
Well, I think that Rachel's comment was about that same issue and how we need to get more specific, but I also don't want to get too tied up in saying what a letter of an alternative might be if we can just make a statement about what we want. But there is a possibility of saying that what we want could be retooled into alternative E.
Yeah, and that's probably the way it needs to come down.
Yeah, if I could, just on that point, that language, we can probably look for a few different ways to express it, but we support this and believe it should be carried forward into a modified alternative that becomes the preferred alternative. We have to speak in terms about what we'd like to see as the preferred alternative, and so we support these sections of B, if it were, or whatever, that we'd like to see carried forward in the final alternative that is selected, and assume, maybe make a statement. We assume that there will be a fifth alternative coming from the public comments on this report. The other thing that I think we may really want to not use all the time, but we want to say why we oppose some of those other alternatives. We oppose alternative D because it conflicts with, our economic values, or our intent of wildlife preservation, or whatever those are too. But I think we should not be afraid to use the words we are opposed to, or we urge you to reject, or, again, different language types of things of why we find some of them deficient. We find these ones deficient. They did not adequately account for this, that, or the other thing. I'll just leave it it there for now, and Robbie, you?
Yeah, along that same topic, I mean, the type of language that I would use, and it goes back to Rachel's initial comment about really sharpening the pencil on each one of these topic points and saying, this is what we want. We would support an alternative that includes, period, for each one of these sections. I very much like the way you laid it out in terms of topic items and then the individual parcels. But in reading through this, I think by the third time I could start to see what you were trying to get on each one of the parcels or topic areas, and it really should have like a conclusion, sentence at the end saying, this is, the only thing that we can support is something that includes this for this parcel or for this topic line. And I think it was a very astute comment that Rachel said, because it just kind of came to me when she said it, that that's what this is missing. I think everything in here is written very well, and I agree with almost all of it. And that's really the point that we need to get across, that it's not really alternative A or B or a mix of those two. It's, for this area, you have to have this. For this area, you have to have this. For this area, you can't have this. If you do, we're not going to support it. And then that's just putting it, with a sharp pencil, as you said, Rachel.
Knowing that they had to put it in a framework to give to us. But we should not stick to that same framework of we support, and have to pick a choice we don't really like and say, well, we support B because it's the best of what you have so far.
So may I just finish it?
Yeah, Jack was, are we all still on that same point though? Because I saw George.
No.
Okay, then please go ahead, Jack.
Okay. I'll just do two more. This, it's on page 2, I know. Yeah. This other document, the Forest Service Supplemental Oil and Gas Leasing, not geese leasing. That's a huge document, but how can this document, the BLM piece, move forward without the other one being finished? It seems like they have to work together. Because we know the role of BLM on Forest Service lands, etc., but there seems like it might have been ignored. So I agree with the point, but we have to reiterate that this actually should not come out as a final product until there's been comments. We've got to review this and comment on it. So that's a critical piece.
We do make that statement, but we should emphasize it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing is relative to what is being called land tenure. To me, it's land exchanges, sales, whatever. And I'm a bit disturbed about our approach to this, and I have been in disagreement with the Open Space Board and our other commissioners on a specific proposal from the past, the Wexner. And so that stands as a matter of record. But our comments here, for example, disposal of BLM lands to private entities, on the other hand, should be considered only where such lands do not contribute to the resource values we strive to protect: wildlife, scenery, ag, and rec. So what is Pickens County really saying here? That we should be, if land is worthless and doesn't have any of these characteristics, you can exchange it, sell it, whatever. But if they do, it's an absolute no, apparently. Then we go down here and say, land conveyances to private entities should only occur in effect if there's support from local governing agencies. That's problematic. I can remember going to CCI and many meetings over the years where we have counties that literally want to take over management of public land and essentially own it, Well, let's see. So we say to those counties, at least Dorothy and I did, and over time, and dealing with, Motley counties and, Rio Blanco, etc. Well, we don't support you taking over basically the local control of federal lands, but now we're saying it here. There's something inconsistent with that. Well, there shouldn't be a land exchange unless we say it's okay. No, there's a federal process, and I don't care what comments we're making, we're not going to change the way that Congress does business. So I'm concerned that we're kind of drawing lines in the sand. You could make a statement like that, but somehow leave flexibility. I mean, the federal government, the public, the U.S. citizens own this land, not Pickens County. To me, I'm certainly not being as articulate as my brain would like, but I have a concern that we're just saying, well, we know it all. Our opinion is the final say, and local government should have that. But then we say we go to other processes, no, we're not going to support Rio Blanco, for example, taking over federal lands and controlling access. And a lot of those days we were dealing with RS 4277, etc. But there's an analogous but not the same situation for me going on here. So
I think that's a great point, Jack. Yeah, we want to make sure we've been somewhat consistent in our messages, and if there's some finer detail that's in between these, and make sure our broad statements aren't something that's used against us later.
Yeah, and so we could probably just moderate a little bit. I have no problem ever being in a minority, but we do want to make sure that we don't shut doors that we might want open someday, or vice versa. Hey, one last thing. At the DOW, I still call them. Has Kevin been able to give you feedback when he might get to this? He hadn't even got to Drosty yet, I understand.
Yeah, I know, because we were in such a hurry just to get our own comments out. That was one of my issues with that initial timeline, was we didn't have time to coordinate. So,
I see Gary has an answer to your
I
question.
spoke to Kevin today on Drosty, and he did get to Drosty, but he's also, that's what he's doing the rest of this week, is working on this BLM. They are
good.
They're working really hard. I don't know if they know. Kevin did not know about the deadline being moved, so.
I wonder if we should tell him.
Don't tell him.
Maybe he's not watching TV.
Yeah.
No, he's just been so busy with hunting season that
Oh, sure.
He's getting
not
through this
getting
week.
anywhere.
He's doing it at home.
Thanks for that update, Gary. Jack?
Yeah, other people might have their own feedback, certainly, so I'm not going to do more.
Okay. Well, I have a few I'm trying to save towards the end and let you continue with the presentation.
Rachel, how do you want to proceed in that my next step was to kind of highlight a couple of the parcels, like the Crown, that are important as far as recreation areas to the community, and sort of the philosophy that goes along with that, as well as the details of the plan and what the various alternatives say and where we may want to end up. As you know, there's a citizen's proposal that's attached, and then talk about a couple of the other parcels. But how would you like to proceed? Because I know
let me check in with the board. We were running a little bit late when we started, and so we were scheduled to end at 5:15. If we say trying to finish up by 5:30, would that be sufficient for the board? That would give Cindy another 25 minutes. I realize that's going to be really tight, and then maybe we can have a few more of these detailed again Thursday night. But
I would agree with that, but for example, we have our meeting Thursday. Is there anything that's a burning topic for anyone that we need to ask a question?
The Crown really needs to be, we need a little more briefing on that.
Yeah, this citizen suggestion here is somewhat problematic, so. Yeah, was it yours?
Well, I was part of the meetings of the group.
Yeah,
and this is the kind of discussion that I'm glad we're going to have a little bit more time for. So I think, yes, in anticipation of Thursday night, I think we should talk about the Crown, and I think maybe a little bit about the Thompson Creek area, as far as there's more to Thompson Creek than just the oil and gas development. There's an area called the Fins, and some important aspects to that recreational nature. So maybe we'll just narrow it down to those two.
And just quickly, then I would use, because it may come up on Thursday, the Crown is really an example of sort of what I see has been fully developed at this point. And you talk about Light Hill as an example, and what I think what we don't want to see happen to Light Hill is to become another Crown. And so we use that Crown as an example, and now seeing what we're trying to do with the Crown, we should apply that sort of same idea, or even become C+ to some of these other parcels like Light Hill or Williams Hill, so they don't become the next.
And I would say that's in general what we've done here. And a little bit of background on the Crown. It's an area between, go ahead.
Well, I thought I'd make a few more of the general comments before you go into those
Okay.
two topics that
sorry.
you just
Okay.
asked us for.
Sorry.
Just to make sure we get it all done. And so, and I'll do this as quick as I can. One, I wanted to mention, because I see Grady here, and it really fell under his category there of hazardous material. I did go to the fracking fluid disclosure hearings yesterday and offered some testimony on behalf of Northwest Council of Governments. They had the emergency service manager from Grand County there who spoke very well to the concerns of first responders and those in charge. But there seemed to be a little bit of a background chatter that the state Department of Public Health may be introducing legislation for the next session to clarify county powers and responsibilities, which is pretty quickly interpreted to preempt them. So we're going to see our own little battles on that coming forward about what counties can or can't do, which is really unfortunate because you're left with the cleanup and the management and the responsibility, but not necessarily the initial rulemaking. So we're going to have to follow that pretty closely. The second comment is that, I think we should look for opportunities to say that this goal or our suggestion or parts that we like match well with the Great Outdoors America initiative. I think that is new language and new thinking for the BLM, certainly newly introduced since they started this management plan, and to the extent we're matching up with the language they're trying to match up with, and if it's again planting those platforms for further challenge or supplemental work as necessary by saying, this matches with Great America Outdoors. This is what you're trying to accomplish with that program. Why wasn't the eventual disposition of these lands matched up with that as well? So I think we want to try to use those criteria where we can, even though they're not the large landscape scale like the Vermilion Basin and places like that where they are talking about preservation for public access, public use. Then the last two things is I really would go back to your very, very first comment about Fish and Wildlife, and we just have, we support the DOW and the Fish and Wildlife. I feel like we really need to be a lot stronger in that area. It's easy enough at various times for BLM to have made decisions, to allow drilling permits under state wildlife refuges, this, that, and the other thing, and just run roughshod right over Fish and Wildlife. And so even though they're going to offer their own comments, I'm sure we're going to be supportive of it. I think we should do what we can to hit them harder, particularly talking about the declining herds that we've had, the declining numbers, why they've had to reduce the unit target goals just because we're not able to achieve those. Really bring in that whole, we've used our open space to try to augment and support the wildlife in these areas. And back to Jack's comment, there's an interconnectedness with the future Forest Service plans as well that really needs to be looked at. And so I just think that we need to be as strong on that as possible because that crosses over every other single topic that we have, whether it's the oil and gas impacts, roads, drilling, air quality's effect on wildlife. We just need to make sure that it happens too often that, oh yeah, wildlife over there, not from us, but just from various higher up you go. And I see Gary has a comment on that, and then I'm going to bring it back to any other board comments and Cindy's rest of her presentation.
I mean, the one big comment on that one is now that we have a little more time, we can get Kevin's comments and the DOW's comments and then, see where they are going.
Yeah.
And then either add more oomph to it and say if we really support it, I think that's what we need to do is like, because we didn't want to just say things until, because I was looking at the section and I was like, what am I going to say? I mean, the DOW's been working with the BLM for so long, and so let's see what they say, and then if they don't say it strong enough, we'll say it stronger.
Yeah, and I agree with that fully. I think we're starting to see a certain alignment in the state government, which, has some very positive aspects as well, but, I heard at the Water Alliance, well, we're seeing how DOW and Colorado Parks can use their water resources to support ag in the Front Range, and it's like, well, I don't know what that means, but it could be good, it could be strange, and also, how do we as Colorado Parks and Division of Wildlife support the oil and gas industry because it's so important to the economy of the state, and so they're starting to align in ways that could be short-sighted to the tourism recreational economy. Okay, there we go. Back to you, Cindy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, just very quickly, I think we should jump into the parcel by parcel. It starts on page 10, but I think if we move to the Crown first, well, at least we'll get through that one, on page 13. We start to talk about the Crown. And there's 9,100 acres of land on the Crown. You have a map in a smaller map that we passed out today that Barb made for us, and that is, it's not numbered, but it's the third from the back. And that shows the Crown, and it shows that it's located, as far as roads go, kind of between Highway 82, Prince Creek Road, and West of Prince Creek Road. And as you can also see, the purple line is the county line. It's Garfield County, Eagle County, and the largest portion really is in Pickens County. What we talk about in our comments really have to do with a lot of work that was done initially by the BLM, going out specifically wanting to work with the community on what Red Hill near Carbondale has what's called a special management area. And that special management area, as you know, really is coordinated and run by a group of citizens for Red Hill in conjunction with the BLM. They were wondering if, in fact, we wanted the Crown to be a special management area because it gets so much use in that down valley section. And what the citizens group, when this outreach was done, what the citizens group came up with is a plan that is attached to your packet. And what we'd like to know is, whether or not that is the direction of the board to support that citizens proposal, and just kind of it is consistent with the staff review, which quite frankly looked at there's a rim or a ridge in the Crown area that we support as an alternative C, which is an area of critical environmental concern, which has a certain number of stipulations that go along with it to protect it more so than some of the other areas, which are considered a recreation management area surrounding that ridge, if you will, which has more. That's okay. Do you need something? Okay.
We're I think trying to find the page.
Okay, 13. I'm sorry. Page 13 of the memo, and then 3 maps from the back on your packet of maps kind of shows the land area.
Okay, and then the citizens proposal.
Attachment
5. Okay.
Attachment.
The very last couple pages.
Oh, okay, good.
And
I'm sorry. What did you say? Oh, I put it in the packet. Oh. So basically, from a big picture perspective, now I've lost my page, the citizens' proposal is pretty consistent with what we've said here. There's some tweaks on some of the management of the various roadways that we want to see within the Crown area, but basically the Crown would be seen sort of as a multi-purpose recreational area, and the preservation of the critical habitat on the ridge. So that's kind of where we went, and just to give you a little bit more background, the neighborhoods and the people who attended those meetings, and Gary attended those meetings, I think, along with George, was that they didn't want to see it become as heavily or as intensified as the example we have with Red Hill, which is the special management area. It would be a step down from that as far as the development of the parcel. And I don't know, Gary, you have stuff you want to add on that?
Well, it was also, when we were doing those things, I mean, you have another aspect here of grazing that was a pretty critical component of the Crown, is because there's historic grazing use on that property. And so, they want, obviously the citizens' proposal was a very recreation-oriented proposal, but it also includes the fact that grazing is going to continue on this property, and how those two are going to meld together. And then how do you put what types of recreation in what areas? That was the critical component, and that's why when we came up with our recommendations, all of a sudden B started sounding pretty good, because it kind of matched up with what we were talking about as a citizens group, and during those meetings was to kind of limit the more motorized recreation to a corner, and having mechanized and foot and horse in the other areas of the Crown. So it was, it's an interesting process, and it's a tough one, because it's a very heavily used area for a lot of different things.
And what's a little more background on the citizen proposal? I mean, was it facilitate dialogues with open space and trails, Salt Town Council, neighbors? I mean, I just...
David Hamilton was hired by the BLM to moderate these discussions.
Okay, this is what I'm getting.
Maybe 3 or 4?
It was about 4 public meetings, all monitored by, the BLM was a major component.
Okay, that helps me so much, because I was just wondering...
Wasn't us. We were just there.
No, or where did, was it like the original Maroon Bells Grand Dames who, started something, or the BLM themselves recognized they wanted some citizen input on this?
And evolved from, I think originally there were 4 distinct areas that were looked at, and it evolved to just to 2 distinct areas to isolate mechanized versus non-mechanized, take into account existing grazing and continued grazing, take into account the current bike trails, but not to support expansion of those areas in either zone, and to acknowledge the limited parking and not to expand that parking. The original SRMA, Special Resort Management Area, which they no longer use, that was used as a designation that would actually encourage additional marketing of that area outside to bring people and tourism in. And the citizen group did not want that, and since that time, BLM has sort of taken that out of their nomenclature, and I forget what they're calling it, but we didn't want to see, the citizens did not want to see this area being marketed outside to increase traffic, to increase all the impacts.
Okay. And I need one last clarification on this. To be a SMA, Special Management Area, I realize the example we have is of Red Hill, but are there special management areas that could have the parameters around it that we would like, that would be the appropriate designation from BLM?
Yeah, we've got a ton of acronyms and ton of stipulations that go along with those, and the resource management area, the RMA, fits
better.
the closest.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Cindy, we'll stop.
Well, that's really, I think, Gary, thank you for your help. I think that is really kind of covers the lay of the land there. The only thing that I would emphasize a little bit is that we do have issues with the parking and potentially with some resource damage at the parking area without a little bit more definition and working and coordinating with the BLM to make sure that we don't want to expand it, but we want to make sure that it's appropriately managed.
Okay. Jack?
Yeah, on the Crown, we've made some statements, of course, on page 13 and the top of 14, but I'm most concerned about what is referred to as the citizens, program, and it says easy access, and I guess this is how it was laid out or worked on, and undeveloped solitude. Overall, for the Crown, I think the most significant thing I've heard amongst us today about the Crown is what George said. It's already developed for me. I can't see us encouraging any more development of motorized trails and bike trails. Now, what I do not know is where it would be acceptable to have horse trails, because you want to separate, and foot trails. I think I would support that. But when it says, now I'm only going by what I'm reading here, and I could be wrong, it says under Zone 2, undeveloped solitude, it says basically create more mountain bike trails. I'm having a problem with that. That doesn't help solitude for me. And provide more maps and brochures. Well, that's the opposite of what I would think we want to do. It's already loved to death here. I know it's going to be a multiple use area, and I do not suggest closing things down and, doing any of that. Let's leave status quo the way it is, except for that specially managed area if there was an absolute need to change the route of a bike trail or something. But I prefer to mostly, if we can, leave it the way it is. But I don't see any reason, and somebody needs to help me, why we want to create more motorized use. That's on even in the easy access part. It says create more foot trails, create more bike trails, create more motorized trails.
Where are you, Jack?
There's an analysis of the system.
Page, on the last page, go from the back, George, of your whole packet. And then you have these.
One page back, George.
Yeah, and that's, maybe I'm not understanding what I'm reading, but...
Well, no, there's two different, we just put it, the citizens plan is in there, but when we look at the resource management plan for the Crown, it doesn't take all of that into account. When you look at the actual management, the alternatives that you see, you realize
so
that
it's more specific.
It's much more specific.
Right.
So it does what you need it to do, where it's going to limit motorized. What we're recommending is to limit the motorized, from where it all goes now, all over the place, to more of one of the zones. And so, what we're trying to say is that we understand the Crown is heavily developed. We believe that the development of the Crown is not finished yet because a lot of the things don't match up, and a lot of the trails, are they truly sustainable, and are they going to be sustainable over time? A lot of the roads are not necessarily sustainable. So, there might be some realignments in the future that we would recommend working on, because their system right now is poorly signed. It is developed and it's very heavily used, but unless you know where you're going up there, you can get severely lost, and then you're ending up on trails that are difficult at best to use.
Maybe brochures, no, but maps, maybe yes. I think that would be practical.
So what I heard Gary say was that we're not supporting additional trails or additional roads, but we're looking at perhaps realigning some of the existing trails and existing roads so they make a little more sense.
Right.
I think we could be more clear. Here, we wanted to put the citizen proposal in front of you because that has been something that's in the works, but I think what we need to do is be a little more specific, and one of the things that we decided to do was to put this, whether we said Pickens County supports the citizen proposal, in the document so that we could have this discussion, because I, quite frankly, wasn't totally clear about those meetings and where it was going. So this is good discussion. I think we're getting more specific about the direction in the citizen proposal and ultimately what we would say about those trails. We make a blanket statement in the memo about not supporting maintaining or sustaining the bandit trails that have been developed, but we need to be more specific in the Crown recommendation.
Well, and Gary has helped me a lot because it'd be way more specific, but I was only going on what I'm reading, so it went red flag, red flag. But to me, it is, again, way developed, and I like the idea, because it is a multiple-use piece of segregating certain necessary things, like horses from bikes and motorized having their own area, and go to it, that's fine, because it's 9,000 acres. But, yeah, that helps me a lot. And I knew we'd be cautious, but to say we support the citizens' plan, we support parts of or something, And this will be developed in time, but others have feedback, too.
Yeah, I was going to just add the same thing. I think rather than Pickens County supports the citizen proposal, we need more. And I think particularly for me, the context of how the citizen proposal was generated, because it sounds too similar to the hidden gems. That you can always have citizen proposals for wilderness areas and citizen proposals for this. And so it made it sound like there's a new citizen group that's made a citizen proposal for something on BLM land, as opposed to these came from facilitated BLM outreach meetings of some form. And so I think we need that context of what it is. They need a better name, but it's not my place to rename their proposal. Maybe BLM outreach proposal would make more sense. But then also just some language, whether it's points of which aspects of it we support and why. That's the why we support it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We could say, looking at the citizens' proposal, these are the areas that we support, and this is why, based on all the values that we've talked about in all these other areas.
And we'll bring it back to their alternatives, because that the reality is they took a lot of that citizens' report and put it into an alternative that they prefer. And so, it's got to come back to something of what do we propose.
Yeah,
and so that's what we'll work on.
And I'm also just curious, do you think, do we know whether Eagle County and Garfield County would be also commenting on this?
Well, we need to follow up on that because we don't know yet. Although we do know about the salt and their concerns and their desire to be consistent with us on the stuff that's in their 3-mile planning area.
Yeah, because it seems like if we have the time now to at least have, if we could present our proposal to our neighboring entities and see whether they agree or they need to tweak it, it seems like overall then it would be a stronger proposal going forward to the BLM if they know you've got 3 counties in agreement with the use of this area and 2 municipalities, whatever.
We have the time now. I mean, Mid-Valley Trails is the Eagle County kind of trails committee that's going to look at this and look at this quickly, and so having a little more time is going to help people.
And then the DOW.
Well, the Division of Wildlife is going to be critical.
Rachel, may I ask, what is ACEC acronym?
Areas of environmental critical concern.
Areas of critical
environmental concern.
Oh, yeah, so we really support that.
Yeah. More of those. The other one thing on the Crown before we move off it totally is between our map as a GIS map and then the citizens map with a, looks more like it's on a topo. I wasn't able to read either of them very well to tell where is the ridge, and maybe it's a does it start at a certain altitude? Is it start at 8,500 roughly? But I think we need something that really kind of a little more clearly shows that.
Yeah, we had some other map zones that we.
And then also the other thing in that zone is, and that's just from my understanding from Kevin Wright, is that why that zone is unique. We really need to hammer hard the wildlife winter concentration values, or what it is that makes Zone 1 unique, and should we have a different approach?
Yeah, it's the Harrington's penstemon. That's the big one. I mean, the Harrington's penstemon is a rare species, and it exists up on the crown in relatively large quantity, and so it's something that, at least from staff here, if we found that on our properties, we'd be protecting it to no end. And so, that's why that area of critical environmental concern would be critical for us to tell them that we believe that you need to protect it.
And knowing that Kevin's comments aren't in yet, I think that he could augment that with some of the...
Yeah, they'll have some wildlife issues that'll be a little different from the Harrington.
Yeah, but also, so let's hit that one. Okay. Were there any other members of this review team who, after, again, further discussion, want to make adjunct comments and give us some more feedback or information? I think everyone wants to hit the road. Dark out there. But, I just don't think we can express enough our thanks for this work on this. This is a monumental body, and we're not done yet. Really.
Question on climbing.
Go ahead, John.
And believe me, I'm an ex-climber. Since being elected, I've only bouldered, so. But I can understand bolting, because of what mechanical means of what bolting is, but it says new climbing routes are not permitted. Now, the fins, are those routes all so steep and bare that you can only bolt, or is there free climbing there?
I've scrambled around. I don't know.
Depends on how good your health insurance policy.
You can free climb El Caps. Depends on who's climbing.
Yeah, so I'm asking. I just haven't been to the fins.
I'm guessing the reference is to bolting the routes.
It is. The reference is completely to bolting.
Yeah.
So, we're not worried about people free climbing areas. You can do that on almost any DLM. It's creating a route, a specific route with bolts. That's where you see the most damage to.
Oh, yeah. I'm way supportive of no.
Okay. Did any other board members have questions or comments that I might have looked at?
So, can I ask a question real quickly?
Please.
Should we leave the 13th on the agenda for just further discussion after we've heard? I think it would be helpful for us. Okay.
Great. Very good. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And we'll see the board tomorrow. John, did you have anything else you need to bring back to us? I know we had to...
No, I was going to actually...
Okay, guys, we're still finishing our meeting. Go ahead, John.
Actually, I think we should visit about the agenda on the 8th and the different goals, so we can do that tomorrow morning.
Okay.
You and I need to probably sit down.
Oh, okay, great. And what time would you like to...
Am I good to go?
I think we're good to go. Is everybody else good to go? We're going to adjourn the meeting, grassroots.
So at
John
open
and I just think we'll
discussion,
schedule.
couple things tomorrow.
Pardon?
Open discussion tomorrow, if we had anything today.
Yeah, exactly. We'll do more open discussion.